Point.
Cheers! The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a Spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! Hey! Huh? I'm a Spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spritelings.
Mom, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise. How unruly. My oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Hi.
Caught you.
Do not run.
I like that.
Hey, you.
Hey!
Stop.
You! Cheers! The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a Spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? a Spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness.
The world can't be without Spritelings.
Mom, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting. Very interesting.
You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caught you.
Do not run.
I like that.
Hey, you!
Hey!
Stop!
You!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! Hey! I'm a Spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness.
The world can't be without Spritelings.
Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My oh my, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess.
Let me help you tidy things up.
It's almost time.
Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us.
Who will come to help us? No.
How interesting.
Very interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
Caillou! Do not run!
cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a Spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Spriteling strike! Ha! I'm a Spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow! That hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of Spritelings.
Welcome back to the wonderful world of HOK. This time we are going to explore the lower brackets in the 2025 KPL Grand Finals. For the knockout stages, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today once again it is Sagi. How are you doing today?
I gotta say, Kin, it is going to be a heck of a blast because why? We went through like the top parts, it's cool, it's chill, but hey man, if you're a fan of KPL, who doesn't know AG and who doesn't know TTG? They've been at it for multiple upper finals and grand finals, and here you are. They will be facing in this quarterfinals in this day 3 of the knockout stage. And tell me, how are you no hype about this?
Exactly, it has to be one of the biggest games. Unfortunately, it is going to be in the lower brackets, meaning someone will go home today. Now, if you are new to this particular format, let's reintroduce it to you. It is a best of 7 today between All Gamers AG and Talent Gaming TTG. We're going to practice the global band pick format. Sagi, can you help me out with the explanation for global band pick?
Okay, simple enough. When we talk about global band pick, first things first. First game, there's no limitations. You still pick, you still do your bands, and then you finish your game 1. Let's say you pick Arlie already on the blue team. Blue team for Arlie, they can no longer pick Arlie for the rest of the 6 games before that 7th game here. So that is the default ban. Once you use up that hero, it is completely banned away from you until the ultimate battle.
Yes, one-time usage only for the entire series until we reach a 3-3 scoreline, which will unlock the ultimate battle. Now, ultimate battle means you will be able to pick any hero. There is no more hard bans, but you don't know what your opponent is going to be picking. And that is the challenge in the ultimate battle. Will we see that today? That's the big question. But of course, we take things one step at a time. Game number 1, TTG against AG. Who are you looking forward to have the best performance today?
Ooh, it's been a long time since AG actually lost a series in the entire KPL, especially 2025, right? They won like what, KPL Spring, KPL Summer. They went to Honor of Kings World Cup at Riyadh for the EWC segment. They won against TTG in a 4-3 fashion. Coming back, Summer, they breezed it through very easily. And right now, coming into the KPL Grand Finals 2025, they have yet to drop a single series from that group stage right now. So you gotta think, are they ready to claim it all and make a perfect home run for the entire KPL season? Because they are looking very strong this season.
Yes, big questions and big expectations as well for both teams. AG, one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the KPL region, in the KPL League as well. Looking for some very strong performances. Yesterday, one of the players on one of the teams actually unlocked the Su Lie Wang, or the King of Su Lie. But the real king is here today. I'm talking about Shuai here, the support for AG. Will he be able to pull that hero out and give us another magnificent performance today?
It will be interesting, right? Because when we look at AG, Shuai had a fantastic summer. He got back-to-back, like what, 4 MVPs in that Grand Finals, allowing him to secure that FMVP for the KPL Summer Grand Finals. And you look at his performance so far, he's been rocking at it. His improvement has been amazing. So if we think, man, this player might be the standout one coming in today for the entire roster of AG. If not, all of them has already been standing out so far.
What's crazy is the fact that this guy has had only a few seasons in KPL as the main roster, right? And we take a look at the longest experience on both sides. It's the captains coming in from TTG as well as from AG. So for captain of AG, we all know him. He's very famous. I mean, quite famous, right? His name is Eno, the one and only, with 14 seasons of experience going up against the 12 seasons of experience against Ching, the EXP laner of TTG. Both are looking to really bring the tides against their opponent and lead their team to victory today.
I mean, Eno's story has been magnificent, right? He came off as a superstar when he was young. He joined BA Ananas, and then BA Ananas didn't have the best of the best seasons. But once the AG bought over the AG Ananas sort, and then you start seeing the growth and shift. The spring curse has been broken in 2025. They got what 6 back-to-back Grand Finals wins so far, so they are on a roll right now. If they could win this KPL Grand Finals, that is gonna be insane achievement for a team like AG.
Yep, they're the exact embodiment of success begets success, right? Once you win, you can't stop winning. And of course, all AG fans are looking for this continual winning streak. But on the other side, TTG, they're looking to create a new history. And if they're able to take down AG here, they will be one of the first teams in a long while to win AG and in fact eliminate them out of competition here.
And for TTG, it's interesting as well because Ching, their captain, he went for a role swap towards the roamer from Clash Lane. They tested, they really experimented with it, but it didn't really work out. So he's right now back into the Clash Lane now, which puts a lot of hearts at ease, especially for the Talent Gaming fans. So coming to this series, I think Clash Lane will be also one of the key points that we keep talking about between Ron, between Ching. These two are the playmakers coming in for both teams.
Yep, and also we want to take a look at the best jungler in KPL, and I'm talking about Zoe here from the side of AG. He has claimed multiple times that he wanted to be #1 in the jungle role across the entire league. Achieved it already, looking to build more upon this legacy. Can he continue it today?
And talking about best junglers as well, Hua Hai is also currently at the MKL venue in Malaysia, and then you have also Zoe, currently one of the most active and best junglers in the KPL scene. So with more trophies added into Zoe's slot, he could potentially secure himself as the best after these few wins.
Yep, the other competitor we're talking about is Sunrise. So the direct competition, he's going to be the jungler for the side of TTG. The last time we saw him in person, he was in crutches in a wheelchair.
Oh, yeah.
And he's back to full strength now. I think maybe we'll see a dominant rise on the jungle for the side of TTG.
So day one, we had LGD and also Weibo Gaming, and drafts was different. So I'm really excited to see what we have for today. But let's go to the team lineup.
Yeah, very impressive stats from both teams here. They're looking to create history here because they have to. There is no other way. It is the lower brackets, meaning if you lose this series today, you will be going back to wherever you came from.
Yeah, you go to the lower bracket, right? Because right now you are at the lower segment, the bottom segment of the upper bracket, right? So if you lose this series, sure, you still have a second chance. But knowing your backs are against the wall in the lower bracket, you don't really feel as comfortable compared to you being in the upper semifinals. So for these teams, it will be the best for them if they could win out in today's best of 7.
We are looking for the TKO, the total knockout, because finally we get what we said is going to happen, the knockout stage. You will be going home if you lose the series here. Now, it's going to be a very tight game. Game number 1, as you've already seen in the previous 2 days, has been the tone setter, right, for both teams going into their best of 7 series.
Exactly the case, especially when we talk about best of 7 series, it always goes down to one thing, right? Whereby we talk about it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You take things slow. Even if you drop 0-2 in the start, you still can find those comebacks potential because it's 7 games long. Every game you go into is a fresh game with more added weight onto your pick and bans. 5 more bans, 5 more bans. It just keeps stacking until that game number 7.
And within the game itself, there are multiple opportunities for you to carve that lifeline out. We've seen a couple of examples already. Number 1, winning a very big team fight. Or if you want to make it easy for yourself, just go in and steal the Shadow Overlord when the opponent team has the Primal Bond, right? We've seen that happen a couple of times already.
Yeah, that was painful for Wolves Esports yesterday. They did fall back to the lower bracket. So props to them. It will be a very interesting crawl from them from the lower bracket. But let's head on to the live venue and check out the live stage.
各位好，欢迎来到2025 KPL 年度总决赛长沙站淘汰赛的现场。大家好，我是今晚的主持人02，欢迎各位的到来。转眼淘汰赛已经来到第3天的对决，而今晚要亮相的，一边是带着连冠和跨赛季22连胜底气而来的成都 AG 超玩会，另一边则是将夏日遗憾深埋心底、用不甘打磨自我的广州 TTG。今晚这场承载期待的焦点之战即将打响。首先，让我们有请第1支登场的战队——成都 AG 超玩会。
Let us welcome AG to the stage.
We
来，让我们有请第2支登场的战队——广州 TTG。
Challengers on the opposite end, Talent Gaming from Guangzhou.
It's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me now.
赶逐云霄志，王者是锋芒，是成都 AG 超玩会延续超强统治力。
And this is going to be the matchup between AG against TTG, Talent Gaming against All Gamers. Who is going to take this entire series?
That's for them to find out. The stronger ones will always come out on top, but it will definitely be a absolute monstrous of a challenge coming in from Talent Gaming to really put a mark to the terror of AG's reign.
It is such a difficult task to complete, especially when the stakes are so high. We are in the lower brackets, meaning if you lose, you're gonna go home, and you only get that one shot in this best of 7.
Well, this best of 7 will be interesting because things are starting to look heated, right? Because so far, as we see KPL Summer Upper Finals, AG 4-2 TTG, and then KWC against TTG, AG was like what, 1-3, and then they bounced back with a 4-3 finish, right? So it's very interesting on how resilient AG has been in really forming this legacy for themselves.
Yes, this is the mark of the champions, right? It's not about how many times you fail, it's how many times you recover, how many times you stand up, and how many times you dominate the competition. And this is going to be a very important marker we're looking out for today, because both teams, this is tournament life on the line. But we'll start with the introductions of the players first. Take a look at the support, the Clash laner here. Ran going to represent AG in the top side of the map for the Clash lane. He's not the only member that you need to watch out for. The jungler, number 1 in KPL, Zoe here. He's going to try and bring the most difficult decisions you have to choose from in the jungle of AG. Moving on from this, we also have the mid laner Sheng. This guy has been on a roll in the mid lane, and he's looking to put up another beautiful performance against the competitors. Of course, the one and only Eno, the farm lane that you all know. He's going to be responsible for jumping into the backlines, getting the damage in, and the one person that's going to bring him through all the troubles, none other than Shuai, the one and only big brain, Mr. Master.
And this is a superstar-studded roster that we're talking about, right? Because all these players, all 4 of them, maybe it's not Ron, has the FMVP title for the KPL season, right? So coming in for this season, maybe it's time for Ron to pick up that FMVP title, but he will have to go through Ching first in towards that Clash Night, because we know 12 seasons in KPL, Ching has had an absolute dominance in this league here. But coming through with a young roster, TTG, they have Sunrise in that jungle as well, right? Because so far, I gotta say, even though we've seen like very low appearance of this team, they have a lot of domination with these entire lineup. And mid lane, we have Crane sitting there. He's been so good in these control mages, these assassins, and they have been pulling up a lot of these amazing team fights. And Snowy, this man has been one of the contestants that could really contend against Zeno in that farm lane here. But without ending this roster, we could always talk about the Roam as well. Josing is definitely one of those you need to look out for, especially today. He is challenging the big brain coming in from AG.
Yep, he definitely brings joy to my face when we take a look at him. At the same time, right, let's hope that they bring joy to the TTG fans, because AG is a tall mountain to climb. Not many have conquered this mountain. In fact, a lot have failed.
Indeed, right, because we look at the historical lineup coming in for the side of AG, 2024 to 2025, right now, we only seen them lose 1 Grand Finals. And so far, they are in a 6 Grand Finals win streak and maybe looking to win a 7th for themselves. So this is absolute dominance coming in for this roster.
Very scary, right? This is where the experience comes in, where, you know, we've taken a look at teams like Weibo Gaming, where they swap in players in between these high intensity matches just to give them the experience so that they can perform better in the later stages of the tournament. And you know what? AG has done this consistently already. All players experience in best of 7s, experience with dealing with their backs against the walls.
Backs against the wall, that is the name of the game here. But TT Global, they are young and they are ferocious. They are hungry to take down the giants here. You're put into a situation whereby you're challenging the league's best team so far in the 2025 season here. So if you could really take a series out of them in this best of 7, you could really just put yourself into a mental state that could win the entire thing. And this is the biggest event of KPL in 2025.
And of course, to aid them, right? It's not just the 5 members on that are playing and representing the team on the Gorge. We also have the coaches, CWY on the side of AG, and we have Juta on the side of TTG. The brilliant minds of the coaches will be the ones responsible for giving them the equipment, the tools to pull ahead.
That's what we called about them, right? You have the big brains in game, but you have to honor the brains out of the game as well. They plan the drafts, they plan the heroes, and they plan the tactics here. Do you start the side lane jungling? Do you start the mid lane jungling? Do you know the specific habits coming in from your opponents? All this comes from experience, and that's what a coach provides in these moments.
Well, the first thing we have to consider is which side they will be on, right? We have the blue side, the prio pick side. We also have the red side, the counter pick side. And this will heavily influence the kind of drafts they will start with as well.
So far from yesterday and the day before, I think red side seemed to had much more of a higher win rate. We've seen the Wolves versus the matchup from against DRG yesterday. It was always red side, or 80% with red side coming on top in those key matchups here. So coming to today, what will be the decision will be very interesting. Will AG prioritize the blue side and show us something different in the drafting phase?
That remains to be seen, right? Because this one, like we said, sets the tone for the rest of the series. You definitely want to have a lead, right? It puts less pressure onto you and adds additional pressure towards your opponents as well. Because now you have to kind of consider, okay, we've used these 5 heroes for the picks and bans. Can we make it work now that we have lost one of the games?
Oh yeah, that's always something you have to be worrying about as you pay respect, as you pay all these bans. But you cannot always ban out specific heroes, right? Because OP heroes or first pick priority will start stacking up as the entire best of 7 goes down to game 3, 4, 5, 6. That's where you don't even have enough bans to limit the approach coming in from your opponents.
Yep, we will take a look. There's so many prio picks in the first hero pool available because game number 1, essentially everything is open. You have the Cat Boom, you have the Master Lupan, you have the Lupan number 7, you have the Chicha as well. So many big picks. I want to see what is the idea here we're going with.
I think the idea, at the very least for AG, is to prioritize a strong roamer coming in for Shrine, because we know if you enable Shrine, put him on the Yuhuan roam, put him on the likes of the Sulie or the likes of Lian Po, he always finds those moments to really surprise us and bring a momentum shift for the side of AG. So putting the focus on towards Shrine might be something that AG and TTG has to be focusing on for today.
Yes, I want to see what they kind of leak out in the first game here. Is it going to be the Arlie? Is it going to be the Master Lupan? Or maybe even the Cat Boom? Because these are all game changers. And we know for a fact, both the mid laners here, in the form of Crane as well as Sheng, they do really well in the mid lane. I'm curious to see if they're going to be allowing certain picks. Because you know in KPL, if we give you these picks, we definitely have a counter for it.
Oh yeah, there's always counters to specific picks, but there's always ways to play around the counter as well. We talk about the Arlie versus the Geya or Channel matchup, but how do pros avoid it? They just send the Arlie towards the mid lane, make sure the Arlie picks up the most farm and makes her fasten the pace towards those 3-item power spikes here. So those are styles that we can really look into, because you look at the AG roster here. You can play the things like the Princess Frost, Liang, you play things like the Algren or the Arlie. All these are the signature picks here coming in for the AG roster.
Which is kind of interesting because we've seen the same compositions yesterday, but we have seen the full counters as well. Princess Frost, Liang combination. immediately countered by one pick, the Wu Zetian, which hasn't been really prominent in the KPL League thus far, but it was shades of brilliance yesterday from the winning team.
Exactly the case, right? Every pick in HOK makes sense because if you can find a strategic approach to formula around it, like, okay, Liang counter, we have usually the Zenren, and then you add in one more, which is the Wu Zetian, that makes so much value, which what Dragon Ranger Gaming really showed us from yesterday's matchup.
Exactly. I'm so curious. We are diving right into it as the teams are discussing what is this first prio pick here.
You can see the fans here in this 3,000 capacity stadium here. There's barely any empty slots here. They are all here to witness the glory that will be given birth to between TT Gaming and also AG, because these two teams, they are ready and they might just start off this best of 7 with the first pick and bans.
Right, let's take a look at what this ban pick phase in game number 1 is going to offer to us. AG are going to be on the blue side with a 71% win rate. Red side for TTG with a 69% win rate.
It'll be interesting, right? Because starting off the bat, we have already been banning out some of these key picks, right? Like the Haya, like very good at limiting all these assassins or these like frontline carries here. So removing that from the pool is a smart choice coming in from all gamers here. And to top it off, they also removed the Jing as well. So more of these frontal assault and assassin with lots of mobility has been removed from the pool.
Pay here, right? It has to be a pay. You take out a Jing. You take out the Master Lupin as well. This is one opening that's available. Cat Boom is also another option they can kind of explore on the side of AG. And the fact that they banned out the Conqueror, right? So that is going to take away a lot of damage soak from the Conqueror. Let's see. Cat Boom is going to be prio pick for all gamers.
But that does leave open the combination of the Lady Zen and Dunshan, or Dunshan and Fatigue combination for South Thailand Gaming, right? So you're trading OPs at the start of the match here, but the priority is going over to the Diadira. Are we going to see an Arlie or Goya pickup here coming in from Thailand Gaming?
Algren is going to be that final pick. I think this is a great answer because, you know, Cat Boom survives on the basis that they're able to shoot from afar. The Algren is a penetration strat, right? So you go straight in with the path of passing, open things up, just dive into the heat of things.
Yep, diving into the heat of things here as we get more of these counter picks here, like the Agudo and also the Sulie they talk about, right? So, okay, you ban away the Master Luban, you ban away the Kong Kong but then that still leaves open so many of these strong engaged roamers like the Sulie, like the Lian Po for Shuai to really pick up.
That's true. I like this answer, right? Because one of the things they suffer from as an Algren player is the fact that you can't deal with knockups. The more knockups and CC you're under, the less lifesteal you're able to do from your death swipe, which is the death precipice here.
And if you look over to Talent Gaming's draft, you have the Heino, you have the Algren, you have the Diadea here. This spells a lot of sustain and survivability here. So for all gamers here, they will definitely need to draft more consistent DPS to really shut down these big tanky front lines that will be surviving in most of these team fights in the mid to later stages of the game.
Yeah, you can see that AG, they've really banned out the Fuzu. They don't want to be locked down, right? They want to play from range, they don't want to be touched. This Heino is also an absolute counter pick against the Agudo because when in melee form, you get the best lifesteal, maximum efficiency on that first skill.
But man, so many of these bans are targeted towards the clashings on both sides. You have the Guan Yu, you have the Charlotte, and then on AG's side, you're banning away the Fuzi and also the Byron here. So we might just see like, what, 6 bans in total targeting the clash lane pool at the start of game 1.
I fully agree as well. I think TTG right now, it's best to kind of lock in, I think, a Gerya or Chano, someone that's mobile, right? Because you have a very strong front line. The Heino and the Algren, that's great. You have the heals from the Diadea as well. Let's see it with AG having the last ban. What is this ban going to be?
It's gonna be on a Fatih here, so Fatih being locked away for all gamers here. That's 6 Clash Laners banned on each side here. So Talent Gaming, they do go with the Gerya and Diadea approach here. So this is a very strong early to mid game draft here coming in from Talent Gaming here. For AG, they definitely need to hold their grounds. Definitely need to pick something that could simultaneously burst up the tank here. But Yino here, hovering towards the Sun Quan on his 4th pick for the marksman.
That's a great pick. Now, we have not seen the best performance yet from the Sun Quan picks across the board from day 1 to 2, but now day number 3, and it's on Enor, by the way, so I think we might have a spectacular performance. The Ambrosia comes through as well. A lot of sustain And second life, like they have the second life on the Sulia, they have the second life on the Ambrosia as well. How does TTG deal with this?
I'm very intrigued with the AG's draft here. They have so much damage coming in from the main 3 members, coming in from Sheng, Yino, and also the likes of Ran here. But TTG, you ask them, how are we gonna cover up more damage sources? What better way of doing it than the Chicha being locked in for Qing Qing in that clash lane?
I love this. I think it's a great answer. You are able to outdamage the extra life bars on the side of Ambrosia when she goes into the indomitable state. But for now, it then relies on the jungling capacities on both sides, TTG as well as all gamers. How does Zoe as well as Sunrise path their way into success here?
It will be interesting, right? Because we always talk about the early game and mid game there. And what do we really look at? We look at the junglers and the teammates playing around them. So if both of them get a stable jungle, there's no jungle invasion, then we will look at the 4th minute, the 10th minute fights to really decide who really comes out on top. But if the Ogren finds that early game tempo, this could be huge because AG does not have enough damage to shut him down.
Okay, I'm gonna play the devil's advocate here, and I'm gonna give you the perspective of AG because I think with the setups by Shuai, with the setups by Zoe, that God's mobilization where, he's gonna throw the furball down, it's actually quite a dangerous situation for both Qing and Snowy. They don't do well against CC.
Yeah, they don't do well against CC, and they will definitely need to be playing even better in terms of those team fights here, especially when you talk about the Sun Quan as well. Once you get a bit of a shove, a bit of a stun on towards the character, his ultimate immediately gets cancelled off here, and he is so money heavy. You need so much gold to get the Sun Quan online before he even gets to participate in these team fights.
Exactly, and I think one of the things here that is going to be very huge in terms of gameplay, I think they want to force out Inua's flash right at the 3-minute mark, or maybe even the 3.5-minute mark, right? We've already seen Sun Quan with no flash kind of suffers a bit when placed in a dangerous situation here.
Exactly here, but draft has been locking coming in from both of AG and also TTG here as coaches shake hands before we go into the first game of this best of 7 match in the upper bracket 3rd match of the quarterfinals.
Alright, let's go. Game number 1. This one sets the tone, and these are the 5 first picks on both sides. AG going up against Talent Gaming. Who is going to come out on top?
It will be very interesting here because historically speaking, TTG in a best of 7 setting always bested AG in those first few games, and then AG, they will suddenly activate their neuron and come back in those rest of the series here. So for me, this game number 1, the interesting pick coming in the Sun Quan, Ambrosia, and also the Chicha will play a pivotal part for both of these 2 teams.
Agree. I think we will take a look at whether Sunrise is going to make that aggressive entry. But the one that will make an aggressive entry are the fans. Let's hear them cheer for their teams.
And right out of that, we start to see a jungle invasion here coming in from Sunrise. This is the exact rotation that we've seen from yesterday. How you deal with an Agudo. You make sure that he is unable to get that early clear, make sure he's unable to use his passive, and that's how you deal with it. So right now, Sunrise already having that early game tempo with a 1-up in that buff department.
Beautiful start, but here comes the next question, right? Does AG respond, and how do they respond? Because if they can steal a buff back or even get the first blood, that is going to cancel out the small advantage that TTG have gotten for themselves.
Oh, Flash already burned by Yino here, so that is the painful part here coming in for the Sun Quan. You have no decent mobility here, so if it were not to Flash there, he could have taken a lot of HP damage here. So smart play coming in from Yino here, but as you can see, being stolen 1 buff away puts Zoe into a slower tempo to that level 4 here. He has to pick up more resources from these minion waves.
Yeah, which is why they're kind of putting 3 members in the mid, as well as trying to look for an opening, right? What other camps are available, or are there any first bloods open for the taking?
For now, it will be quite a quiet game here as the focus has been put on towards the farming here. Yino with no flash may be the primary target here coming in for the TP Gaming squad here. But so far, if we were to look at TT Gaming squad, you don't have a hard force aside from the Diadea spell 2 here, so that's still a fortunate part here coming in for the AG farm lane.
Which is kind of scary. We have seen the risk of having very little control on your draft, right? And you know, some teams have already faltered from that. Talent Gaming, can they give us a different ending to this story?
They indeed do have the timer here coming in for the side of the blue for all gamers. Do they go for the invade? But it seems to me that they are putting a lot of focus on towards Yino's farming here, because we know Sun Quan, you do not let him farm towards that 3-item power spike. That's where he excels the best in these team fights.
Yeah, for sure. And you can take a look at Sunrise. Slightly different in the animation here. Actually going for the Boots of Deafness. He's going to increase his movement speed, and that's going to allow him to farm so much faster. Look at the rotation he's making around the map.
Oh yeah, he's just cruising around the map, picking farm everywhere as he goes here. So that's definitely something you will want to be really trying to do, because we know as well, right? When you buy the boots, you have a one chance in every 5 minutes to swap to another boot. So during combat, you best believe he's going to be swapping to a Fortitude or a defensive boots per se.
I think a Boots of Fortitude is definitely going to make a lot of sense, right? Not to say that the magic damage only comes from Sheng. It might be more than enough on this cat boot for sure.
Oh yeah, and probably we will be seeing items like the Venomous Staff come in extra early, coming in from Sheng, because you're looking at multiple healings here. Crane with the ultimate, Sunrise with the ultimate, Joy with her ultimate as well. So all these heroes, they provide a lot of healing here. So the value on that Venomous Staff that has just been completed by Sheng will pay dividends.
Yes, this is going to definitely dilute the value of an extended fight, which is something that TTG is going to absolutely love, right? AG, they want to end this skirmish ASAP. They don't want to overextend, because the longer the fight goes, TTG naturally gets the skirmish advantage.
Oh yeah, the Heart Link, all these healings, they can pump through, and then it really provides Talent Gaming to win all these supplement fights, right? Because the longer it goes, more Scepters start jamming you, more damage comes in from the side of the Joy's passive. So for AG, the early game will be quite quiet until Yino and also Ran on these two side lane carries start ramping up the items here. Potentially, you want to start this game to in 8 to 10 minutes when 2-3 items start to come in. That's when AG, their power spike hits.
Which fully explains, right, why they didn't take the risk to go for that Tyrant struggle when the Foreman and Mark Talent Gaming already have a... I mean, it's a small advantage, not the biggest in the world, but right now, Sunrise can definitely make life a little bit difficult. They have the Tyrant's buff on their hands for the next 60 seconds. This is where they really want to fight, but the fight is going to be kind of primed at the top side, because the T1 on the top gonna fall using the Fate Rewind to save the tower at this point. Ching is in danger. They want to chase in as well. The flash committed by Crane. Unable to get the final hit, but Ching does finish the job here.
Ching finds the final snipe here, annihilates Ran's hope in that escape here, and moving towards the bot side here as Raging Sandstorm already being committed by Snowy here. Just a tips of taps towards that farm lane, but that was a beautiful play here coming in from Chin, finding the execution on towards Ran greediness.
Okay, Sagi, we have to explain. So this first blood being taken by Ching, how big of an impact is it going to give to TTG?
It was gonna definitely contribute to a lot of tempo here, because you're looking at the Agudo trying to look for these early game aggression from those towers here, but that nice Fate Rewind here coming in from Crane, setting the tower back to a full health, allowing Ching to get that kill, means that this Chicha will get more items and a faster farm rotation here. But look at the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's all this little plays, right? Like, Ran actually took too many hits from the T1 turret after it was revived from that Crane Ultimate Fate Rewind. That was one of the main reasons why Ran actually had to take a fall there. And with the second skill on the side of Ching, you mentioned it before, the range is unmatched on this one.
Yeah, it's unmatched, and it deals extremely high damage against like lower health targets. It also does true damage as well, right? That is the range form coming in from the Chicha, played by TTG's Gaming's Ching.
So great start for Ching. Now, it's not going to be a huge advantage, right? We can see on the gold deficit, it's less than 100 at this point. So it doesn't really matter that big to the side of AG, as long as they are able to maintain these T1s across the board, because they've already gotten the gold on that first T1 on the top.
But look for the bot side here, as we see an engage do come through. Two-man Gorge mobilization. Is there any follow-up engage?
Oh, the flash committed though. They might be able to go in and get this one, but the save comes in from the side of Joy, so they do survive. But this is at the cost of a T1 at the bottom. So Talent Gaming, they do survive, but they're losing gold unless Ching makes the trade here.
but it's good news overall, right? TTG called goal, they burned the campus slowly, but what was in return? Sung had to burn the flash, Stry had to burn the flash as well, so that's no flash on 2 key members coming in from AG. That is important cooldowns down for all gamers.
Yes, very important for the side of AG, which means they won't be able to take too big of a fight right now, right? And with a lineup that is such a draggy team fight lineup on the side of Talent Gaming, this is to their benefit.
And we see an teleport here coming in from Ron here just to protect Yino. As we talk about, if Yino gets a smooth scaling game, he will definitely have more of a tempo here as an engage does come true towards the jungle here, 1v1.
Yep, 1-on-4 actually on the backline. Shuai is in danger, but they've taken out Sunrise. It's the same formula for them with the Fate Rewind. They try to reset into the fight. Talent Gaming have to run away. There is not enough damage off it at this point.
Big kill here coming in from all gamers here. They took down the biggest tank of all from Talent Gaming here. That is Sunrise Ogren down for another 10 seconds here, which allows AG pressure elevated from the shoulders of Yino, allowing this Sun Quan to further farm for resource, to further farm for that 3-item power spike.
Yeah, you can see now the wrestle in terms of #1 farm in the game is between Ching as well as, I believe it's Inua, right? On the side of AG.
Exactly here. As we start to see towards the itemization here, Yino is potentially going for that Ominous Premonition or Frigid Charge on that 3rd item here, making even more of a battle marksman that we talk about here. But look at Zoe though.
Yep, they're trying to get the catch on him with the roll. It's CC immune. They get the nice knockup as well. Can they finish the job? Not going to be able to on the side of AG. Talent Gaming, they make it out safely, but at the same time, the T1 on the top has been secured by the side of Ran. Just AG playing the map so well. They get the Tyrant as well. What a timing.
Oh yeah, Sheng, Shuai, and Zoe were pulling 5 members here coming in from Talent Gaming, and the rest of the members here, Ron and Yino, were just casually farming these sideways. And look at the jungle right now, it might just be in danger coming in from Talent Gaming here, but they are forced to back away as the Crimson Golem coming in from all gamers are starting to spawn.
Yep, no need for greed at this point. It was a risk not available for AG to take. For now, they're totaling up to 28,000, so they're still leading the gold charts on the side of AG.
Exactly here, but so far, if we were to talk about the potential coming in from Snowy and also Joy, you need these 2 combinations to really lock down the Sun Quan. But hang on a moment, Qing Qing has found the members onto his Ron.
Yep, it's 3 members with the ultimate use as well. It's not going to be enough. On this side, Ron will be taken down, and Talent Gaming, they find an open space.
That is an important timer here because that is 27 seconds until the Shadow variant starts to spawn here. Ron will have to rock from base if he wants to be in position for that objective here. Good kill, good timing coming in from Talent Gaming.
I mean, this is on the premise that TTG actually kickstart one of the neutral objectives right away once the countdown is done, right? And it looks like that's going to be the game plan here.
Oh yeah, they are already 4-man strong in towards the river here. King on the teacher here is slowly pathing towards his objective here. Shadow Tyrant on this heavy minimap has been spawned towards the bottom river in this game #1.
Yeah, but Shuai is looking for an opening. They have to reset on the side of TTG. The Tyrant will be reset. The buff timers are coming up as well. Now, what is the decision here from TTG? Do they reset? Do they go for the fight?
They indeed have to attend to the waves first because bot side has already been cleared by Yino here, and a Fate's Rewind has been committed by Crane as well here. So that is a big cooldown being losing away from Talent Gaming's mid lane.
Yep, that's a big commitment. At the same time, Inua as well as Shuai, they're already working their hands onto this Shadow variant of the Tyrant. Now, this destined encounter going to be dropped down by Joy. Can they get the reset in on the side of AG? If not, TTG will be in a losing state here because they will immediately go for the next fight. Nice knockup onto the Haino here, and it's not looking too good. It is going to be Sunrise. He makes it out safely for the time being. The reset comes in for the side of the Tyrant. Talent Gaming, this is great for them.
Nice poke and prod here coming in from all gamers here as the scepters are starting to stack here, but look at Crane, he has no ultimate to escape.
Beautiful block off from the side of AG. Now they can turn and take the fight. They don't get any kills, but the Tyrant is secured by the side of AG. This is exactly what needs to happen for the side of all gamers.
What a beautiful micro play here coming from all gamers here. The poke and prod and the bake here, forcing Talent Gaming to commit so many spells here. Crane, no flash, Joy, no flash, and then in the end, Shadow Tyrant still goes over to AG without losing any single members.
The way they play the game is so sick. Like, Ran was actually holding off 4 different members on the side of Talent Gaming, so they can comfortably take the Shadow Tyrant on the side of all gamers.
And look at the engager coming in for the more localization here. It does make sure for the side of Crane and Joy to back away from the tower of this tier 1 here. This tower might not be for long in this approach.
Yep, and this is going to open up the vision for the side of all gamers here. This is beautiful work on the side of all gamers. Opens up the map. There are no more T1s for the side of Talent Gaming. Raging Sandstorm going to be dropped, but that comes to no avail.
But it does force out Shung's Flash for the next 2 minutes here, so he might be a target coming in for TTG if they want to look for any of these potential pickoffs here. But take a look at the item build here. We are looking at Zoe going for a semi-tank marksman here. Hunter's Grip, the pink jungle item, into a marksman core trinity here. You have the Doomsday, Sparks Rush, and potentially going for that Daybreaker here, similar to Yino as well.
Yeah, very dangerous potential here. So not only tanking it up, but also able to deliver a lot of pain to the side of Talent Gaming. Now AG, this is the position that they are looking for. They have been playing for this. It is now at 39,000 for their goal. They're close to 1,000 ahead, if not more. And a nice knock-up onto Sunrise here. They're just trying to push them away. Maybe consider a secondary take on the neutral objectives.
It is very chill game so far coming in from all gamers here. It is all within their control, making sure that they get the objective and they get the farming tempo that Yino, Zoe, and also Ron desperately needs to start dishing out damage here. But the focus has been shifted towards this Shadow Vanguard as most members, both of these two teams, are hovering towards this top side of the map.
Not ideal for them because they have to watch the buff timers. At the same time, Snowy does have the Crimson buff. This is going to be extra damage, true damage as well, offered by the farm lane.
Exactly the case here. When you have the Crimson buff, you kite the tanks exceptionally well. You apply slow, you apply true damage. That's why you need to be considering giving the red buff towards your marksman in the later stages of the game.
Okay, they have absolutely no idea on where majority of the members are on the side of AG, but they go on to the side of Zoe, unable to finish the job here. Nice snipe by the side of Ching, but no damage off it. And for now, Talent Gaming, they have to push them away. The T1 is the true target here, but on the backlines, you can see Ran is looking for the flank. Right now, TTG trying to force their way in. Nice catch, but huge jump by the side of Yino. He gives his life, but he gets Snowy in return. And on the backline, the flank we were watching for, Ran comes in. Where's the backup from the side of AG? Not going to come in too soon. Talent Gaming, both sides have lost their farm laners. But so in that case, AG still have the advantage.
AG Yino going for that 1v4, assassinating Snowy by trading his own life in that attempt here. What a aggressive play here coming in for all gamers marksman.
And the crazy part, right, we talk about, you know, the itemization here. He went for that slight defensive item in the Frigid Charge. This was all to make sure he was able to catch Snowy once he got into position. But Ching on the back lines looking for the flank, while the rest of Zoe as well. He's looking to set up the fight for the team. Unfortunately, this means Ching is going to be out of position here.
Very interesting draft here going for all gamers here. They are playing the Agudo like a pseudo marksman here, but look at Shrike here. Potentially have to force out the passive coming in.
Oh, but there's no value. They get the revive as well. They did burn out the passive, but it's fine. AG are okay with that. It is still 5 members for the side of AG. Right now, TTG, they're looking for some value across the map. They start working on this Shadow Overlord. The question is, does AG stop this? They will not. They go for the trade.
It will be a 50-50 trade here as the Chicha from the hands of Ching here is trying to stop this attempt.
Oh no, Ching, he's caught alone. They do get the Shadow Overlord. The Fate Rewind going to be committed by Crane as well. They look for the wrap around Joy, looking for an opening, catches eyes onto Enor as well, Shuai. But for now, they are A-okay, totally safe. As look at Sunrise, they are looking to invade into the jungle as well. They do give the Crimson buff in the Snowy. So they're looking for a next fight and also the T1 in the mid.
But this is such a good rotation here coming from Talent Gaming. They managed to trade Ching's life to stop all gamers from trading that Shadow Tyrant here. So right now, in terms of objective here, it is in favor of Talent Gaming in towards the map as they have secured the Shadow Vanguard for more structural damage.
But they have lost the T2 at the bottom. Now, is that going to hurt them in the later parts of this game? We've seen teams crumble because they've lost control of the map in the early parts.
The early part was always in favor of all gamers, but it was always within a 1-2,000 goal lead here. But right now, if we were to see Talent Gaming with the acquisition on their Shadow Vanguard, they could really position themselves for more of these jungle invasion, more of these jungle neutrals.
Okay, they're going in with the Fate Rewind as well. They want to set down the damage. The Panda is falling low, but the real victim here is Sunrise. He gets taken down immediately by Eno on the backlines as well. Ching is looking for an opening, unable to find one. Can they get the save? Not going to be the case. Eno once again gives his life, gets a second kill for the side of AG. As Talent Gaming, they're crumbling, but they have a lifeline in the form of the Shadow Overlord. They make the trade on the side of AG for the Shadow Tyrant, but this is going to buy them some good time on the side of AG.
What a masterclass here coming in from Yino here, finding back-to-back targets, first on Sunrise and then immediately slicing and dicing, removing Ching from that equation as well. This allows the Shadow Tyrant to fall in favor of all gamers for the next 70 seconds.
I love this play from the side of Eno, right? Because, look, it doesn't matter whether he takes a fall, it takes a knee, he gets his target first, and that's true value. As long as you get what you want, it doesn't matter when you're out of the game for the next few seconds.
And this is the 17th minute of the game, right? With the goal lead almost tied between these two teams. 1.4k at 17 minutes. It is a very minor difference here. It is maybe like one item full for a item swap.
Exactly, and this one, we're reaching towards the later stages of the game. Tempest Dragon might be one of the potential win conditions for both of these teams.
And take a look at the item as well here, Kin. Sage Sanctuary being already purchased for both Zoe and Yino in this next team fight here. So they will have the second life to come back and fight for their team here. So they might just be looking for a final fight to end the game.
Yep, in short, it's a 5v8 because Shuai's passive gives him another life as well. Now, Talent Gaming, can they manage against the multiple hit points on the side of AG? They also have scary turret taking pressure here. The T2 on the top, secured by all gamers.
Right now, they're fighting for control, fighting for the river control for this objective, spawning in 40 seconds. But look at Shuai here, he might be looking for an angle.
Yep, he definitely is, right? But the important part is they want to catch out Snowy because he's the main damage dealer besides Ching as well. Either one of them fall, this is not going to be a great fight for the side of Talent Gaming.
They're looking, Force Mobilization hits on towards Crane here, but look at Zoe here, his Sage Sanctuary has fallen.
Yep, his first life is gone. Can he get and finish the job here on the side of TTG? Here comes the blades as well from Crane, but he's falling low. All the damage in the world is not enough. AG, they come back in a huge form. And right now, Talent Gaming, they're struggling to put up against the damage on the side of AG. The T3 is going to be taken as well as a full team wipe. It's an ace for the side of all gamers.
That was a crazy team fight there. Zoe was nowhere near that team fight, and it was the 4 members coming in from all gamers fighting that complete team fight, annihilating 5 members coming in from Talent Gaming. Game 1 goes over to all gamers.
Everything coming in great synergy for the side of all gamers. What a game. 8 lives to play with, and completely the map was blue for the side of AG.
Oh yeah, the engager initially on towards the Agudo led into a Sage Sanctuary burn. He escaped towards safety, and then the follow engage, the re-engage coming in from the Sulier on the hands of Shuai found the key members. Sunrise on that auger was always the punching bag coming in for Talent Gaming.
Yep, exactly. A very painful situation to deal with because there's a lot of setup on the side of AG, right? We talked about Shuai in the early part of the game, the Sulier coming in, especially with his ultimate, the Unconquerable Army. That's one pain point for the side of Talent Gaming. The second one is his Iron Colossus. That second life that he has, so many hit points to run through.
Oh, I'm also wanting to talk about one thing. Yes, Sulier, the Iron Colossus that's being played by Shuai, was a pretty good eye candy for us, but let's talk about the Sun Quan, man. Yesterday, we did not have this level of performance, but game 1, this is game 1, ladies and gentlemen. What does game 1 mean? Lots of picks, lots of bans that could really limit this Sun Quan's game experience, but when it comes down to proper execution, Yino was playing so daringly. He was finding assassinations after assassinations, going in for those aggressive ultimates. And
it's very clear that he was looking to trade his life, right? Adding on with the Frigid Charge, I think that kind of improvisation in the animation really changed the way that AG's difficulties were taken because they didn't really have to care too much. He knew he would have gotten that kill nonetheless. And the fact that he's able to melt Sunrise so quickly, I think that was the pain point that TTG could never figure out.
Oh yeah, that was a very big pain point because we talk about, right, okay, what does it take for Sun Quan to scale towards that mid-late game that he wants to be in safe laning phase and avoid to be falling too far behind? And that is all the checklist that AG really ticked off to allow Yino on that Sun Quan to play towards that late game here. So we keep talking about, okay, the Gerya, the Diadia that's being drafted by Talent Gaming, they needed to even double down and limit the farm approach of the Sun Quan. But all in all, things were really in favor of all gamers to take that game 1.
Exactly. They could never isolate Eno. I think that was the main problem that they could not find a solution to. The only person that was ever up in their faces, it was either Ran or it was Shuai, both of which have an extra life per se, right? You have the ultimate coming in from the Ambrosia for Ran. You also have the Iron Colossus on the side of Shuai. So too many things to deal with, and while you're busy trying to deal with the extra lives that really are not the actual targets. Eno is just having fun on the backlines.
Yeah, all these spells were really dealt onto Zoe on the Agudo, and Zoe, with that Furball, did escape towards safety here, leaving the room for damage to be outputted by Eno on that Sun Quan. So definitely good stuff coming in from AG all around.
Yep, and this was, I would like to say, it's a pretty expensive draft, right, on the side of AG. They had to use the Ambrosia, they had to use the Sulia. Sun Chen, it's a risky pick. We've seen this pick come out from the past few days as well. Agudo as well, very expensive pick, made it work, so it's all great for the side of AG.
But let's check out the scoreboard on what exactly went down in that game number 1 here. So let's take a look at the KDA first. Eno riding that 6-2-4 on that Sun Quan here. But let's talk a bit about the roamer that you keep pointing about, Shuai, on that Sulia. Yesterday we have King Sulia being featured from the side of Dragon Rangers. But take a look at Shuai here. He's doing a lot of work for AG success.
So it's a soft guarantee that he's the MVP, right? 0-0-10, this guy did not fall a single time. While he did use his Iron Colossus a couple of times, he was one of the main reasons why Talent Gaming struggled so much to find an opening in the first place.
I have to agree with you. All these really start to matter, right? But damage department-wise for both teams, it is really, how would I say it, equal and balanced from all these members here. The mid lane for the side of AG Sheng, he did do a lot of kitty bomb damage with that Kapu.
A lot, and as well as the all-round explosion, right? The main thing was a lot of space was created both by Ran as well as Shuai, which is why I'm kind of considering the two of them as the MVP. Now, with the help of the jungler as well, Zoe, the amount of times he used his Gorge mobilization to absolute perfection, because it was never a simple, okay, I'm gonna just place it here. It was a predicted ultimate on where the next position of the Talent Gaming members will be at, and he got double knockups, triple knockups many a times.
That's a very good point, right? Because those triple knockouts, those double knockouts really allowed Ran and also Eno to find those farm in the side lane, delaying Talent Gaming's power spike. So Talent Gaming, they had like Gelia 2 items before Eno. Snowy was supposed to find those big team fights for the team using Gilia's Raging Sandstorm, catching members off guard. But because of the fact that the Agudo on the hands of Zoe was always playing aggressive, finding those moments, it really allowed Eno and also Ran to farm and farm and farm. But hang on a moment, MVP belongs to one person, and it is the man in that farm lane, the man in red for the side of AG. Eno is your MVP for game number 1.
That's right, arguably the face of KPL. Look at the number of trophies and achievement this guy has.
Goodness.
This is just going to be added on here. A KDA of 6, 2, and 4. The 2 devs were well worth it because he made the best trade possible for the side of all gamers.
Exactly right. The 6-2-4, the 2 devs that we talk about, one was the assassination against Snowy on that Gelia. The following one was to trade his life for 2 additional members, allowing AG to secure that Shadow Tyrant, right? So, all in all, it was a perfect game here coming in from Sun Quan, from laning, from early, all the way to that mid-lane team fight.
And this is why AG is so scary, right? Yes, we have the MVP. He's definitely one of the best performers out there for game number 1. But the scary thing is, he's not just the only one performing. Every single member on the side of AG really brought their A game, allowing Eno to shine as well. And this is what we mean by a true team play.
And this is how you proc the Sun Quan ultimate, right? When you stack 5 attacks on towards the enemy, it shows you a mark here. So take a look at Snowy here. You see, blue mark on towards him, line immediately allows the Sun Quan to fly a long distance into the backline, assassinating Snowy on that Gelia.
Yep, shows you perfect calculation, right? He knew the risk he was taking. He knew that he was going to fall. So the only question was, if I have to make the trade, how much value can I get out of making that absolute crazy dive? And this is where, look at that, diving into the middle of 3, opening up the rest of the fight for his team.
Oh yeah, and this was the final fight that we talk about, right? So first life coming in from Zoe here. He's forced at 6 Sanctuary, has to run away towards safety here. But take a look at Eno here. He's unbothered, looking for the assassination here. Has the full stack on towards the members coming in for the side of TT Gaming here. Softs over to the Destiny, has a second life, gets healed up, and goes in for that final finisher onto the full members of TT Gaming.
Yes, and based on this, my math was wrong. It is not 8 lives, it is 9 lives for the side of AG, because you have to count the Ambrosia ultimate as well. Let's hear what the players were communicating during the game.
我直接吸掉，能上去吗？那个吃炸过上，靠东位这边能拿吗？给我捡个血包。哎，我吸掉了，兄弟，能打，当司命没敲，刷拉司命，就刷拉司命，兄弟。 往靠我这，往靠我这。给他，给他，给他，给他，给他，给他，给他，给他。凯洛，凯洛。可以了，别给他电击。下二边，下二边，走了，走了，走了。我去带，我去带。你看我，看我，看我。看一下，看来了。砸了，砸了，砸了，打一套，打一套，拉回来。拉回来，拉回来，兄弟。可以看，可以看，可以看。看到秒了，秒了。哎，吃叉，吃叉，吃叉，吃叉，吃叉，吃叉，吃叉，吃叉，吃叉。不行就往后拉，往后拉，往后拉。来来来，跟我。懵了，懵了，懵了。别别别，懵了，懵了，别别别，藏起来，藏起来。能拆吗？能拆，能拆，能拆，能拆。我能走，我能走，兄弟，我能走，我能走，我能走。我们上，给他，给他，给他。我们上，我们上，我们上，我们上，我们上。我上，看我，看我，看我。来，能看你，能看你，能看你，看他一下，看他一下。接他，接他。我明的，我明的。来来来来，你走，射走，射走，射走。过来看我，过来看我。来来来来，可以。压个球，压个球。上了一波了。你可能不知道最后一波我有多谁。知道吧？看到我在后面有了吗？黑蛋看到了吗？我只看到伤害好高。
Beautiful. Beautiful communication. Now, for those of you that don't understand Mandarin, don't worry, we'll kick it down for you. And essentially, this was just an alignment in terms of communication, right? So that first dive where Shuai was actually in the middle of 4 people, the entire team then turned into the eyes of Sunrise. They were shouting to go on the Sunrise, and the comms throughout for AG has always been, what is the one single thing we all have to focus on? That is the main difference between a winning team strategy comms and someone that maybe doesn't win as much.
And we talk about communication, right? And then the main one was always coming from Yino. It's like, follow me, follow me, follow me. I can engage, I can engage. And then Aaron was like, okay, okay, cover him, cover him. Make sure you don't put him behind. And that is what you call trust between your teammates, right? Because Yino going in for that play, the teammates immediately came into his favor when he was resurrecting from the Sage Sanctuary. So all this is years of practice, hours of practice to really form that bond between you and your team.
Exactly, and many other factors such as your proficiency in the hero, knowing how to cover the gaps that your teammates will leave, because you're never 100% protected, 100% covered in any situation. You need your team to back you up. So AG did that perfectly well. Number one, with the communication that, hey, this is the one player we're all supposed to focus on. And the secondary part is also about, I am going to take a risk. Can the rest of you cover me in my tracks?
Yeah, and it really shows, like, as a team, you need proper communication, and the team fight setting, it was always what? Either Agudo on the hands of Zoe or Sule on the hands of Shuai, finding those moments, and then they disengage for their members, and then Yino comes in clutch with those backline fangs and finding those key markers here. So definitely a very well thought out game one coming in from both AG and also TTG, because that was almost a 20-minute game for that game winning push.
Yes, very close. And of course, props to their coach, Zach WY here, who has been leading the team on a charge ever since he took over as the head coach. Now, AG, this is a great start. Nonetheless, all AG fans are very happy with this result. TTG, though, let's talk about them. I don't think this was a bad performance. They just couldn't figure out the solution because there were too many lives to deal with. This was, I would say, more of a drafting win. And of course, the execution was a lot better on the side of AG.
I think it also comes down to one thing as well, right? Team fighting wise, it was always AG coming out on top in these multiple attempts here, allowing the side of AG to find those key markers here, winning those team fights, transitioning into the shadow objectives, and that's how you make a lead. And in the end, that game-winning push 5-0 was what really backed them up in that game one.
Yep. I think one of the major differences was also the fact that they had pretty consistent hard CCs, right? So you have the Zoe ultimate on the Agudo, so-called mobilization. That's one way they can start a fight. The other way was for Shuai on this Suliet, his support roam hero, to get the unconquerable army. That's the AoE ultimate knockup that he has, that he offers for the team. That was two of the main ways they were actually setting up the fights for AG to start entering. The same could not be said for the side of TTG, right? It was very difficult because a very predictable path of passing. That was one of the ways they would start a fight on the side of Talent Gaming.
I have to agree with you, and we need to revisit back into one key thing whereby the early game coming in from the Sun Quan was not really always the best of the best heroes. He's sort of like a Marco Polo, really weak in that early phase, only strong in towards the mid to late game when you have the 2 to 3 item power spike here. So for the Sun Quan to really farm those items, it was well done from the side of AG in providing that room for Yino to truly farm into that late game monster.
I want to dive a little bit deeper about your point. Like Sun Quan, I think a lot of newer viewers might not see the difficulty of playing him, but you mentioned about that extra stacks he needs to have, right? That little blue icon on him to show that, hey, this is where the dash is available. He needs to land a certain number of hits, right?
Exactly. So Sun Quan, so for him to unlock that ultimate, you need to stack like 5 attacks on towards the enemy. Then you will show a line for you to press that ultimate and dash towards the enemy. That's how you play Sun Quan. Your spell 1, spell 2, and auto attacks all apply that effect.
So, if you listen to that, 5 hits in the middle of a team fight where the opponent team might be looking for you, that is actually a very monumental task. The fact that Eno managed to do that in the chaos of the fight, that just shows you how well AG has prepped for this game number 1.
It was all around good strategy coming in for the side of AG. They managed to pull off the Sun Quan combination that we really didn't get to see from day 1 and day 2 of the knockout stage of this event, right? For now, Game 1 is in favor of AG. They are up the series 1-0 here. As we are marching towards to game number 2, what do you think we should be focusing on in the pick and bans?
I think for now, AG is going to get rid of the cat boom, right? Or, I mean, one of the things that a lot of teams will go through now is, can we explore the higher combination, right? Can we play a fierce 4v4 instead? Or can we open up the Master Lupan number 7 combination, right? Which is one of TTG's absolute favorite compositions to go with.
Oh yeah, they love to play around Snowy, allowing Snowy to play the likes of the Master Lupan combination, make him the late game carry here. So for the side of AG and also TT Global here, TT Gaming, what side do they really prefer? Because so far from yesterday, we know, okay, it's always red side is the reactive side, and then you get all these counter picks that really buff up your team here. But game 1, blue side won on the hands of AG.
I think, you know, as we go higher in the tier and proficiency in HOK, the side does matter. But then when you're reaching the premier, the creme de la creme of the league, sometimes you don't mind giving the strong compositions, right? The Lupan and Master Lupan combination, it's okay. Maybe you take a higher and just straight away eat away the Master Lupan in the Moonscape Mirage, and you know, suddenly your composition doesn't work anymore.
It certainly doesn't work anymore. That's why you lock it away and put it in the banning phase here. All gamers started the ban by banning away that higher that they limited from Crane in that game number 1 here. As a response, we start to see the same thing from Talent Gaming here. Ban away the Konger, and this is another mid ban targeted towards Crane.
Okay, so I'm feeling like A Guan Yu is going to be a great pick if they are expecting that TTG is going to open up the Lupan number 7 and Master Lupan combination, because that's a fishing net that AG knows how to operate. That is one of the main heroes for the side of Ran as well.
And more of these tanks has been banned away here. So just now we saw the Master Lupan being banned away in game number 1 from Shuai here. But right now, it is open for grabs for all gamers here. So potentially, it is being locked in for Shuai in that Roamer role.
Okay, so they will take it away. Instead of giving it to TTG, of course, you save the best for yourself, right? Now, this is going to be a guaranteed Lupan number 7 for the side of AG. Now, Talent Gaming, what is the response here? I think AoE is definitely going to be a good answer.
Lock in for Sunrise in that jungle. This is his main hero in the KPL.
Yes, and it's a great answer, right? Many a times you've seen how KPL players solve the problem of the Lupan and Master Lupan combination. This is one of them, which is the insane reach of the Jing as well as the burst potential. Now, AG, they go with a corresponding burst composition. This is the Lupan number 7, Master Lupan, but they also have the Mai Shiranui.
I like the Mike Shiranui, right, whereby you take it away from the hands of Crane, because you do not want a Mai Shiranui and also Jing to be looking at that Lupan number 7 in these team fights. So it is more of a deny than picking it away.
So now, do you ban the pay on the side of Talent Gaming?
You ban a pay? I don't think you need to, because right now, if you look at all gamers, they need a tank more than a pay.
So I would presume this is going to be probably a Kaiser. We're running down that tank lineup. I think a Kaiser is a great answer. Now this combination of duo between the Direnjie as well as the Yuan has a 100% win rate on the side of Talent Gaming. At the same time, the Master Lupan and Lupan number 7, 100% as well for AG. Someone's record is going to be broken today.
That's what we talk about, right? All these records coming in from day 1, day 2, it all came from the group stage, and it all shattered in some form of way here. Coming into day number 3 of the knockout stage, this is the quarterfinals of the upper bracket here. Definitely, more of these records will be shattered.
Fully agree. And now AG, you know that you were talking about the need for tanks. They're taking away a lot of tanks. They're taking away a lot of the catch potential in the form of the Guan Yu as well. So no Meng Tian, no Zhang Fei. Talent Gaming, the list of heroes are starting to dwindle down quickly.
But look at the approach here coming in from Talent Gaming, right? They are looking to draft more of these backline approaches. This Charlotte will be another factor with Sunrise on that Jing to find that backline assassination against Yinor's Luban number 7.
Okay, question. Would you want to put the Yuhuan in the mid, or would you prefer her as a roam?
Yuhuan mid or roam here. They could still double down with a potential Dolia here, but I don't think that's a much needed cause. So this Yuhuan might be heading over to the roam.
Okay, I was considering maybe you pick up the Lianpo on the side of Talent Gaming. You get the extra dive with the Charlotte as well. But then that kind of leaves your Demons here a little bit, open. Now, here's something that is a little bit more open in terms of information. This is Ran's main hero as well, the Fatih.
I like the Fatih, right? Because right now, you're putting in like multiple carries for the side of AG to play more aggressive, right? It's no longer just a Luban number 7 single carry. They're putting more focus into Ran, into Zoe, and also Sheng on these picks here. But hang on, is that a Dong Huang being locked in for the side of Talent Gaming?
It is. It has just been. Joy is going to be responsible for this take onto the Dong Huang. I love this with the Forsaken contract. Now, this is for those of you that are new. Forsaken contract, you lock yourself with an opponent member. Whatever damage you take, they take. Whatever damage they take, you take as well.
Very interesting, right? And why is Luban number 7 and Master Luban so good as a combination? We all know, okay, Luban number 7, he's good and all, has a lot of damage as a hero, but he lacks one thing, which is mobility. And what does Master Luban provide? You can link the hero of your choice, and then they get a latch that can jump to you when they are in danger. That's an extra mobility for a hero like Luban.
And that's one of the big strengths on the side of AG. The second strength is they have huge burst potential, right? Which is why this Dong Huang picks makes a lot of sense. Because if you manage to latch onto a person, AG normally, they would definitely not want to continue their attack. Which means you have a little space of time for the side of TTG to get your burst in.
I'm very eager to see how Joy pulls out this Dong Huang here, because I think this is the first time we've seen it during the knockout stage, and it's not really a popular pick in the global as well here. But that does go to show one thing. This Dong Huang will definitely limit the approacher coming in from Shuai, Zoe, or Ran in those dive attempts.
This is a very high risk, high reward game for both sides because it's an assassin jungler pick, right? And you have the potential, if you are caught unawares, you can be sure you're going to be taken out of the game for at least 30 seconds here.
Oh yeah, 30 seconds, being locked away, and then you kind of have to wonder, right? So, will this Dong Huang go for those pesky level 1 invades that we keep seeing in rank? Because that's something he has to do, right? Like, something like that, it definitely will limit Zoe's attempt in those jungle clears.
Well, I love that concept because that's what I normally use my Dong Huang for, but I think the burst potential of the lineup of AG is actually a little bit too scary in the early parts, right? Luban, you have Mai Shinui as well, and if you choose the wrong side, Zoe is going to be there as well.
I feel for all gamers, we have like multiple carries in one single lineup here. Everyone can do damage on the other 4 members here. So for Talent Gaming, it's not just to aim down the Luban number 7, it's to completely wipe out in that team fight here. For the roam, on the side of Joy, he will have to target down Zoe and Ran. For the assassin, which is the Jing here coming in from Sunrise, that will be going in a head-to-head matchup with that Luban number 7.
I mean, hopefully that's the case, but there's too many targets to choose from because every single one, maybe with the exception of Master Luban, right, for the side of Shuai, because he doesn't do that much damage, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge to see who does Joy catch here.
Well, let's find out as we head on over to the game number 2. Blue side, we have Chengdu AG, and red side with Guangzhou Talent Gaming, as we put on focus to the crowd, showing respect, showing love to the teams.
And and right off the bat, a very aggressive performance from the side of AG. This is the AG we all know and love, straight away trying to go for the invades as well. Force the mid laner Crane out of position here and almost getting the camp away from Sunrise.
Very interesting start here coming in for side of AG, right? Because usually we will see the Luban going in towards that farm lane here, but because this is the Eno playstyle here, funnel him gold, give him all the resource that you need here, but that does leave the jungle under pressure here. Zoe does smite away the Crimson Golem here, allowing him to farm into a more safer approach here. 3-1 towards the bot side here. Sheng has to give away this positioning here.
But look at the value Sheng has given to the team, right? As a mid laner, he also continued on to that Crimson buff, which means by the time his jungler Zoe was here, was ready for the smite. And straight away, he gets to continue on his rotation, build up his speed for farm as well. So he's going to be way ahead of the opponent jungler Sunrise.
And look at Ron here. His hand cam is just him pressing onto the settings button, showing his stats here, checking where the enemy is, showing is there any signs of goal shift, any signs of mobility movement. That's what you are doing as a Clash lane here. Just make sure that you are not ganked or caught off in that early phase.
Yeah, we'll take a look. I think one of the biggest things that might change the game here is the mid lane, because Crane did not have the best start at all. In fact, I feel like he missed quite a bit of waves coming in.
Well, that's the punishment here. You face check into a Luban and Master Luban. Immediately, you get chunked down here. For the mid lane here, we do find an immediate clear here coming in for side all gamers as they look to revisit their jungle here. So more of these jungle resources are shared into Zoe and also Shry's pocket for that mid game.
Yeah, the other consideration I'm looking at is, okay, when the supports hit 4, that is the true test of the draft itself as we go for a 1v1 run against Ching here, but the backup has come on both sides. Now, it's going to be a wrestle for that space sprite, but it's going to be given to Ching. He's going to try and provide space for his jungler.
Hang on a moment though, the ultimate from Dong Huang is still up and available here, but he does not react to the ultimate here, but that does leave the bot side.
Yeah, Mirror Domain open up. Can they get the kill? First blood onto the side of Sunrise. He's gonna make the waves for the side of Talent Gaming. A great start.
Yeah, great start here coming from Talent Gaming here as the jungle assassin matchup falls in favor of Sunrise here, and the jungle will just fall into pressure here. AG has to potentially take away this Crimson Golem from the hands of Talent Gaming.
And this one hurts, right? Because Zoe actually had a great start to the game. Right now, he has to get back on his feet because right now Sunrise does have a slight level advantage against him. Now we take a look at the mid lane. It's going to be a 1v1. The support comes in from the side of Sunrise as well. They get the fast clear. They're going to start working on their own camps.
Oh yeah, Ultimate's traded between mid laners here, so that's a big cooldown that's being removed from the hands of Crane's mid lane pool here. So we look at the map here. Although it's still in favor of Sunrise after the first blood, gold lead wise is still looking at a 50-50 here. The main focus that we keep looking at will be Yinwo on that Luban number 7.
Yeah, neck and neck, right? Essentially, Ching is going up against Ran here, buying time so they can get the space for themselves. Once again, another quick rotation coming out from the side of Sunrise. He wants to make sure he keeps ahead because Zoe also has massive mobility around the map. Now, TTG, they're going to start working on this first 4-minute Tyrant. Will the Shark Cannon make the steal? Not available, not in time. And right away, they make a beeline. Not going to be in time to stop AG from taking this. The trade is immediate.
Yeah, the trade is immediate, right? Because in the early game, you do not want to put the Luban number 7 into a fighting ground that he is not so good with. So the smart choice is to trade the objective, allow yourself more time on these carries like Ran on the Fatih, Zoe on the Nakaruru, and Yino on that Luban number 7 to get more resources towards that mid-game 5 minutes.
Nice ultimate pool. This is going to be a trade of ultimates here, forcing out the unending sorrow from the side of Crane. Now, TTG, that's a good response. For now, looking for a little bit of pressure onto the bottom side. They want to make sure this T1 on the bottom is taken so they can clear the vision as well. Now, the setup from the fight comes in. No stun available. The spheres will not hit. Spirits unable to hit the mark. And the steal comes in from Sunrise with the last hit as well.
That is a red buff being removed from the pool here, but look at the mirror domain towards the mid side here as Sheng has to give away the positioning here, giving away the control of that bottom tower here. Tower is treated from top and bottom from both teams.
Smart move, right? So Talent Gaming, here's why they did that. So that aggression didn't need to get the kill, but more importantly, there is no other objectives for Zoe to steal away from Talent Gaming. You did see him check in the top side and found that there was nothing there. Right now, TTG has a chance to start something big here in the Azure Golem buff.
Well, Ron is smelling it. He needs to be aware of this because that's 5 members converging on towards this fatigue as he looks for a flash escape here. He does find it, and look at the blue here. Does it get stolen away? It does get smited towards safety into Zoe's pockets.
All about pushing them away, right? You want to get a T1 on the top. TTG performing a little bit better in this game, number 2.
But so far, yet to see a Donghuan ultimate to cause trouble in towards the map here. It is always AG reactively just responding to these plays here. And look at the economy chart here that we have. It is Zoe and also Yino here dominating the lead.
Okay, but it's neck and neck, right? So both Sunrise as well as Zoe pretty close in farm. I think for now, it really is the next big team fight, right? What is going to separate them? Because there is literally no goal difference here.
No goal difference so far here, but if we do make the game a bit slow here, it really falls in favor for the side of AG, right? Because you're thinking, okay, once I have 3 items, it will be very good for them. But look at Sheng here, he might be caught out.
Yep, he has to commit his movements here, get out of the trouble safely. But this is going to mean the Crimson Golem is going to go into the hands of Sunrise here. They get a nice catch though. Can they get the kill? Enor has been taken down here. Talent Gaming, they find the biggest target out of them all.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Ching, finding the assassination on towards Yino here. Yino didn't even get to expend the flash to escape towards safety here. So, when we say a marksman drops, he is removed from the farming pool for the next 30 seconds here. So that could really damage his item power tech for the next few minutes.
Yep, and they might even give the advantage to Snow here. T1 in the mid, going to be committed as well. Taken by the side of Talent Gaming. And now they have a slight goal lead. But the more important part, the Azure Golem is going to be stolen away. This one goes into the hand of Sunrise.
Very big rotational advantage here coming from Talent Gaming here. As we take a breather and we observe the game, although the goal is still in favor for Talent Gaming. Yes, 600-700 gold. But the map is really under pressure here. Team.
Yes, I think having this T1 in the mid is so valuable for the side of Talent Gaming because the difference of one tower may not seem that big, right? But having the vision control, that's the one that really sets things apart.
Well, look at Engage here as they found Joy here. Joy responds with the ultimate.
Yep, Forsaken Contract, they get the damage down onto Crane. Can they get the big burst in? It's not going to be looking good. The flash committed as well from the side of Crane just to save his life. No kills just yet, but all the big battle spells and common spells already being taken away from the side of AG. Only Enor has the flash left.
But look at Sunrise positioning here. He is looking to find an assassination angle on towards Yino. Okay, so Yino does get the steal on the Crimson Golem here. That is good news coming from all gamers here. There will be no further engage here, but look onto a mid side there.
Yep, they're trying to chase into Jing, and at this point, this Tyrant should be AG because there's a lot of pressure coming in from the top side of the map. Someone has to go and clear this on the side of Talent Gaming.
Wow, how did they even find Snowy in that attempt here? Initially, it was Stry jumping on towards Joy here, and then immediately, you see Ron and Zoe just jumping, diving deep for Snowy's kill on that DRNG area. So, very interesting stuff here coming in from AG. They know in these attempts, they cannot play passive. They need to play aggressive here. So ultimates traded between the roamers here. Immediate engage coming in from the Maestro Nui here. But look at the back end here. Immediate jump on towards the side of Snowy thanks to Shuai's spell 1 flash.
It's crazy, right? They completely ignored Joy and jumped into the backlines to find Snowy. This is one major difference between the professional gameplay because you know the target prio is so good on these top teams.
So good from these top teams here. We're looking at a 50-50 goal economy for both of these two teams as we start going into that 10th minute mark. 10th minute mark is the shadow objectives that we talk about. Improve Vanguard, improve Tyrant, gives you more damage, gives you more control over the map here. Both of these two teams will be looking to fight for their control.
Yeah, and this is where you have to make sure your buffs are on point. This is why Sunrise is rushing this Azure Golem so there's no steal. He gets the cooldown reduction as well.
Cooldown reduction will be very important here coming in from Sunrise here. Securing the Azure Golem allows him to do more crazy plays on that mirror domain here. So more of these pokes are coming in from Sheng on this Maestro Nui here, standing on towards this bush, forcing the enemy team to back off. Look at those Kachusens here already halving Crane's health.
Yep, the pokes are coming in, right? And this is a nice situation for the side of AG. Talent Gaming, they're going to start working on this Tyrant, but they're not going to start committing, right? They're just going to poke a little bit. They're looking for the actual targets here. Flash committed by Shuai. This is a big Common spell taken away. They get the latch on. They pull the Luban number 7 back. So Eno is safe for the time being. For now, Sheng is trying to poke out the damage onto the side of TTG. But nice jump in from the side of Ching. Did not have to commit the flash. Right now, they will start to move away. The true objective is the Tyrant. But at the same time, there's a lot of pressure coming on the side of the T2. This is an AG special. If you ignore it, they will go for the Tyrant instead.
Well, hang on a moment though, as Sunrise almost caught out here, forced to use the ultimate to bail out towards safety here, but Ron is in no man's land.
Yep, they're gonna try and go for the chase in. A lot of damage onto Ron. The chase comes in as well, but the latch does save him. Shuai pulls his member to safety. It's now become a reset. And the T1 suddenly claimed by the side of AG. Beautiful work by the side of Eno. AG are just playing this so well.
Tyrant dance coming in from AG, just forcing TT Global to really back against safety. All these spells committed towards Ron, allowing him to really soak up everything and bail towards his team here. So crazy stuff here, all gamers. What a good poke and prod.
Exactly, and they do get the catch. Nice latch on the save by Shuai. Maybe to save Eno's life, but the chase down happens. Ching gets that final strike onto the team. Talent Gaming, they're looking for more. They get Shuai down as well. Now it's just the 3 members left on the side of AG, and the rewards will be plentiful for the side of Talent Gaming. Both sides of the neutral objectives are being looked at. Right now, Ching is just keeping an eye up to know that there is no trade, but this 10-minute or Shadow variant of the Tyrant is going straight into the hands of TTG.
This is a caster's curse. We were just praising how well AG played that mid game, and immediately Ching and Sunrise found the key 2 members. The combination of the Luban and Master Luban was decimated in that approach, allowing Talent Gaming to secure that Shadow Tyrant.
And it's so scary. Snowy does have the Crimson buff, but here's one more member. Ching also has it as well. If he gets to the backlines, AG are done here.
AG will be done here, but right now, the advantage falls in favor of Talent Gaming here. If you're all gamers, one more death coming in from Eno here might just spell the end of the game here for this game number 2.
Yep, they need this stun. Oh, Shuai did commit that powerful storage. That's one huge ultimate down. And that's a turnaround condition that's not going to be able to be fulfilled for the side of all gamers. Zoe has to run for his life at this point. TTG, they're going to control the map now.
Yeah, prime time coming in from Talent Gaming here as they are looking to secure almost 2,000 gold lead with that Shadow Tyrant power play here. Once this Tyrant is up and finished, you best believe they will rotate through that Shadow Vanguard for more structural damage, for more resources on towards the map.
Okay, so Sunrise gets the Azure, and they're going to get the Azure to Crane as well. This is going to help him with the cooldown reduction, with the mana regeneration as well, which means plenty more heals, plenty more stuns available for the side of TTG.
Okay. Shadow Vanguard started on the hands of Talent Gaming here, still under the influence of the Primal Bond here, but take a look at the positioning coming from all gamers here. They have to back away from this objective here. Waves are starting to crash into the base of AG. They have to spend resources, spend manpower to really attend to them.
I think it's a good trade, right? You give away the T2, that's fine. You have the Shadow Overlord. Oh, the setup comes in there as well. Crane comes in with the Unending Sorrow. Nice catch by the side. They force the flash out from Eno as well. Where is the damage coming in for the side of AG? It is coming in. And Snowy somehow, though, even though they have it, he survives. They get the kill on the Ron and Zoe. And right now, Talent Gaming, this has to be a tear right into the heart of the side of AG. T3s are under threat.
That is going to be painful coming in for the side of all gamers as they lost 2 key members here. Zoe, Ron, down for the next 20 seconds here. This might just be the final push here coming in from all gamers. Talent Gaming are looking at the crystal.
Oh, the flash comes in from Ching as well. He gets the knockback on the backlines. They separate the fight. He will give his life for the cause. It does not matter. Another T3 for the side of Talent Gaming in the mid. And this is going to be the life of Shuai. One more hit's going to do it. The Vanguards have reached the crystal and TTG win this second game.
What a beautiful team fight that's being engaged by Talent Gaming immediately. Joy found the ultimate on towards Xenor's Luban number 7. Who in the world would have thought of that?
Yep, insane, right? The fact that you just disallow Eno from even performing in this game, that was one of the big markers of success that Talent Gaming have achieved.
This is the draft that we talk about, right? Coach Joseph finding those key picks here, but not allowing Eno to have their game plan. AG was strategically removed from that systematical approach, making that team composition invalid in this game number 2.
And AG's draft was not bad, right? But this was one of the rare games that I feel like Zoe was completely silenced. He could not find an opening in this game.
Well, for him, you have to wonder, right? Because he cannot just jump in towards the back line. He has considerations because, man, what if he jumps in and Joy just finds that ultimate on towards him? That could be very painful for AG because he's unable to soak up that damage.
And this is one of the beautiful things, because if you take a look at the performance on the side of Joy, a lot of people argue that say, hey, he didn't really have that much value. But his value is silent because it means Zoe cannot jump in, Ran cannot jump in blindly. He is that deterrence.
He is that deterrence here, and that final play on how it all started, it was Joy using the hull, using the flash, capturing Yino's Luban number 7, even though it did not result into a kill, but the damage has been dealt. Even if Zoe, Ran dove towards the backline, it was too little too late because there was just no one there to help them.
Exactly, and this is the same behavior that Ching showed you in the last portion of the fight, which is sometimes kills are not that important, right? The fact that Ching was able to separate the Master Luban from the Luban number 7, so Swai taken away from Eno, it massively reduces the comeback factor on the side of AG, which was also what allowed them to really step into the crystal there.
Ooh, back and forth game here. What could we ask for more? This is definitely a exciting series that we have in our hands because 1-1, and both of these two games, it is not really per se a domination coming in from any of these teams. It is always close up until a certain breakpoint.
Yeah, it is not. And I think this is going to be a very interesting day because we expected very strong performances from each team. We did not expect it to be so close. There was a little bit more wrestle than I think I was expecting today.
Yep, definitely a lot more wrestle here, but this is Talent Gaming and AG we talk about. Every time they will go into a best of 7, minimum 6 games or 7 games. But let's check out the scoreboard on what exactly happened in that game number 2.
Okay, I think I want to focus on one of the main things that I think was a main difference maker. Actually, I want to talk about Crane, because Crane was very adept with the healing. The last moments in the final few moments of the game, they actually funneled the Azure buff into the hands of Crane, and Crane did so much work with it. He got the stuns, but more importantly, he got the heals onto Snowy.
I think it's much required, right? Because when we talk about a Yu Huan, aside from doing damage, you can just pop into that healing mode and pump out heals for the rest of the team, right? But confidence-wise, I think we gotta give props to Ching and Sunrise. Man, these two players, they were always hunting Yino on that Luban number 7. Hence, you can see, okay, Yino did 41% damage here, but that's not the main point. The main point is that the damage from Ching and also Sunrise, it was always on Yino.
Yeah, you can see it was a literal seesaw here between the two teams, right? The goal deficit was always neck and neck. At some point, I would even argue there was no difference between the two teams. And that one big fight was always that game changer. And I agree with you. This one is a struggle to decide. Do we give the MVP to Ching? Do we give it to Sunrise, right? Because the two of them have played absolutely perfect today.
I think everyone on the side of Talent Gaming definitely had their moment to shine. Snowy was always the one to really dish out these defensive DPS, and he was always up and alive in these consistent outputs, right? And also Crane, like you mentioned, pumping out those heals, pumping out those crowd controls. Definitely everybody on Talent Gaming stood up after the game number 1 loss.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you take a look at some of the situations that Snowy has been placed through on the side of Talent Gaming. There was one fight he had literally no health, and I was super surprised that he got away in that particular skirmish.
Well, to really think, right, Master Luban so far that we've seen over the last 2 courses of the day hasn't had a lot of value or wins thus far, but the MVP does go over to Sunrise for that jungle domination on that Jing here. Definitely a very good assassination gameplay coming in for the jungler from Talent Gaming.
It's very scary because Jing now, especially, I mean, you guys are working with the reworked version of Jing as well, right? So many angles that this Jing can come in, engage, get the burst, and even if you make it out of the mirror domain, there is still a chase potential. So this is why it's so scary to play, and put that into the hands of Sunrise. You will never see the next Sunrise.
Not seeing the next Sunrise because it is going into Dawn here. As let's check out the replay on what exactly happened here. It was TTG, Sunrise finding the assassination kill on towards Zoe in that early game, rendering him slow in that jungle 1v1 matchup here. But let's take a look at what exactly happened towards Yino here. It was also Sunrise finding all the full burst here, allowing Ching on that Charlotte to find that key decisive kill on towards Yino.
And this is what we mean by good team play, right? Because look, the way that Sunrise dove, okay, it forces Eno to use the flash. And once you're out of flash, there is still one more flash available. And who is that going to be on? That's going to be on Ching. And he used that flash to absolute value here. Getting chased down onto Eno pushes him out of the fight. And I like the fact that they always manage to separate their team from using their maximum resources, right? Eno was never there together with Master Lupin. But let's hear what the players were talking about in the game.
去吧去吧去吧，
够了够了，
进来了，
进来我来，再看你看拼，
来露露，
能打，我来了，
我来这边，来3，红区进吧，红区，小野，
红区可以反小野，我这波没捅，我这波没大没捅，
能跟大师有大，
屌了别怕，你们打对面，我进掉，
后费了，
收到，
我没大没捅，拉槽里，
我也打屌了，拉槽里，
哎，王总，
枪很残
，OK，
路没捅了，
可以转
，814
没1了，
回来呗，够了，
压中，
压中，我可以卖的，过来，
能来，
来谁上来我吸谁，
哎，
七二，哎，守到了，接，
大师没大，
护的念，
死了，楼，
别急，
暴君，
防收到，5秒，下波可以2闪，5秒，4秒，3秒。跟人先走，大师拉线，杀人兄弟！
哎，中高先推中高，
先推中高，没事，把他杀了先，
有机会一波，
追靠，电脑，活死了，点一波。
Beautiful work from the side of TTG here. This is one of the differences that make a team great. Okay, so game number 1, we talked about, hey, you must have the alignment of the considerations for the team. But for this game number 2, the main thing that I want to point out to you guys is after every win in a fight, the next instruction that the team passes on is what is available on the map, right? After that first blood, the first thing they mentioned was, okay, is the red buff open? Is the Crimson Golem available for the taking? What other lanes can we go for? And that was one decision that was apparent throughout the entire the entire game, which is why TTG was able to hold on and dominate towards the later parts of game number 2.
And also very interesting, right? Because you see towards the volume of these players, I'm talking like when we see the mic check, you can see like the volume below their faces. That's where you see like, oh, Crane and Ching are the primary shot callers in towards the team. They direct you, they tell you the cooldowns, they tell you what you're exactly supposed to do, and then everyone just follows the orders, right? So it is always just these key plays and these key shot calls that allows the team to really venture into making a big lead into a game-winning push. But that's game number 2 here. It is definitely very interesting so far. 1-1 on towards the scoreboard here. We are looking at a full series potentially.
Yes, very much so. And of course, a lot of you do ask us, hey, what does it take to be a professional player? Can we ever make it to KPL? Well, the question is, can you answer any of these questions that we talked about from game number 1 to game number 2? Do you know what you're supposed to go for in terms of team alignment? Do you know what's open in the map after taking a kill? Do you know what's the next call for the team when you're presented with multiple options? Once you answer that, I think you're well on your way to being a pro. KPL, maybe not so soon. You know, this is the Premier League after all in the world, but you will get there.
Yeah, you will get there, and there are many ways you can get through it. You can start off with the open series that we have in the Honor of Kings app every season. So that's definitely the grassroots tournament that you can definitely play to punch yourself into a pro league for the global scene, right? But who can you learn from? Definitely from the KPL pro players. If you can really mimic their playstyle, make sure that you can learn their discipline, their gameplay. That's where you know you are up on that level with these pro teams.
Alright, so as we approach the deeper levels on this best of 7 series, we'll be dropping the gems from the players as well, and hopefully you will learn even more after this best of 7 today, because these are two of the best teams in the world right now. I mean, we've already seen their performances in KWC. Now, what other things can they show us? Can they show us more heroes? Can they show us more compositions? And maybe more options to explore in the game?
Well, game 1, we already had Sun Quan, right? And game number 2, we start to have Dong Huang. So, very different compared to day 1 and day 2 of the quarterfinals here. So, every day we're getting more and more action-packed and interesting picks coming into the pool for the best of 7 series here. So, maybe it's like a wishing list that you have. It's like, okay, start planning here because Dong Huang is already on the list as one of the heroes picked in this best of 7.
Okay, so next on the list, I have Dunshan, I have Huang Zhong, I have Zhong Kui. Give me these heroes, man. But of course, they most probably won't be picked unless there's a specific composition it is meant for. So we see what kind of ideas both coaches, Tutor for the side of TTG, as well as ZWY for the side of AG have.
Oh yeah, they're definitely the masterminds coming into these big tournaments and also these best of sevens, because you need to plan pick and bans, because we keep talking about global ban pick, because global ban pick, you pick the heroes in game 1 and game 2, you can no longer pick them already. Be it you pick Yuhuan in the mid lane, you can't be playing in the roam later, it's already banned off here. So for these two teams, 10 bans in the pool already and 5 more bans in the drafting phase here. So that's a lot of bans being committed on towards them already. It's starting to pile up in the GBP system.
Okay, so I'm gonna tease you guys a little bit as we head to the live stage here. Now, there's other roams we are kind of waiting for. Dunshan obviously is one of them, but I want to see a Zhenren come out. And I think that's gonna be huge for either side.
Zhenren and Dunshan, two of the strong roamers that could play really well with Lady Sun here. And so far, Lady Sun hasn't really been picked up yet in this best of 7. So maybe that's something that these teams would want to be prioritizing when they play around Snowy or Yinor, for example.
I think Snowy has been particularly silent today. Obviously game 1, he came and rose in the ranks, gave us one of the best games in this best of 7 so far. So I'm waiting for Snowy to show up. I want him to give us a taste of what it is to be a top tier player in KPL.
He might be just the newest batch of farm lanes we have in the KPL region here. Less experience, but so far the experience and also the gameplay that he has shown has really been up to par with all these top tier marksmen here, and he is coined as the challenger that could take on Yino in that farm lane.
Okay, to give you a little bit of perspective about when we're saying he's a new player, he is Snowy, we're talking about on the farm laner for the side of Talent Gaming, has only played in KPL on the main roster for 2 seasons. That is about close to a year.
Well, you take KPL Spring, KPL Summer, that's it, right? It's 2025.
Yeah.
That's the debut year that he has in 2025, and this is third, I think 4th, right? You have like Spring, EWC, Summer, and this is the 4th tournament of 2025. So that's definitely something that he wants to be showing for the crowd and his team here. And so far, his performance has been more than consistent.
Exactly. I think this is a great potential to show you, right? And the young and upcoming rookies here are really making a statement. Shuai also, the roam for the side of AG on your screen, is one of these players, and having been coined the mastermind in KPL, that says a lot about the skill sets of this guy.
Skill set, experience coming in from Shuai. If you watch his streams on the Chinese platforms, you know how much time he spends in that practice tool, always finding those vision spots, always looking for these cheeky plays to dodge vision. He really finds all these surprise angles and surprise factors that not a lot of people will look at, but that's what makes him so special and so valuable to the AG roster.
Yeah, you know what? Today, I really feel like the statement that there is no such thing as coincidence. Today, I had the option to drink coffee. I made the decision to drink coffee, and well, I feel lucky because this game is a banger so far.
It will be a banger because we're looking at game number 3 with TT Gaming on towards the blue side and all gamers on the default red reactive here. So right off the bat here, we see a Hano already banned away from Talent Gaming's pool.
Okay, so they don't want to deal with the tower resets. They don't want to deal with long extended fights. So does this mean they're going for a burst composition?
Burst composition here, and Arlie being locked away from Yino as well here. All gamers here, they do respond with the similar bans of Talent Gaming on that game 1 red side. Luban Master and also the Kongkonger has been locked away from Joy in that roamer pool.
Okay, now this might be a Lung, I feel. You check out the Arlie. No, it is going to be the Tunshan. We get our wishes. Now, does the Lady soon come true, or will AG steal that away?
Dunshan here, and it also pairs up really well with the Lady Sun, like you mentioned. Do they steal it away? We have to find out here. And it also pairs really well with the Fatih as well. You can bring the Fatih on the Dunshan and fly to the backline here, saving Fatih that flash angle here. But all gamers here, they look like they are going to pick up the Dolia on that third pick.
It has to be, because TTG can't pick up the Dolia as well. They already have their roam, right? That's going to be the Dunshan. Let's see if this Lady Sun will come through. Or do they even pick both at the same time, right? The Fatih and the Lady Sun.
Like you mentioned,
there we
Fatih
go.
has already been hovered, right? Because this is the combination that could really slice and dice towards the backline here. But they do put focus on towards the Haya that we keep talking about, right? So if this Haya is locked in, that could be a main marker to target down AG's jungler, which is Zoe on that Yang Jian.
Definitely. I think that is definitely going to be Crane's main target, right? So especially in those Tyrant fights or Shadow Overlord fights, take him away, lower the value of his ultimate. You can get the heals, but it doesn't matter because it's going to be a one-on-one, and then during the fight itself, the rest of the side of Talent Gaming is going to just melt your composition.
And there's a smart pick here coming up for all gamers, right? Because you pick up the Zhang Fei. Why? Because you think like, okay, if I pick Dolia, yes, it's good for the side of the Yang Jian and also Nuwa refresh, right? But you will be a prime target coming in from Talent Gaming's Crane to pull you into that Moonscape Mirage. So hovering and shifting into a tank approach makes so much more sense. So there's 2 more bodies that could tank this higher ultimate.
Exactly. I fully agree with you. I think Dolia would have been a risk. While we like that idea, I do see the vision for that. I would have preferred a Dolia, of course, but that's me. I'm being greedy. But we'll take a look at what else is going to be banned. All the big tanks are taken out from the side of AG. So Talent Gaming, they have to rely on someone else.
They're putting a lot of bans in that farm lane as well. We're looking at Arlie being banned away, Chicha, and also likes of Long, all have been removed from the pool of Yino in that farm lane here. So for all gamers, they respond with the same here. So all these strong combination with the Dunshan has been removed from the pool, right? We've seen Dunshan Dun, we've seen Dunshan and also Lady Sun. All these picks are not available for grabs.
AG have just countered the first 3 picks on the side of Talent Gaming. A lot of tankiness coming. Number 1, the Yang is able to sustain really well. You have the Unbridled Outburst from the Zhang Fei. And then you have the Meng Tian. Meng Tian, we saw yesterday, almost unkillable, soaking up every single piece of damage that the opponent team offered.
Exactly the case. Oh, Aaron is an interesting pick here because we think, okay, Dunshan can carry a Fatih for the backline flank. Dunshan can also carry... Wait a minute! Is that
Let's
Lubu?
go! Wait, who's in the jungle then?
The Fatih! The Fatih goes to jungle. It's played in the jungle.
Oh my goodness. Now you have the Laurel Bloom, the ultimate coming from Aaron, and you're going to be able to kite around. The Dunshan is actually able to use his ultimate and stop all the different projectiles coming in. I'm not sure whether it stops the annihilation from the Nuwa. We'll see if that's the case. But AG, they finish up with the channel here.
Interesting pickup here all around for the side of TT Gaming here. Because you look for a fact here, that Lubu is going towards the clashing like we expect, right? Because for a moment there, I thought that Lubu was going to the farm lane. I was shook for a while, but it makes much more sense if you were to put it towards the clash lane. So Fatih goes towards the jungle here. Why? Because you no longer need flash. You just need Joy to carry and flash you into the backline.
And that first skill on the Lubu is so dangerous against Ran for the Meng Tian because it deals true damage if it lands on a hero, right? And it's health based. It does not matter how much shields you have, it cuts through the shield.
Exactly the case, right? You have so much shield coming in from all gamers here. You have Ran multiple like spawns from his ultimate, right? The ultimate has so much all these minions and monsters, right? So for Shuai as well, you have so much shield. So that puts so much value from the Lubu swipe, right? Once you swipe, you get true damage. You don't care how many units there are, you're just doing true damage.
And the scary thing is, this lineup on the side of TTG can play both ways. They can play the poke with Snowy, they can play the poke with Sunrise, they can play the poke with Green, but they can also go close range, especially with Sunrise on the Fatih, and then you have the Lubu as well. This is so scary. Very multifaceted draft. But AG's draft is equally dangerous as well because the instant engage is so clear. You have Zoe waiting the pounce with the Hound.
They really rely on one thing and one thing only. It is to provide Yinhuo with a safe farming environment to allow them to play towards that late game here. Yinhuo will be the star of AG in this game number 3 here because looking at damage wise, it is all relying on that channel.
It is. He has to play a perfect game here. The channel needs to hit all the marks.
Exactly the case here, and this gives into a question, right? As long as Yinhuo doesn't get pulled in by the Moonscape Mirage by the Haya, everything will be fine here because there's so many tanks here coming in for the side of AG.
I think, you know, if you're Crane, the only responsible target here has to be Zoe. Why else would you catch anyone else? Because you can kind of play around their range. You don't want to allow that sustain, the big ultimate heals coming in from Zoe.
I think that's the question, right? Because if you do pull in Zoe, if he has the ultimate and the passive stack of the Heaven Earth form, he is like CC immune. That is what Crane doesn't want to be dealing with inside, right? So you might look for the big targets like the Roamer, for example, lock him away from peeling Yinor per se.
Yeah, but I agree. I mean, you can kind of, as long as you stay out of range of the ultimate when it's activated for Crane, you actually don't get locked in. So let's go into game number 3 between AG and TTG. This one is going to be a difference maker. But of course, with that being said, we want to hear the crowd. We want to hear those cheers firsthand. And let's go.
Ooh, big trade-off here coming in from the bottom side, coming in from TT and also AG here. So try to get the smite on top of the Fire Beak there, so that does really secure them some form of goal lead in towards that farm lane.
Okay, so 2 values. Shrine obviously will help to secure these neutral objectives in terms of the camps, right? But at the same time, even if Zoe actually gets taken by Crane's ultimate on that Moonscape Mirage, then Shrine can actually still go for the steal here.
Exactly here, but look at towards the bot side here, as we see top side, we have Sheng ganking Qing in towards that early game here, not allowing this Lubu to have a safe early game here. You need to limit the farm tempo of this Lubu, because we know Lubu, he scales really well towards that late game.
Agreed, fully agreed. I think you can't have a level difference between Ran as well as Qing. If there is, and it's advantage to Qing, then this game instantly becomes so much harder for the side of AG.
And we miss out one point, right? Because we keep talking about, okay, Yino has to scale, Yino has to do damage, he cannot die. But Sheng as well, he's on a Nuwa, and Nuwa, when he goes towards a late game, one Annihilation could spell doom for the backline, especially the likes of Snowy or Crane, for example.
That's true. And so both teams actually want to end this with a huge lead. But the timers, that's the scary part. Both teams, they like to end on their respective sides within 15 minutes. So this game might be a really quick one.
And 15 minutes is the marker we're talking about, right? That's where all the heroes start getting like 6 items aside from the roamers. That's where you're fully slaughtered out and ready for that one big team fight win to really secure the game, right? But so far in this early game, it's awfully quiet. But look at that bottom trade here coming in from Joy and Snowy against Yinor.
I mean, Joy is just irritating, right? At this point, but here we go. Potential first blood. Tremble Mortar is going to be used. That's the ultimate on the side of Qing as well. But the backup does come in from the side of Crane. Will they save this Lupu from certain death? It might not be the case. Oh no, but the flash, it misses. And the lockdown, they buy some time. But Qing is still at risk here. AG looking for the first blood. They will be able to get it. And it goes straight into the hands of Zoe as well. The flash committed by Crane just to keep us alive. And AG, they start off big.
Yeah, 1-for-1 exchange for the Clash laners in this game, number 3 here. It is a good start overall for both of these two teams here, but it still falls in favor for AG. And why is that? Because Qing on a Lubu, you need so much gold to really farm. And Ran, he's a tank on the Montier. You don't need that much resources.
Exactly. And the fact that now Qing is kind of in a little bit of suffrage against Ran, this is beautiful for the side of AG.
It is indeed beautiful here. Slow early game thus far here, as we only have 2 kills on towards the board here, but it does spell a lot of what we can expect in that later stages of the game here. More of these damages and backline assault will come from Qing and Sunrise against Yinor in those later on team fights.
Actually, this is one of the main concerns I have, right? So if you take a look at AG, if they get rid of Qing right before the fight, Talent Gaming actually don't really have much of a fighting prowess because they're quite squishy.
They are quite squishy, and we talk about Dunshan as well, right? It's not really per se a very strong front line, but top lane here forcing the ultimate away from Qing, so he has to hop away to safety here as 4th minute has arrived here as teleportation instantly towards the mid lane.
They're trying to go for the steal. Not going to happen. This one is going to go into the hands of Talent Gaming. But will they survive? That's the big question here. The save comes in from Joy with the perching on the top of Snowy as well. So Snowy makes it out safely. This is what we are talking about. The save by the Dunshan. So important.
Yeah, so important, able to bail your marksman out of safety here, but Snowy does have to burn the flash in that exchange here. So a little bit of a small spell being burned here for the next 2 minutes here as we see more rotations coming in to focus on this bot matchup.
Yep, the emergence here, just to be able to get a couple more licks in on that bottom T1. Now, this may not seem like much, but in the grand scheme of things, this means the T1 at the bottom will be easier to take when the situation calls for it.
Currently, the situation for me right now, both teams, they have a very identical playstyle, right? They're looking to funnel gold into their side lane, play that mid lane team fight. The 8 to 10 minute mark will be so key and potentially important for them, right? But look at Haya here coming in from Crane here, looking for a position, looking to zone away any assistance on towards this bot lane farm.
Yeah, but Zoe's there, and I think they don't know about this. TTG have no idea that they're here. They might get caught blindsided. Here we go, Heaven and Earth form as well. Tremble model is going to be put in, but a little miscommunication there, and Ching does not hit the ultimate. What more can they do here? Young General is going to be activated by the side of AG. Looking great for them. They get that huge burst. Crane is going to be taken down. AG looking for more at this point. Can they push them away from taking and putting pressure on this T1? They will be successful in doing so. All gamers have now a 1,000 gold lead and excess into T1 at the bottom.
Big win here coming in from all gamers. Yeah, it was a very good vision play coming in from Zoe, being able to catch Crane, burning the flash, burning the ultimate here. This is the power of the Yang Jian here. Being able to sustain with the additional resistance allows you to brawl the higher in that Moonscape Mirage.
And we are talking about the value of Sheng, right? Sheng really showed that he had a lot of damage to offer. One that I think is starting to be a little bit concerning because we are only in the 6th minute of the game. But Sheng feels like he is close to domination in damage.
He is close to domination in damage here. He's working on all these items here, already having the Massive Agony here, potentially working towards that, what we're looking at here, Venomous Staff here, because the recipe is different in the Honor of Kings Chinese version.
It is, and at this point, this one is going to hurt a lot because the Mass of Agony works wonders against Joy, against Ching, because they have a lot more hit points. So that percentage-based damage is going to hurt them.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to hurt them, and it's definitely going to be a big factor going into the later stages of the game, right? Because we're looking at multiple carries from the side of all gamers here. We were thinking like, okay, it is Yino, it's going to be him in the late game here, but considering the fact that Sheng is going for this full damage approach, he's going to be hitting hard on those annihilations, and Zoe going for the build that what Pang showed us yesterday, the damage, the acts of torment here. So definitely something we need to look out for all gamers.
I love it a lot, right? That's a lot of damage offered. Zoe now one-on-one against Sunrise. This is just going to be a pillow fight at this point. Unless the backup comes on time, you can see the support coming in from the side of Swai. He wants to make sure that the space is open. That space is going to be created. And even more value here. Ino alone sneaks away the Overlord. And AG now will have a little bit more map prowess.
Yeah, 2,000 gold in favor of all gamers here. A very good rotational advantage thus far in this mid game here, allowing all of the carries to start getting their items here. But hang on a moment though, Zoe gets caught into the Moonscape Mirage. Where is the follow-up here coming in for all gamers?
Yep, it's a 4-on-1 at this point. He has no option to stay alive. Zoe makes it out into the face of 4 members here, and the save is not enough. In fact, it's all 5 here. Talent Gaming, they come back.
Very good play here coming in from Crane here, isolating Zoe in that side lane here, making sure that AG is unable to assist their jungle in that side lane here, capitalizing on that over-eagerness from Zoe.
And look at the timing. This is perfect for them. While this is not the Shadow variant, they still get this Tyrant, which means they have fighting prowess on the side of Talent Gaming for the next 90 seconds. It's 1-on-1. Ching doesn't seem too concerned at this point. It's all about the map pressure. The rotations start coming in. What more map damage can they do against AG?
We will have to find out here as more of these rotations here coming in from Yino here is on towards Ching here. Ultimate for ultimate here from both sides here as the Tremble Mortals has been once again forcing away for the side of Ching on this Lubu here. But look at Shuai here taking a bit of damage from the Aaron.
Yep, they want to force it out, right? But the true value here that AG are looking for is not just the T1 in the mid, it's the T2 at the bottom here. They're going to put up the distraction here, gets the setup as well. Unbridled Outburst lands onto the Dunshan. Joy is not looking too good, gets the pickup as well. But with the Moonscape Mirage, they do lock down Run. He's out of the fight for the time being. And at this point, no, it's not Run, it's actually Zoe. And with the Annihilation, no damage done so far. Nobody falls on the side of Talent Gaming, and they get the reward in the form of Zoe. Here comes a nice dodge as well. What a play from Ching, using the Tremble Mortars to dodge all of that damage with the flash as well. AG have no answers.
That was a crazy reaction coming in from both Sheng and Ching in that exchange here. One small mistake could spell doom for either player in that exchange of spells here. So in this exchange, once again, Zoe gets caught out by the Moonscape Mirage, rendering him useless in that ultimate here, forcing him to brawl the higher here. As we take a look at the replay here, Radiance use and also the Unbridled Outburst does only land on towards Joy's Dunshan. And then Moonscape Mirage, once again, landing towards Zoe here. More of these damages piling on towards the jungler of AG. Annihilation doesn't find anyone, as when the ultimate does wear off, he comes out and gets punished for his eagerness.
But I do see a problem here, which is actually, if you take a look at the way that AG plays, TTG have no access into the backlines. And with this particular situation right now, 10-minute mark, Shadow variants of the Tyrant going to be trying to be secure by the side of TTG. Meanwhile, Eno on the other end looking for the Azure buff. If they get both of these at the same time, this is going to be huge for the side of AG. Reset on the Tyrant. Here comes the channel by Eno as well. A lot of damage being laid in. All gamers, they're still waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike. No big ultimates available for the side of Sunrise. And here comes the steal as well, going to be taken by the side of Shuai. And for now, AG have the advantage, as well as a stolen Azure Golem by the side of Eno.
And they can rotate towards the mid lane here, force the side of Talent Gaming to react towards their push response here. And this is the good rotational advantage from all gamers here, allowing Eno stealing away the Azure Golem, making that mid wave into a push for AG. And right now, getting the Shadow Tyrant, allowing all gamers to force even more pushes.
Oh, the emergency spots him out. This might be Sunrise on his deathbed. They do get that kill, and it is going to be all gamers. And this is the difficult thing of playing against AG. They're all over the place.
All over the place, and they're playing the poke and prod, allowing so much vision game to pull in favor of all gamers. And look at them. They're forcing Talent Gaming to respond to their rotations here, and no one is here to defend this top tier tree.
Yep, it's not an honest fight at all. T3 is secured for the side of AG, and Talent Gaming, they can't answer. There is nothing they can do at this point. T2 is a soft guarantee. In fact, right now, it is guaranteed. And with the Tyrant buff, they have acquired over 2,000 gold in their pockets in advantage.
And 4,000 to 5,000 in favor right now for all gamers. And we will not just stop from this marker. You're gonna be seeing everybody collecting the buffs and revisiting back to that Shadow Vanguard, and then the lead will exponentially grow into a larger one, allowing all gamers to comfortably win out this game.
I mean, we talk about lead, right? Every single player on the side of AG has a goal lead against their counterparts in their respective lanes. Now AG, they also secure the next neutral objective, the Shadow Overlord. And this one is going to be a painful one because they've already lost the T3 on the top.
Talent Gaming needs to find an angle here, needs to single out Yinor or Sheng in these approaches here, because right now, these two members coming in for the side of all gamers, they are starting to ramp up more and more items as we talk about here. All gamers, Sheng, working towards that tome or either that cap that we're talking about here, and Yinor already completing 4 items on that channel.
Yep, the Savant's Wrath is definitely going to hurt them a little bit here. Nice, Hellhound. Oh, what a shot by the side of Sheng as well. Emergence going to use the TP away. At the same time, they're putting a lot of pressure on this T3. This might be guaranteed here with the Tremble Mortars as well. The ultimates traded by the Roam and the Clash for the side of TTG. They do survive for the time being, but TTG, there is still pain. There is still structural damage done.
But that flash could maybe give TT Gaming a sign of life in these approaches here. Maybe we're starting to see a flash engage coming in for the side of Joy and Sunrise combination that we have yet to see in these approaches here. Annihilation does go through, bottom tier 3 falls in favor of all gamers here. The final one will be that mid lane one, but right now, timer 30 seconds in for that Shadow Tyrant. They need to rinse and repeat, collect the jungle, and then you start looking at these objectives.
Yes, I mean, Sagi, this is something we discussed about, right? The three big tanks here, Strike, Ran, as well as Zoe. Right now, Talent Gaming have no answers. They have the farm. Like, look at Snowy. He is at 10,000, but he has no position in the fights.
There's no position for Snowy to realistically do damage in these fights because you have to be thinking here, okay, Snowy, you're playing the magic damage area here, but look at the enemy team here. So many front lines here, and every one of them has a succubus cloak in their inventory.
Exactly. They have the damage reduction against Snowy as well, and this is going to be an important one. Can they steal this turret? Because they definitely need it on the side of Talent Gaming, but the positioning is just so clean. Maybe they get a T2 on the bottom with the minion push, but the base is under threat as well. Trumbo Model is going to be committed by Ching, but it's so low. The Radiance does hit him with the emergence on the backline. The wraparound comes in. They're looking for the Lupu. Can they find him? With the flash, he makes it out, and maybe there is a turnaround with the Moonscape Mirage. They lock in the other member here as well. But all gamers, they have more to offer, more damage, more life, and the chase as well. Emergence, the final one. Crane will fall along with Snowy, and there is no more damage potential on the side of Talent Gaming. All gamers, the base is completely open. T3 taken. It's a barren base, and AG are looking for the final win in this final few moments of the game. Trumbo Models could be landed down as well to get the knockup, but there is not enough. Ching gets taken down for his efforts, and Eno will be taken out as a trade, but all of the lives are not enough because all gamers, they're looking for the backdoor protection to be taken down. They just need the minions in range. A 1v3, not gonna be enough here. He does buy some time, but Sunrise, has he bought enough for the team? The lifesteal, it is enough, and out comes Snowy as well. Finally, they could be doing it. Sunrise is still alive. They have bought some time. All gamers, they want to finish the job, but they can't. And Sunrise, he does have his ultimate up again. Can they return this around here? He's chasing in 1v3. How is he doing all of this? AG, they have to back off.
There's no damage, there's no heal reduction coming in from Ron or Zoe here. Only Sung has the venomous staff here. That is a good comeback play here coming in from Talent Gaming. Single-handedly done by Sunrise here. This fatigue is out of control with 30,000 damage in that team fight.
Now, this is insane. How did they hold? Like, that is not supposed to happen.
That is indeed not supposed to happen here, but that is the reward you get from Sunrise. He single-handedly found Yino in that backline. No Yino means no structural damage. Nobody could end the game here, but Moonscape Mirage committed towards here. As we might see, more of a team fight here. Sunrise looking for that flank.
Yeah, but Ching, he goes in, he finds the backline as well, gets a lot of damage on the Shung, but there is not enough coverage for him on the backlines. He will have to give his life. They get the first life of Zoe down. Can they finish the job here? One more hit is going to do the job, but the heals, it comes through. Zoe, though, still takes a fall. At the same time, Splendor going to be used. Nice annihilation to kill the fight onto Snowy. Snowy and Ching are down. Sunrise, can he turn the fight once again? Emergence here, used to scout out. Crane needs to run for his life. He does have the Splendor available, and here comes the carry from the side of Joy as well. They finally get the advantage, get the kill onto Eno, and it is going to be a trade. Snowy for Eno, it is going to be enough damage, but Sunrise, here comes the monster chasing in. The flash committed by Shung as well, and right now it is all about this catch by Ran. Can he finish the job? The minions are crashing in. These are mega minions, by the way. They have a lot of damage structure and damage limitation to deal with, and now Talent Gaming, they survive once again.
Sunrise is single-handedly bagging the game for Talent Gaming here. Without Sunrise, the game could have been over minutes ago, but he is making it work, finding Yino multiple times in these exchanges, making the game extend to potentially that Tempest Dragon game.
Yo guys, I'm sweating right now. Like this is not what I expected in game number 3, but this is what the creme de la creme of KPL has to offer. One more time, they are looking for an option here. The Shadow Overlord matters at this point because the next objective is probably going to be that Tempest Dragon.
Tempest Dragon here, but before that, let's take a look at the current objective available on towards the map here. Shadow Vanguard. This is something Talent Gaming must secure for their team because right now, waves are totally not in favor of Talent Gaming. With a barren base, 3 lanes, no inhibitors. That means all the super minions will start piling into their base here as they start off this Shadow Vanguard.
Yep, they have to make a clean move here. They have to finish it right now. They get it as well. Annihilation not going to be enough for them. They do get the Moonscape Mirage onto Zoe. What else can they do? But the tanky damage coming in from the side of Swai as well as for Ran as well. Huge fight in the middle. They get the dive as well. Crane is out of the fight. No Splendor available, but the damage is coming in from the side of Talent Gaming. They have gotten down one of the main tanks. Swai is out of the battle for the next few seconds. Ran as well. 40 seconds of pain for the side of Talent Gaming. They also have the Shadow Overlord flying down on the bottom.
The damage coming in from the late game Lubu, immediately eliminating Ran and Schweiss. The double tank coming in from all gamers got sliced apart by this true damage source.
Okay, so less than 60 seconds, Talent Gaming, they have a slight chance. Slight because it's still a barren base. They need to get as much structural damage in within the space of less than 45 seconds now.
45 seconds. The next spawn coming in will be the Tempest Dragon that may decide the game, with the gold lead currently in favor of Talent Gaming. Out of that 5 minutes, that Talent Gaming Sunrise, the jungler securing for them. The comeback is real and starting to look in favor for both of these two teams. No one knows what will happen next in the next 5 minutes.
Exactly. Forget whatever goal lead they had in the start for the side of AG. Right now, it is Talent Gaming that has the lead. This means they will be able to change items a little bit quicker as well. And at this point, the Tempest Dragon will save the game. TTG desperately need this Tempest Dragon.
But this will put on so much pressure coming in from Talent Gaming. They have weak waves coming into this Tempest, as one thing we know in Honor of Kings. Once that 20-minute hits, you best believe these minions will start knocking on your base, because super minions are not to be joked with.
Yep, Sheng is a very important job here. He needs to get as much poke damage as he can in the early parts of the fight before the actual skirmish happens. That way AG has an advantage. But if they don't, AG will lose this.
But AG here, we see Zoe here going back to base here to clear off this wave here. Does that put in some form of angle for Talent Gaming to start off this Tempest, as we see Snowy holding the Tempest Dragon to the left side of this river here, as Zoe needs some time to visit back into this river. Aggro has been resetted. Both of these two teams need to attend to the waves as Annihilation finds over to Snowy. More heals does come true.
And this one has a Tome of Wisdom equipped for the side of Sheng. This is the most damaging item in the mage kit here. AG are not going to fight this Tempest, right? They have seen that opening. They're trying to go in on Ran here. Can they get the damage done? If he's taken out, that's a huge tank out of the fight. They do get that finish, and it's going to be a 4v5. The lockdown is that Zoe they've caught. Yes, it is. Right now, everyone's circling around him like vultures, looking for the dead carcass of the body of Zoe. Can they get the finish in? They do burst him down. Yes, it is going to be enough. He is going to be down. And this is the opening they've been looking for. Talent Gaming, the job is not done yet. They need to protect the base. They need to get that Tempest Dragon, and they need to take down a T3. All gamers, the odds are stacked against them right now. But maybe Sheng, if there is enough time, the Annihilation can make the difference.
Can he make the miracle steal here? Annihilation is up and available right now. The steal might just come true, but the timing isn't there for the mid lane of AG here right now. With the Tempest Dragon being secured by Talent Gaming, they have all it takes to bring this game to a 2-1 for themselves.
Right, by every indication, every marker, every metric, AG should have the advantage. But right now, because of the Tempest buff, Talent Gaming have a chance. One chance and one chance only.
I think just now, when Ran got caught by the engage, he sold item, but his preset wasn't Sage Sanctuary. That's why you see an Axe of Torment in his build right now. So that was a big mistake coming into these final few moments there.
And it's things like this, right? The minor mistakes that really make the biggest of differences. Right now, AG, they're suffering against this aggression of Talent Gaming. Talent Gaming have managed to sink all 3 waves.
And right now we see all 3 waves. Tempest Dragon knocking on towards the tier 3 here. Can AG pull off a masterclass defense as Yinor gets cornered by the Lubu?
Yep, they get the jump in. He will make it out alive for the side of Yinor. Can they get the damage in? The disruptions on the tower as well. They have taken the T3 on the top. Ran makes that beeline for the defense on the top side. Unable to get a kill. And for now, the first wave of Tempest variants have been done. But the Tempest Vanguards, this is the third wave maybe?
The last wave with 8 seconds on the buff. right now. 5 more seconds will be the end of the buff of this Tempest Dragon here, as more of these Tempest Vanguards are marching through here. No Unbridled Outburst for Shuai on this Zhangfei here. He can only play reactively here, so that is all the minions, all the towers going down. Both teams have a Baron base at the 23rd minute mark.
Yep, now this is neck and neck. This is the last wave of the Tempest Vanguards. They look for the emergence coming in from the side of Sheng. There is a flank happening on the top side for the side of Crane. He just want to make sure they have the wave clear. The last wave, can they deal damage? Because we will be going into a full reset here between the two teams if Talent Gaming cannot end this here.
Talent Gaming, they have an angle. All the Vanguards are currently marching towards the base here. There are 3 big Vanguards that they need to stuck this out of the base here, as we might be looking at a potential end here. But waves are cleared. 50 seconds on the next Tempest Dragon will be the main priority of these two teams.
Very smart move. AG, they did not let those Tempest Vanguards get within range of the backdoor protection. They saved themselves, and right now, it is back to square one, but with the maximum items in the game.
We start to see like all these boots being removed for these players, right? We even see double Tome of Wisdom from Sheng's Nua here. So that's how much money that's been stacked on for these members here. And then you start to see Snowy and Yinor here completing their Daybreaker, Sun Chaser, their Moon Goddess, not even having any boots. So right now, this is a game winning, and Sheng has 3 Tome of Wisdoms?
Yo, this is my rank game, man. I buy 3 Tome of Wisdoms when he goes to late game. He is going super greedy. He does not have the Moon Goddess on hand. Now, this is a huge risk. If AG win this, it has to be because of the damage that Sheng offers.
Exactly the case here. One good snipe, one good steal could spell doom for either team right now, as minion waves are marching through. Howl has been popped.
Yep, they get the flash in as well. Trumbull Mortars, can they find the backline? The Unbridled Orbis could be landing down. A lot of damage. Space has been created for Yinor. He gets the jump back, gets the save as well. But here comes the jump in. A huge jump by the side of Zoe. They found the backlines on the side of TTG. Crane has been taken down. Ching is the next one to fall probably. He will take a fall. 50 seconds out of the map, but they have found some damage onto Zoe as well. Zoe and Sheng, 2 members on each side taken down, and this is back to square number 1. But on the backlines, you can see there is someone hiding here. That is going to be Shuai, looking for the surprise steal with the smite if they don't check the brushes.
But fortunately, coming in for all gamers, no, for Talent Gaming, they still have their jungler. They still have someone with that superior smite to really lock the steal away from their sides here. But hang on a moment though, Shuai might be caught in no man's land here. Sunrise has the boots here, has the deftness here, can chase it, but they do give up on that attempt here. Right now, 3v3 on towards the map. Takes 10 seconds for Zoe to spawn on towards the map here. It allows TT to come into this bush, come into this control of the bottom river.
Shuai might have just saved the game for AG there, because number 1, he preserved his life. Secondly, he does have the Unbridled Outburst, and he does have his smite as well. Now, this is not going to be fair for the side of Talent Gaming. AG, they're looking for the poke damage in. Sheng, once again, he needs to get those pokes in.
This is the longest game we've had so far in the knockout stage of the KPL Grand Finals 2025. Right now, Waves will be the 6th member coming in for any of these teams. One bad wave management, that could spell the end of the game for any of these two teams.
Exactly, one bad position here. They do get the emergence down, not enough damage, no poke coming in from the side of Sheng, and this is a great start for the side of Talent Gaming. Right now, it's all about the Tremble Mortars. Who do we have? Oh no, they missed it. Shuai did not get anyone with the Unbridled Outburst. This could be a big moment for the side of Talent Gaming. At the same time, Sunrise, he doesn't care. He's making a split push. This is a great macro play from the side of Talent Gaming. They get the flash in as well. Can they get the collision cost? And they've caught Yinor, and this is a big opening. Sunrise at the sidelines looking for the flank as well. There is no ultimate for the side of Shuai. They might have just done this. They get the first life down. Annihilation comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Sheng has to give his life as well, and the Babe is wide open. On the other side, Ran, he tries his best, but you can't do much against the 5 members on the side of Talent Gaming with the crystal exposed. Game number 3 goes to TTG.
What a game and what a comeback coming in from Talent Gaming. We thought the game was in the favors of AG to end it all, to put it to a 2-1 lead. But Sunrise with that Fati, the Chow Chow, immediately allowing them to get that comeback, get that timer that they need for the upcoming battle. This is a legendary comeback coming in from Talent Gaming.
Exemplary performance from the side of TTG. Do we even remember that they were behind this entire game? forget the first 20 minutes. The last 7 minutes of this game was one of the best games we've ever seen in any series in these 3 days.
And props to the roamer Joy coming in for South Talent Gaming. The final moment to break it all through was the Dunshan finding the Howl and Flash combo, finding the channel coming in from all gamers, making it 4v5, and without the ultimate coming in from the Zhangfei, it was all a little too late and the game fell in favor for Talent Gaming's win.
Alright, so many things to cover if you want to take a look at it. Number one, I think this is the most important point to talk about. Let's talk about Ching here. The Lupu pick. Such a great pick. Lupu works wonders against tanks because of its first skill. You get the damage in. Who cares about the shields? We want your health.
But that's the problem, right? The early to mid game, it was in favor of AG because the Lubu wasn't finding the markers, the items to really make these big plays, right? But once it hit towards the timer where the Fatih on Sunrise really found the game extension for the Lubu, that's when you see big damage coming in, slicing Ron, slicing Shuai, and those were the moments that really allowed TT to find those big objectives, find those Tempest Dragons. This was a legendary performance coming in from both teams.
Okay, everyone, put it in the comments. You know who the MVP of this game is. There's no question. Yeah, it has to be Sunrise. Dude, the way he saved the game, not once, not twice, but so many times, and then come and turn this whole thing around. Like, he set it up so that the rest of the team could play like absolute gods in this game.
Yeah, absolute masterclass of a gameplay here coming in from Sunrise on that Fatih here. Definitely something for them to look out for, or other teams to look out for in the latest stages of the knockout stage. But currently, Sunrise definitely is one of the MVP candidates there. Without his play in delaying the game, slicing Yino in that ball lane approach, the game could have been over and in favor of all gamers in this game number 3.
Okay, time to go for the nitty-gritty here. Sagi, we're talking about one moment in the game where the item swap, right? This one was on Zoe. He was supposed to swap into the Sage's Sanctuary. Actually swapped into the X of Torment as well.
Oh, that was on Ron. That was on Ron, yeah.
On Ron.
So if we have the moment there, or the viewers want to check it out, I think it's during the high ground in one of the attempts that really removed that factor here. The itemization is very important in these last few moments of the game, but this is the scoreboard that we talk about of that 26-minute game. You can see 22,000 on Sunrise's Fatih here, and he only had 1 death out of the entire game of the 26 minute.
Crazy work, and to pair it up with the Dragon's Rage as well, right? So instead of going for, one of the options was the Blazing Cape, right? You actually lower the lifesteal and regenerative effects. Actually goes for more instead, the complete opposite. I want more lifesteal, I go for the Blood Rage instead, and this is doubled down with the Eye of the Phoenix. So very smart choice in itemization, going for offense instead of defense here.
And Sheng at one point had 3 Tome of Wisdoms in that game, which is the book that you see. He had 3 of them at one point before swapping to the Sage Sanctuary here. So definitely a lot of items that has been built in for Sheng to really maximize the damage output here. But all in all, the late game really came true where Sunrise clawed it back for the Lubu and for the Aaron to farm to that 6 item power spike. And the final moment where Rome, TT Gaming's Joy found Yino in that mid lane, that was just the perfect end for Talent Gaming's comeback.
Yo, when this hero gets released in the global servers, it's insane. So many people will go crazy over this. Joy, the one skill you're looking for, let me name it for you. That is his second skill, I believe. It's called Collision Course. The one where he throws you behind. Holy, that was the embodiment of them throwing AG behind them in this series because they're leading now 2-1.
Wow, what a crazy game that we have so far, right? As we look towards the stats, damage-wise is very down towards the casters on Snowy and also Sheng on that Nua. But take a look at the stats coming in from the side of Sunrise, right? It was very equal and it was very well done coming in for TT Gaming's jungler here. And take a look at the goal chart here. It was all in favor of AG until that big play coming in from Sunrise, allowing his team to come back on top in this game number 3.
Yep, so many things went in great synergy for the side of TTG. Number one, the insane Sunrise play. After that, they had absolute control over the fact that they had the Tempest Pit as well. And then they never let go of the lead. They were always searching for that one moment to come back in, and it came from Joy's Collision Course. Also because he was carrying Snowy on his back, so it was not just a catch, it was damage as well.
So many plays coming in for both of these two teams. It was AG dominating that early to mid game. Unfortunately for them, it was Sunrise that came in clutch, slicing, finding the angles on towards the back line, and then allowing the entirety of our Talent Gaming lineup to find that late game, find that game-winning push, allowing that insane comeback that we just saw in this game 3.
And the crazy part, if you look at the left-hand side of the screen of this particular pie chart itself, right, 1.6, this is the damage to gold ratio that they had on Sheng on this Noir, right? 1.6, that's a very rare number. If you take a look at the comparison for Crane, only at 0.7, because the value that both these picks came were very, in fact, completely different. Crane wanted to make the fight as unfair as possible in the form of slowing, catching one member off. Sheng's job was to make sure there was enough poke damage so they could win the overall fight.
Yeah, poke damage and burst, right, is the game coming in from Sheng, and for Crane, it is to isolate the key members coming in for the side of AG to make it a 4v4 outside.
Insane, right? This was intense. It felt like game number 7, but we are only at game number 3 here. Talent Gaming, reaching a top here, leading 2-1. Now, this may be a dream to some fans on the side of TTG. They just need 2 more.
They just need 2 more. 2-1 in the best of 7 means that you're 2 more points away from winning the series here. But hey, all gamers in TT has been in the same exact moment before. Let's think back to the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025 at Riyadh. It was Talent Gaming leading 1-3, and all gamers just claw back 3 games to end it in the 4-3. It is up to Talent Gaming right now whether they can make those final few wins here. But the MVP, deserving, Sunrise, it gotta be him. It's not who. It was him single-handedly bring the game back for Talent Gaming's comeback.
Masterclass, absolute masterclass. Now, if you take a look at the Chinese translation underneath his name, it says Wu Di Le, which means there is no opponent, no comparison here. Yeah, invincible here, 7-1-7. The fact that he died once, who cares? Because he brought the life back into TTG with his carry mode in the last few moments of the game.
The last few moments was really brought down by Sunrise. He really made everything work in his favor. It was really him. He really stopped the final push. He found multiple members in those 5v5 exchanges, and in the end, he secured that Shadow Vanguard for his team. But let's check out the key fight here that we talk about here. It was looking 2 members only coming in from TT, and then Sunrise finding Yino here. That's where you know. No more tower pushing, no more consistent damage. Removing the Nua as well means that you do not have any healing reduction coming in from any of these members here, resulting in this boss of a warlord here.
Look at that!
Getting HP after HP.
He was so low, and that was how close this series was. The fact that number 1, the minions were out of range, so there was backdoor protection available for the side of TTG. He was so close to death so many times in that particular skirmish itself, cleared the minions at the same time, brought them back into this particular situation where absolute chaos ensued for the side of AG, and now they tested the mental of AG. Very few teams can say that they did this.
Very few teams can really say they did this, and especially coming back from almost a 7,000 to 8,000 gold deficit against AG. That's just crazy work coming in for the side of Talent Gaming here. But props to Sunrise, props to the team. They managed to make it work, and they are currently 1-up, 2-1 in this best of 7.
Yeah, beautiful work here. And we were talking about, hey, Snowy didn't really have the option to get the damage in. Boy, this last few seconds of the game, he did. He had over 250,000 worth of damage. But let's hear the comms of the players.
来走，放。
中上2波线，兄弟。
牛蛙没铲，牛蛙没铲。
狗没铲。
我8秒大。
哦，3秒大。
还能守。这波你让我先卖一套，我这波很难扛。
狗没铲，我能跳他狗。
好。
会走，我就跳。
你们先拉线。
拉线。狗跳了，过来。
女娲没铲。
上我多站。
妈，你帮放回来了。
别忘跟我。能上。
女娲也没铲。
有线，回家。女娲没铲。哎，上路线拉住。
能拉。
上线拉住，不用急。
我能吸狗血，别慌。
别死就急。
闭死。
别死，没事，慢慢打。
我死了，
要清线。
能清。
海月要活了，
那我还能冲。
哎，跑跑跑！
就中了一波线，就中了一波线。
跑就行，跑就行，跑就行。
哎，我能翻打，我有蛋。
守住，守住。
直接翻打，直接翻打，跟他打很强，跟他打很强。
接。
你别死，砍盲点，砍盲点。
能跟来过来。
来了，又是了，关键了，
直接去盲点，就3盲点，就3盲点。
蒙天，我能盯杨戬，我少拉杨戬了，兄弟，你们打，
好，这波可以打。
就留杨戬，
打去龙勇了，兄弟，慢慢打。杨戬半，杨戬没事，兄弟。
哎，上路线，
先开龙。
给我多一下回，
回。
没问题，海月回，开龙。我都能冲，兄弟，看一下。
哎，可以冲。
来，张飞没了，冲谁都行。来，看我。
姐姐，
狗没闪，
红的。
哎，
张飞，
跟线
打一波，别急，打一波。
收到。
刘张飞。
杀人，我
慢慢他对我打。
别急，8秒大。
注意女娲。
死了。
女娲死。
接我。
蒙天。
死了，来上了。
一波，上了一波。
你们等线进来点塔。
nice，可以。
nice。
Crazy comms.
Stuff.
Okay, so let me explain to you. We have lesson 1 from game 1, lesson 2 from game 2. Now we have lesson 3 for game number 3, which is, okay, do you recognize when the game is savable? One of the most critical comms that came through in the start of that clip was the fact that the rest of the team was telling Ching and Sunrise that this game was savable, right? Go ahead and get the clear on the waves. Do we have protection? Do we have the backdoor protection? If we have the backdoor protection, you are free to go ahead and make the save, get the chase in. And also, Sunrise made it very clear to the team that I have a chance. My ultimate is back me up. And yeah, that's the first part of the clips that came through.
And the information flow is very amusing as well, because we know for a fact that even under that comeback situation, information was like saying that, okay, Chano had no flash, Nuwa had no flash, so let's aim towards those targets. I could use my ultimate on Lubu to jump on them, and then the Fatih comes in to clear up all these kills here. So it was clean, concise communication between the team members to really facilitate that comeback potential that Sunrise really got for their team. And in the end, the final play where the Dunshan found the flip on towards Yino in that mid lane, they know as well Yino had no flash and it was in their systems.
Exactly. And one more tip to learn from TTG in this particular game is majority wins. I'm not talking about team fight, but the comms. Majority of the team fight means you go with that call, right? There were a couple of members shouting for, let's go for the game end, can we destroy the crystal? But they were in the midst of battling Ran on the Mengtian. They were catching out Sheng on that Nuwa. And the call was, no, we get the kills first and then we can end the game. When your team calls for you, listen to the majority call.
And that is what you need to make a pro team, right? Pro team, they unite as one and they carry out one single task together successfully. And you rinse and repeat, and that is how you make leads, how you make team fight wins, because that is so important in a competitive team setup here. But man, Kin, what a legendary comeback coming in from Talent Gaming. In that game 3, we all thought it was all in favor of all gamers to take it at the 13-minute mark. But Sunrise really, I gotta say, we need to glaze him a bit, because that was some crazy play.
Yo, it truly was, because I was not expecting, this was not on my cards today, and I remember telling you that, hey, I made a mistake, I drank some coffee. No, that was no mistake. It seems like it was all planned out, because we have a fire series on our hands today, and I'm very sure AG is gonna come back swinging in game number 4. It has to be, right?
Well, day 1 we had 7 games, day 2 we have 6 games, so today, how many games are we having? We don't know here, but if Talent Gaming does push this series to a 3-1, they could bring back the same storyline for AG that they really did back in Riyadh, right? Where it was like a 1-3 into a 4-3 comeback for AG, but this time, Talent Gaming, they have the shot, they have the mental advantage, because after that game-winning push, that comeback, they are definitely high in spirits right now.
Yeah, you know, normally when things happen miraculously, we always make fun of it. We say today's not every day is a Sunday, but today is a Sunday, at least in our time zone. So maybe a miracle is waiting to happen today.
Yeah, maybe a miracle is indeed waiting to happen today, but it is still early in towards the series here. It is still 3 games only played in a best of 7. We might see an ultimate battle. We might see a 4-2, 2-4 sort of scoreline. So those are still up and available in terms of that score chart here. But don't go anywhere because we're only getting started for tonight's series. We're going to a next game soon.
Yeah, okay, so now let's put the past behind and we consider what's the potential for the future. Okay, so Dunshan now is also available for the side of AG to pick. The pairing that we have seen was Dunshan with Lady Sun. Today, TTG said, you know what, let's leave the Lady Sun aside. We're gonna use the Dunshan along with the Erin. And it looks like that was a great choice because it headed into the super late game, right? Now, does AG reply the same formula as well?
I think there's still the potential coming in from AG to draft the likes of the Dunshan, right? Because they haven't used that first, or the Kongkonger. So all these are starting to stack bans against them. So lots of these pick and bans will be heavily influenced by the global ban pick. 15 heroes are normally banned out on this format. For them, 15 heroes banned out. That means you need to limit more of these heroes. You're giving out more OP heroes to your enemy team. So coaches definitely have to plan what they have to play if they're looking at 6-game series into the ultimate battle.
And the scary potential is I think AG still has quite a few heroes to explore. They have not used the Chucha. Chucha was already used by TTG already, right? Ching played that. Lady Sun still available. Have they have not used the RD yet, right? On the side of AG. Yep. So and that is one of the main heroes on the side. In fact, signature heroes of Yinhuo.
Yeah, signature hero of Yinhuo here. There's also the Princess Frost Ogren combination coming in from Sheng and also the side of Zoe here. But so far, in terms of the draft, I gotta say, Coach Jozo is doing a heck of a good job in really responding to all these plays coming in from the side of AG. It is always a 50-50 or 60-40 in favor of each team.
Now, what is going in his head, man? I mean, I am so curious. I want to take a peek inside. What kind of drafts do you have for us in game number 4 and more? As this has been a pretty impressive performance by TTG so far. But yes, I would like to remind everyone watching again, this was kind of similar to what happened in KWC 2025 earlier this year in July, right? So TTG were leading and then AG just, I don't know, evolved and they came back really monstrously.
There's a reason why AG has like back-to-back titles in the KPL, and so far they're looking to really continue that legendary run that they have. But in front of them right now in the quarterfinals of the top 8 in the upper brackets. So if you win, sure, you go to semifinals, but if you lose, you are going down to the lower brackets here. So for them, it is really important if they can secure a second chance in the upper bracket.
Yes, so there was a little bit of misinformation there from me just now. Don't worry, we have got it all sorted out. But now we know we've been waiting for it. Now let's go into the live stage.
Well, let's get our players ready and available as we capture some moments. Coach Joza just, giving information to his players here, and then you can see them just having game. You best believe in terms of the game number 4, things could go even harder. And then the key matchup that we keep talking about between the captains here. You have Yinhuo, you have Ching. Both of these two players, seasoned veterans in the KPL scene. We're talking about 16 seasons? That's 8 years of Yinhuo's life in the KPL. Similar for Ching, for example, 12 seasons. That's about 6 years? So definitely experience plays a big role and a big marker for them, because it really shows the depths of their hero pool, the depths of their mental pressure, and coming into these best of 7s in the grandest of events for the KPL region. The KPL Grand Finals, it holds $10 million US prize pool here. Everyone wants to make a win for their team. And take a look at the crowd. More of these Talent Gaming fans and AG fans from both teams here, just showing support, showing love after such a big series. You gotta wonder, can you even sleep and not reminisce in the past of what actually happened in your eyes?
For sure, right? I think at this point, memories are great, but you also have to forge the future on both sides. So AG and TTG, this is a surprising start to the series. TTG leading now 2-1 against AG.
2-1 against AG, very good marker here coming in for the side of the KPL favorites. For Talent Gaming, can they continuously put more of this damage into the AG series record here? As you can see on your screen, 15 heroes banned away from both of these two teams here. They can no longer pick them until game number 7.
Okay, so let's take a look on the sides itself. I believe this time it is going to be Talent Gaming TTG on the blue side, prio pick, and then we're going to have AG on the counter pick side, red.
Counter red is the reactive rep that we talk about here. So let's think. Talent Gaming, you need to potentially ban away things like the Dunshan, for example, right? Because all gamers, they could really pull that off and play like a Lady Sun Dunshan combination here. We do have the Heino and Master Luban banned away already, but rinse and repeat is the game tree draft that we've seen so far. They ban away the Heino from the hands of Sheng and also the Arlie from the hands of Yinor, his signature pick.
Okay, all gamers, they also finish off with the Kong ban. Now, this is going to open up. I believe Kaboom is still available for the side of Talent Gaming, right? So let's see if they're going to open up with that.
Kaboom is still up and available here, and all gamers, they do ban out the popular 2 roamers here, and so far Kong hasn't been able to show up in these drafts here, but hang on. Lady Sun being locked in for Talent Gaming here, they might just try to force the Lady Sun plus the Zenrin combination in this game number 4.
Fully agree. And then you will go for like a tank jungler, right? So Kaiser is definitely up in the boards. You could also see the Yangjin. I believe Yangjin has not been used by Talent Gaming, right?
Yangjin hasn't been used by Talent Gaming. I think that's the case. Yes, that's correct here. So that is still up and available for grabs here. But all gamers, they do lock in a very strong early to mid game matchup. They do lock in the Gilya and also the Diadea for this combination.
Okay, so I think both teams will be going for the same kind of composition. We're looking at a tank jungle. So now it really depends, right? What kind of tank do we go for? Talent Gaming start off with the T's onto the Flowborn tank. And I believe, yes, it has to be a Zenrin, right? This is the standard combination right now for the KPL region.
This is a very good setup here coming in from Talent Gaming. They're banking on Snowy to carry the game, right? Because you have a strong front line in the form of Sunrise and also Joy. And then you have Snowy on a reliable late game carry here, but all gamers, they do put focus onto Zoe. His FMVP performance on that Ogren has been locked in.
Okay, so right now in terms of mid, you want to get rid of the burst damage heavy heroes, and once again, this is the main hero for Zoe. This is what he's known for, the Ogren. So I'm looking at them taking out the Ganemo as well as the Nuwa, of which Nuwa has already been banned on the side of AG. But they take out the Fuzi as well.
Take out the Fuzi, take out the Nuwa. I like Fuzi, right? Because it is a staple into Qing's hero pool. He showed up a lot of times during the KWC, during the regular season, whereby he always played this to a perfection, finding those big engages, right? But look towards Talent Gaming's ban. You are looking at 4 mid lane pole heroes being targeted against Sheng in that mid lane.
Yeah, because you don't want to give them time to react, right? But a Shi is a great answer as well, especially if you play in that Fog of War. If they actually catch out Snowy before the Joy ultimate comes through, 4 signs with the second life, then hey, it's instantly a 4v5.
A lot of fighting will happen in this case here, but talk about late game, Talent Gaming double down with a Gan and Mo here. If this Gan and Mo is locked in, that's going to be a lot of damage that's going to be raining down on towards the members of AG.
I like this. So at this point, it's going to be Qing or Sunrise that hands to really tank the mid lane catch from Sheng, right? If either of them get caught, at least there is a follow-up stun from the rest of the members on the side of Talent Gaming. There's also the save potential in the form of either ultimate from the side of Joy or even the damage potential from Crane in the mid lane. But AG, they respond with a beautiful Charlotte pick.
Charlotte being picked up here by Ron in towards that clash lane here. This will be your game number 4 draft between these two teams. Talent Gaming locking in a very strong mid to late game draft revolving around Snowy, Crane, the DPS and Burst with the multi frontline composition from Talent Gaming here. All gamers, Their side, they are looking to play tempo, relying Sheng and Zoe try to build up all these engages for their team.
So I'm gonna ask you this. It's fine if there's no answer, but doesn't a long-winded fight benefit Talent Gaming a little bit more?
I would have to say it is much of a 50-50. If the game goes late, it's definitely in favor of Talent Gaming because eventually Yinhuo's Geya will get outscaled by the Lady Sun. That's why this Geya and also Diadea needs to play the mid game and early game to a perfection. One small death, one bad death could spell doom for all gamers in that mid game.
And just to be clear, I think Talent Gaming, they actually have a sort of a pseudo setup, right? So you have Joy. If he gets the experimentation, which is the AoE stun, and lock up a couple of members, that also could spell instant ultimate. Freshly forged coupled blades by the mid lane Crane. That should spell instant death for the side of AG.
That will be a lot of damage, right? So coming into this game number 4, it will be a combat between a very stable 2-3 composition, 2 carries, 3 tanks with against the tempo composition that all gamers has drafted. But so far, if we were to look back into the previous games that AG has had the early game, they could really push that early game to a maximized potential for their team here. So I'm not that worried for either of these teams. It is all about one keyword: execution.
That's right, I fully agree. Because if you take a look at AG's comp, the Shi pick is not a very expensive pick. She can operate with little gold. Little to no gold. Obviously, we don't want no gold, but you know, this is going to aid with the growth of Zoe on this Ogren.
Zoe on that Ogren will be one of the key points as well, right? Because we keep talking about Ogren. Why is he so good? Because if he gets all the resource in that early game, he could become this insane raid boss that could soak up so much damage from the early to mid phase. He only starts to fall off when Marksman gets the items like the Daybreaker, when Mage gets the item like the Void Staff. That's when the Ogren start to fall off in that 10 to 12 minute mark.
Alright, so I'm going to talk a bit about the PTSD situation for the side of TTG because the last time this Zoe Ogren was used, they ended the game really quickly. But first,
as we go into game number 4, this is Talent Gaming versus all gamers here. Talent Gaming leading 2-1 in terms of the overall series score. We will have to see what they have in store here, but mid lane, the trade goes in favor of Sheng already in this early game.
AG has really strong early game advantage, right? The heals coming from Shuai going to help him in lane against Yinhuo. A potential first blood, or at least trying to force out the flash. Not going to be the case for the side of Talent Gaming. They saved the Qing flash for the time being.
I'm very interested to see what AG has in store for this game. Yesterday, we saw a very good sure pickup from one of those teams, and they found so many of the engages. If I'm not mistaken, it was Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Fully agree. I think that was the case, and it was a very scary performance by the Shi, right? Like, it looks so easy when the professionals do it, but the amount of execution proficiency is so hard to execute on your normal rank or even peak games.
Yeah, it is very important for both of these two teams here, but so far in this early game, it is more of a tip and tap. You're just looking for resources in the pockets of Zoe, in the pockets of the Charlotte, making sure that these two members get the maximized gold value here. If AG is able to manage the gold lead to a 50-50, that will be very crazy, because why? We keep talking about it, because the Zhenren, which is the roamer hero coming in for the side of Talent Gaming, the passive of the hero gives you 10 to 20% extra gold for the units, minions that you take down.
That's definitely true, but I think this is also dependent on the fact that Talent Gaming do not give first blood, right? Because right now AG will have the advantage all across the map. As long as Shuai is here, they can fight for days because of the heals. But one mistake here by Shuai, this could be first blood. They get the flash in as well.
Nice.
Raging Sandstorm going to be dropped down by the side of Yinhuo. They survive for now. No level 4 on the support, so they have to play really safe for this one.
Wow, what a good response coming in from Snowy. You know he's young. That was an insane reaction speed shown by the farm lane coming in from Talent Gaming here. You can see focus coming in from both of the mid lane is to really limit the approach of these farm laners. If they know this matchup cannot go in favor of all gamers if they want to go for that late game approach.
Yeah, which is why they actually put the TP down onto the jungle, as well to speed up that Crimson take in the bottom side of the jungle for the side of Talent Gaming. All gamers, they will have a decent, comfortable map control for now because they can place a little bit more aggression. But as the game goes later a little bit, you'll start to see the recovery and turnaround potential come in for the side of TTG.
And gold sharing being active for the side of all gamers is just making sure that everyone in terms of the team does get a bit of a gold shared into their pockets here. You can see the Shi playstyle is very simple. Your main job is to provide resources as a utility mage towards your jungle here. Hence why you can see Zoe getting so much more gold compared to Sunrise. But that goes into one thing. Look at Shung's gold.
Okay, they're trying to force out the big ultimates now because it's 15 seconds before the first neutral objective. Unable to find that value for the side of AG, so Talent Gaming, they maintain status quo and should be able to wrestle with the side of AG for this neutral objective coming up in 4 seconds. Oh, and they will get the setup as well. Nice escape from the side of Shuai. They have burned him down low. No flash for the side of Shuai. This is really important that they get the first blood here. Nice catch. And it is AG who has a great start. Can they get the finish on the job here? But no, it's not looking too good. No heals. And they get the first blood. Shuai, the first one to fall. And right now, Zoe has to run. He's very low on health as well. They did not have to expend much on the side of Talent Gaming. So this first level 4 is going to be in favor on the side of Talent Gaming. They should get this Tyrant.
That puts Talent Gaming up in the kill board with a 1-0 lead here, with a 600 gold lead amongst with that Tyrant here. They are looking very consistent in this early game so far. Good snipe coming in from Crane to secure that first blood.
Oh, how did they do it? Joy didn't even use his ultimate. The recognition of the limit that they're able to push to their heroes is so unmatched on both sides, Talent Gaming as well as AG.
Well, AG in the early game, they really lack a bit of a damage here, especially on towards Shung. Shung could provide a crowd control here, but let's check out the replay here. Good Silk imprint here from the side of Shung to really pull Sunrise into the team here, but he's so darn tanky here. And look at the snipe here coming in from Crane to find his mark on towards Shuai's Diadea.
Insane bin and switch, right? Because they had the Raging Sandstorm, so Sunrise was actually looking for an escape. But at the same time, it was Shuai who was looking a little bit low. So with that, they got that turnaround, finished by Crane. And of course, take a look at the Lady Sun. This is the #1 hero in the league of KPL. Snowy piloting this, but maybe a secondary kill as well. The jump away from the side of Shuai. Make sure that he stays alive. At the same time, they're looking for the finishing blow. Crane, one more hit will do it. The flash forced out from this side of Ran here. No, this is Shung, and he will make it out safely for the time being.
Crane is crazy with those freshly forged, almost sending Shung back to the grave with those blades here. And Shung having to force a way to flash here, that does give the early game turret towards the bottom side in towards the favor of Talent Gaming here right now. Everything is looking in favor. Talent Gaming securing that 1,000 goalie with superior map control.
AG needed more value in the first 4 minutes of the game, right? They had a very high aggressive potential, but they were unable to find any value in the form of the first blood or even just an advantage across the map. And right now, they're being punished by TTG because of it.
Yeah, and the late game potential that we keep talking about from Talent Gaming, it will be realized even sooner if this keeps going in favor of TTG. But so far, we know all gamers, when it comes to the macro, when it comes to the map rotation, they always find a way back into the game here. But after that game 3, do you think they still have it in them?
Well, they get the pull, and still they pull themselves to death. Right now, it is Joy who is at risk, but he does have his ultimate to work with. Who else are they going to save? Right now, they get the return on the side of Sunrise. They get the flash in as well. Ran will commit. He gets the first life down. Joy will be the next victim, and AG instantly recover.
Well done by all gamers. You're finding back-to-back return kills. Trading Shung for Joy and Sunrise. That leaves the mid turret up and available here. The freshly forged are hitting hard on towards Shuai and the minion wave here, forcing all gamers to back towards safety here. But that does allow Yinor to find more farm on towards the map.
That is why you never count AG out. That was a scary pull, right? Shung actually pulled himself to death, but then AG was ready to back him up, and that was a nice prize to claim.
That was indeed a nice prize to claim here, allowing AG to be back on towards the board right now, securing a 1,000 goal lead. That's why we say you can never count AG out in these big tournaments. They will always come up when it matters the most.
Yep. So right now it is a half 1,000 goal lead going in favor of the side of AG. Not the worst situation in the world for the side of TTG, but if they can find another kill from the side of AG, I think this is going to hurt TTG quite a bit.
Well, you have to consider one thing as well, right? It's under the influence of Joy on that Zen run. Without that Zen run, the goalie might be even larger for the side of AG. That's how much AG managed to claw back in that goal discrepancy here. And right now, take a look at the jungle contention here as the Crimson Golem does go into the favor of Zoe.
Yeah, but they're trying to lock out Ran as well. Ran makes a run for his life, unable to find that opening to escape, gets taken down. That's a huge punish coming in for the side of Talent Gaming. A great trade so far? No, actually, AG makes a better trade because they have taken the T1 in the mid at the same time. They're running back towards the Azure Golem. Now, all they can do on the side of TTG is to give it away because they want to work on the Tyrant for themselves. They will get it. So, power spike and fighting for the next 80 seconds.
I'm loving what all gamers are doing, right? Even though they lost Ron, they got the mid turret, which is really important in those settings, right? Because we keep talking about mid turret. Why is it so good? Because once a mid turret is down, you get so much map control for your team. But it is indeed traded back by Talent Gaming, neutralizing the tower lead for both teams.
Oh,
as we see,
nice flash.
Engage does come true, but it doesn't land on towards it.
It does not. Raging Sandstorm though. Here we go. That's a nice catch onto the side of Zoe, but the lifesteal is insane. Can they get the save here? Joy has to run. Gives the flash as well. All gamers, they found an opening, but Talent Gaming managed to squeeze out of that tricky situation.
They do indeed squeeze out sticky situation here, but we do look towards the mid lane here as Yino looking to push down this mid tier 2 here as more rotations have come in towards this mid lane to defend this inevitable push. But right now, 20 seconds on the clock as the shadow variants here. Team fights will be much appreciated and prioritized by these two teams.
Yep, AG doing so well at this point. Every time TTG answers, they just take one more turret. Right now, AG has one more turret taken. In comparison to the side of Talent Gaming, we are also in a point where 5 seconds later, this will be the Shadow Variants who is going to wrestle it out.
So far in terms of positioning, it looks in favor of all gamers because the Byron will have to walk very slowly towards this pit here. So right now, 10th minute on the mark here, 50-50 in terms of the goal for both of these two teams here. They are hustling. They are looking to really play it slow, play control, and play the minion waves that...
Yep, AG looking to open up the first set of movement here onto the Tyrant Pit, but it's all about looking for that catch here. Nice movement by the side of Ching. They're looking for an opening, unable to find one. AG, they reset and pull the Tyrant away to their side here. Vision is obscure for the side of TTG. They need more information. At the same time, actually, AG, they're kind of suffering. Here comes the call. They want to go in. Ching is alone at the sideline. Sunrise does go for the dive, but there's too much damage coming in. The couple blades do help out in the fight. The ultimate coming in from Zoe manages to bring him up to life. The life bars are dropping down. Ran, nice jumping on the backlines, and it's all looking good for the side of AG. They get sung, but at what cost? Crane and Sunrise are down. They make the run. Can they find Ching? They will be able to, but the lifesteal coming in. Armor not gonna be enough. Right now, just Snowy as well as Joy against the wall. Can they finish the job for the side of TTG? Unable to because the kills come through. Zoe changes the whole fight with his Ogren.
What a big flank coming in from Ron, finding Crane in that exchange, and immediately the big team fight. Zoe clutching up against the final few moments, but Zoe finding Snowy. That was the key moment there, even if the ladies went down 34k damage, but the Ogren managed to survive the entirety of that team fight.
Big movements, right, from the side of AG, and you called it out. The Ran flash jump in. That was the big game changer because the backline was completely exposed.
Completely exposed and completely capitalized by the side of all gamers there, and that led them to get a 4-for-2 exchange in that team fight while also securing that Shadow Tyrant in towards their pockets. This is exactly the 10th minute mark that we want to see and hope to see from the performance of all gamers. They always clutch up when it matters.
And this is the strength of the AG, right? Because at every single exchange, they're never doing one singular thing. The rest of the team, like Rod, they were pushing that T2 in the mid as well. Look at the result of what that net them. Now they have major map advantage. They also have the Tyrant buff to work with for the next few seconds. Right now, the only way that Talent Gaming win is if AG make a mistake.
If AG makes a mistake, then what did we had in game number 3? AG really did a mistake here. So right now, through that mistake that they did from game number 3, they will definitely go into this game with more discipline and more focus in trying to close out the game here. Map control in the favor of all gamers right now. With the Shadow Tyrant, they are looking to cause more structural damage in these attempts.
Yep, and right now it's just a poke and prod, right, from side of AG. They don't have to overcommit. They're just building room so that Eno can continue to farm this number 1. They also get structural damage in, and also builds up the potential for Sheng to get those surprise catches.
And with the expiration of the Shadow Tyrant buff, we are getting a rotation from the side of AG back towards the Shadow Vanguard here. Sheng doing the bodyguard beauty though, but hang on, Howl has been popped and is engaged towards Ron.
Yep, they have found their target. Ron is going to be taken down instantly. The kill goes to the side of Joy. Can they find the flank onto the side of AG though? That's the big question. They do see Joy. Joy wants to get the catch with the experimentation with the AoE stun. Unable to find that value right now. There is a wave of minions marching towards the mid. Can they even out the T2?
They need to be able to defend this because this is a frontal 4v5 assault coming in for the side of Talent Gaming here. With numbers having the advantage here as we see Goya drifting in, flash engage from the Byron.
Yep, they get the T2 on the mid. Right now they have to make a run for it though because Zoe is angry. He gets that first life down from the side of Ching with the ultimate on the 4 signs, and with that Zoe, he's falling a little bit low. They have found him. Crane has to give his life for that, but they don't mind because they have found Eno. Can they finish the job though? Snowy unable to be in range, and it's a triple kill for the side of AG. Eno, the specialist in that farm lane.
The Drift King of Goya, Yino comes up clutch, holding that flash until the very last moment, sniping Cream and collecting that kill on towards Joy, allowing AG to still come out on top in that 4v5 of an exchange.
And AG just don't lose. Look at what they're doing. They lost the team fight essentially. There's no way to go around it, but they still win the map. They take another T2 at the bottom. There's a lot of structural damage on the T3 on the top. And this is the difficulty of playing against the #1 team in KPL.
But this is the late game right now. We are going into the late game. And what did we talk about during the pick and bans? When we go towards the later stages of the game, 15 minutes, that's when the Lady Sun, the Ganem mode, starts coming online. This Ogre will start to be a punching bag for the members of Talent Gaming and will be a easily bursted down target.
Yes, once the team reaches about 60,000 worth of net worth, this is where the item switching will come to play, right? The Sage's Sanctuary, and right now Sunrise is caught in the middle of 3. He tries to move away. Can they get the finishing on him? On the backline, so they get a nice jump in from the side of Joy. Unable to find the value, no damage coming in. Nice snipe attempt by the side of Crane, will not hit the mark, and AG survive, but they are thriving at this point. They have sent Sunrise back home. There is no contest. Right now, it's about finding those hidden targets. Can Crane do the job? Because they need it desperately. Sunrise is nowhere near. The Tyrant has been reset, luckily for the side of TTG. AG, once again, they will find a prime position. Ron is the one that is in question here. If he finds the access into the backlines, it's going to be disaster for the side of TTG. The reset comes in. Joy gets the stun, and they have found Zoe. He does use his ultimate to reset. They get their smite onto the Tyrant. This is a big fighting prowess, but on the backlines, a huge 4-man knockup on the other side of Ron. He will pull the rest of the team back. The T3s at the same time being pummeled to bits by the minions. Can they find the finishing blow here? AG, they decide to back off because Talent Gaming, they have to try and save the T3. It might not be in time though.
It's still in time, and it lasts with almost the last 10% health of the turret here. But still, objective goes in favor of TT Gaming here. They still come on top in that exchange here. I am surprised no one fell in that team fight, not even the Clash Leaders who went diving deep in within 1v4 situations.
Eno has hit close to 75,000 worth of hero damage in all team fights at this point. But the biggest difference maker just now was Ron. He had a 4-man power gradation knockup, and that was huge. It was so surprising, like you said, nobody fell. But right now, TTG have re-established control over the Gorge. They're going to be able to try and put this T2 down on the bottom side of the map.
It is looking to go down right now. Shadow Vanguard has been spawned towards the top side as the new neutral objective for both of these two teams. Flash engage does not land on towards Joy. That is Flash and Frigid Charge down for the likes.
The CTG really want to fight this though. Right now, they're being called. Joy as well has to give his first life. They have found Zoe at the sidelines, but the base, it has been open at the same time. Right now, if they lose this fight, it's horrible for the side of TTG. Rod, he's going to try and go in as well. Nice knockup. They finish the job. This is all in benefits of Swai. And right now, they have lost Sunrise. They've lost Joy as well. There is damage, but there is not enough life. Talent Gaming, they might have to do a little bit more than this. AG, the door is wide open on the top side of the map.
top inhibitor down for the side of Talon Gaming here as all gamers, they knock on the bottom one as well as it does fall. Landing one to the last one in towards the mid lane as they are making a Baron base right now against Talon Gaming.
Right, they get the Conductor of Souls down onto Zoe. Right now, it's about making sure that all of the base is open. They get the angle. They just need to finish that last one. Nice dive in by the side of Ching. He's trying to hold his own against the 5 members on the side of AG, but it's not enough. Finishing blow by the side of Yinor, and the damage has been done. 3 members left, but now 4 with Sunrise. But they have lost the entire T3 base on the side of Talent Gaming.
All T3s are down for South Talon Gaming, and right now, all gamers, they have direct access towards the buffs, towards the Shadow Overlord. This will make their lives so much easier if they were looking to end the game in the next push, but this is the exact situation that we had coming in from Talon Gaming in that game number 3.
TTG fans, they must be crying out in their hearts. Sunrise, we need you to put up that carry again. But AG, they have seen this once, and AG never says the same thing twice. Right now, they're looking for the finishing blow in this game.
Yinor is absolutely crazy with that Goya. He's dishing out so much DPS for the side of all gamers. And for Ron as well, finding those key moments in the backline. For Talon Gaming, they really need to be able to defend this turret and play it towards that Tempest Dragon, just like what they did from that last game.
The weight of the world is on Crane's back right now. This Gun and Mo needs to hit those marks. If he does, they win. If he doesn't, AG tear them apart.
And right now, Vanguards are marching towards the base right now as we see. All the members here, good snipe coming in from Crane, lowering Eno to a 20% here. All these fresh speed forces are starting to hit extremely hard on the members of all gamers, forcing them to back away towards safety here. Potentially, Talon Gaming has held on this game to the Tempest Dragon marker.
Yes, magnificent defense. It is 20 seconds before the Tempest Dragon spawns. That's going to be the final challenge between the two teams again.
Let's take a breather here right now, because right now, 20 minutes on the clock right now. This is what we are looking for, right? Last game, it was really down to those last few moments whereby AG faltered in that last push. But with the gold lead that they had, 5,000 at that mark, we might just see a potential cleaner game from the side of all gamers.
Yep, AG, they're looking for the opening. All they need is a nice setup from the side of Ron, right? He just needs to get a nice knockup on the power gradation. They will be able to win the fight from there. But Talent Gaming, of course, we have to take a look at Ching. He's going to be the setup for the side of Talent Gaming.
Yo, back-to-back 20-minute game here for Game 3 and Game 4 here as Zoe goes in.
Yep, a little bit dangerous. Sunrise gets the knockup on the backlines as well. There is an extra life for the side of Enor. They're putting the damage in. The life bars are falling low on the side of Talent Gaming. First life on the side of Joy is going to be down, and the damage is plentiful. But Ching, he finds an opening on the backlines. Ran does the same as well. Who is going to finish the job? It's looking like AG has the advantage. First life for the side of Ching, going to be taken down. Can they do more damage? Crane trying his best to melt them down, but he does not hit the mark. And right now, Ran on the backlines, he's making life so difficult. TTG falling apart on the side of the damage of AG. And all gamers, this is the game. They will have game number 4 on the cards right here, right now.
Are you not entertained? Back-to-back 20-minute games, but this time it was all gamers coming out on top, and they managed to close up a game with the superior team fight prowess in this game number 4.
Yep, this is exactly what we expected. I mean, this is AG we're talking about. Unflustered, very strong map control, and they're doing so many things at the same time.
So many good things, and the team fight was really just superior in terms of all gamers here. In game number 3, it was a heroic play coming in from Talon Gaming's jungler Sunrise on that fatigue. But game number 4, Ron and also Yino, the two side lanes, I gotta say, props to them for giving up so much room and damage to the enemy team known as Talon Gaming.
And also props to Zoe, right? Because Zoe actually did a fantastic job on the Ogryn. The way he played his Ogryn on the path of passing, making sure that he was staying in and out just shy of the range, so Snowy had to overcommit. That was so smart, and it pulled the entire TTG out of position. And that's where players like Ran, players like Eno, they really capitalize off of that mistake of a positioning for the side of TTG.
And it goes back to the same question, right? Even though, yes, we keep prizing Yino and also Ran, but the other players also play to a perfection as well. Sheng was voluntarily giving out resources to his team, making sure that he played that utility mage to a full potential, getting all these good catches, pulling in the members coming in from the side of Talent Gaming, and then there were heals pumping out from the side of strike on that diadem. In the end, Zoe, his damage calculation on how much he can absorb was also an absolute masterclass as well.
Yes, we were talking about the extended team fights, but it feels like the extended team fights now work in favor of AG because of the Diadem, because of the Ogren. These are big heroes with a lot of sustainabilities, right? The Death's Precipice, the Swipe, allowing him to lifesteal every single target that's hit by it. And then you have the Destined Encounter, the ultimate by Diadem, making sure not just giving heals to your team, but debuffs and damage onto your opponent teams as well.
Exactly the case here, and that is the game 4 coming in, and we have a series on our hand. Minimum 6 games for tonight, because right now 2-2 is the exact scoreline for both of these two teams. Whew, back to back, game 3, game 4, 20+ minute games here, kid.
It's not just about the duration, it's about the intensity of these games. That is what is the most exciting part of these games. And this is not even the grand finals. This is just upper brackets, right? So can you imagine the stress that the teams are going through? We'll explore that in the itemization first here.
Taking a look at the scoreboard here, we see some clean slates here coming in from the likes of Yinor here. He's like fully decked out with 16,000 gold. And then interesting enough for Zoe as well, he's like a pseudo battle tank, right? He went for the Phantom as the Blood Rage upgrade into the Doomsday as well. So lots of healing and DPS will come from the Ogren as well.
Okay, so I think it's safe to say that I feel like the MVP is, to me, I think it's going to be Zoe. I think he played a fantastic game, but I have to give a silent shout out to the side of Ran. This guy was very good at his flanks. The amount of pressure he put onto the lineup of Talent Gaming was just superb.
Superb is one of the reasons that we actually prize this clash. And he was finding those key backline moments and flanking the likes of the Ganemo in those early attempts, allowing the whole team on the side of AG to play those good mid-game team fights, those tyrant, those objectives was really well played by AG.
Yes, Zoe tanked up a total of 230 over 1,000 worth of hero damage here. That was a huge chunk of the damage taken from the team. But the early parts of the game, we have to give our respects to Sheng as well. Sheng made many good catches with his second skill, allowing for some shifts in the gold for the side of AG.
It was really down to those key catches, key moments, and in the end, all gamers, every time we talk about it, okay, early game, not the best, maybe some mishaps, some depths here and there, but that 10-minute, once it kicks in, their macro and team fighting is just so top level.
Yes, and you know what? The difficult thing for them was Crane actually was hitting quite a few marks. While it was not so called the perfect performance, there was quite a lot of damage that this Ganemo did. Unfortunately, it was not enough, and AG with the super sustained calm just tore through the multiple lives that were offered by the roam here, Joy, and of course with the help of the mastermind, Mr. Da Shuai.
But MVP belongs to one person, and it is Yinor once again. Game number 1, he pulled off a Sun Quan MVP performance on that marksman, and game number 4, back at it again on that Goya. He was just full on gun blazing in that DPS department on that Goya.
Guys, we need a bigger screen because this guy's achievements are squeezing to the edges of the screen already. But 6, 1, and 10 are definitely deserving of the MVP here. He was so clean with his positioning as well, able to weave in and out of fights to make sure he gets the damage in. Did take a couple of licks from Ching, but who cares? He dealt the most damage, got the kills for the team as well.
And this was the early approach here coming in for the mid lane push, right? They got the kill on towards Sheng, right? But a return kill. 2 of them back to back in the pockets of Yinor's chase attempts. And that really resulted into a good mid game for the side of AG.
Yep, and it's so scary because AG, it's rarely about just what's happening on the screen, it's also about what's happening off a screen, right? Many a times they take a fight and you notice that, hey, the minions are crashing in and they can't defend because they're fighting against AG.
They are fighting against AG, and AG, I gotta say, their team fighting is really, really good in those 10-minute marks, and that is what makes them such a strong team to be dealing with. They have to be thinking about like minion waves, structurals, and that is what makes them so strong. And this play by Yino was what really allowed AG to take more control in that late game. He was just kiting the members from the side of Talent Gaming, baiting the last few jump in from the side of Joy, allowing the kills to be knocked down for the side of all gamers.
Yeah, the timing of the flash was so important because he was actually, if you notice, he was expecting the third hand coming out from the side of Joy, right? And once that was baited out, he was safe, the turnaround happened.
Turnaround did happen, and these were the moments, right? Because this is the high risk, high reward that we talk about, where you engage as a Zhenren, but if you can't find anyone, you don't have an escape mechanism. So, Yino with the Raging Sandstorm and Stry with the Heartlink, all these CC, just locking down Zhenren, not allowing him to go back to his team.
Yeah, and even if they got the catch, because Ching did manage to find the backline in the form of Eno as well as Shuai, but unfortunately, because it's a Byron, right, and he's using a Gerya who is so adept at moving around every, I think, 6th or 7th hit, he actually gets an extra dash with his skills as well. He just kited the heck out of this Byron, and Ching had absolutely no idea what to do at that point.
Because it makes sense, right? If you're Ching, your job is to find that one big Storm Strike flash on towards the backline, and then if you do find Yino, you would want Crane to use those freshly forged, those spears, and jab and assassinate Yino. But Yino didn't give you any sort of chance for that to happen. He flashed away or reacted accordingly, and then once this flash has been expended by the roam, by the clash coming in from Talent Gaming, the Raging Sandstorm and the CC chain coming in from the AG squad will just lock you down and then execute you one after another.
This is why coaches tell you scrims are so important. This is why ranking is so important, peak is so important, because it gives you all these little situations that will happen over and over again. 14 seasons in KPL, Eno knows exactly what's going to happen next. And boy, did he do a phenomenal presence and performance in this game number 4. But this, of course, brings us back to square one. It's 2-2 tied now. Who's going to take the next series?
I can't ask you because the series so far, but if you were to value the game in a much more fair way, outside of the 4 games, one game that went super well for the side of Talent Gaming. They had a phenomenal early to late game, but aside from that, the other 3 games, it was always 10-minute in control of AG.
Okay, so you're saying that we should have, on the side of TTG, a stronger early game, right? Because that was not apparent in game number 4. That was one of the reasons why AG was able to kind of wrestle a lead and then just stay on top of the game for TTG. But this is a stock standard AG performance, right? So with that being said, let's go back to the venue. We take a look at the live audience and what is the view and energy down there.
View and energy down there is definitely something for us to really feel here. Like on the English broadcast, on the online audience side, it's already looking like an action-packed series there. And imagine you are at the live venue. How would you feel as an audience? Because this is such a banger of a series.
Exactly. Bang for buck, I would say, right? The tickets, look at the fans, they're cheering. The coach, I mean, he was feeling anxious for a little bit. I can guarantee you that. But that was a relief when they won that one.
Exactly, right, because they don't want AG to fall into a 1-3 deficit. That could put so much mental pressure and stress on towards them to pull back into a 4-3 ending score here. But right now, 2-2 is the scoreline as we head into the game number 5. Not the last game though, because we are playing on a best of 7 format.
Yep, right now, AG needs to form the strongest connection to their winning ways, similar to how you're trying to form a connection with our fans on our social media platforms as well.
Oh my, I am so like out of breath because every game is a banger. Like we're just screaming, we're just yapping, we're just like talking all the good stuff about AG and TTG because how can you not do so? Both of these teams, they are just playing to their maximum level and standard.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want the connection from the fans over there to you guys in the screens, in the comments as well, right? Can you feel the energy and the tension that is game number 5? Because once again, you get to inch yourself a bit ahead, but you don't take the whole series just yet.
Well, gotta talk about it, right? When we talk about the hype, the adrenaline, the expectations here, let's talk a bit, slow down a bit. We start the game before we do is the draft. So drafting, what are we expecting to see for both teams?
Dunshan, for the side of AG, just give me the Dunshan.
Oh, Dunshan for AG, yeah, that's definitely something that they haven't picked up yet, and the Lady Sun as well. When AG picks up the Lady Sun and also the Zenren on Dunshan, that's where they really start to amp up their tempo, bring in those big guns, give Ino all the gold that they need.
And you can see, right, the players on the side of TTG, they're starting to feel the fatigue. This has been really intensive 4 games in a row from both these teams. And this is where you're truly tested as a professional, right? When the fatigue sets in, when the draft becomes difficult to play, when you're playing against the top players of the KPL region, how well can you do? That is what defines a champion team.
A champion team can come in 2 forms. It can come in as the challengers of the Talent Gaming squad, or it can come as the victors of the spring and fall summer season, coming in as AG. We will never know, because this is the KPL Annuals Finals 2025, as this is the grandest of events of the final of the season.
All right, we'll see, right? Right now, one of the open options for the side of TTG is their big favorites, which is the Lupan number 7 and Master Lupan combination. I'm pretty sure AG is going to ban that out. And here we go, straight away, first ban. There is no Master Lupan.
Yeah, no Master Luban coming in from Talent Gaming. That does mean one thing as well. There is no Dunshan in favor of the side of Shuai in that Roman role here. That does lead to a question here. What will be the first picks here coming in from AG and TTG?
I think it has to be a roam, right? I think you want to give as much flexibility for your team. I'm curious to see, because I don't think we've seen... Oh, Kong Kong already has been banned. What's left? Liempo? Nah, Liempo is not a good one to start with. Maybe a Yuhuan, I guess.
I gotta be the It is... Okay, so Yinhuo is known for his Arlie. That's his FMVP skin that you're looking at. That's why it's not the usual Arlie portrait that we have. But it's his Arlie. It's coming out in game number 5 of this best of 7.
Yeah, this is a main hero. I believe this is also a signature hero for the Arlie, and this is going to be a wonderful performance. Talent Gaming, what do you have, man, against this?
Oh wait, we usually gotta see the Liang, right? I'm a bit worried for the side of Talent Gaming, because there's still the likes of the Zenren and also the Wu Zetian per se as the direct counters here. So what does all gamers really drop into this? First things first, they do lock in the Kaiser for that beefy frontline, but there's still a lot of picks like the Zenren, right? It's coming out.
Yo, this game is over, yo.
Whew. Okay, if you're Talent Gaming, you definitely need to be focusing on more interesting DPS, but this is the exact draft that we saw yesterday coming in for the DRG and Wolves Esports here. So, Talent Gaming, they will need to look at some few things. Counters for the Liang and Princess Force, like the Guan Yu, yes, and maybe consider a ban on that Wu Zetian.
I think actually I would like to ban out the Mozi, but I think maybe it's not a consideration here. I think Wu Zetian is definitely a good ban as well. But we'll take out the Consort Yu as well. A great answer to the RD. So what's left?
What's left? There's still the likes of the Geya coming in for the side of Snowy. I do think that might be banned away from the all gamer side, but they do remove the Ho Yi here. One of the few good picks that Snowy has in store that goes super late into the stages here. And right now, we see multiple bans being traded left and right here. All gamers targeting 4 marksman ban on towards Snowy in that farming pool.
Actually, I think the Geya has been used by Talent Gaming already, if I don't remember wrongly. So this leaves us with very little options on the side of Talent Gaming. But Talent Gaming, they're gonna lock in the Dune here, and this should be the jungle. It will be a Clash Lane. Yeah, Clash Lane Yangjin.
Yeah. So Yangjin can be playing towards the Clash Lane, right? You can go to Axe of Torment into the likes of the Pure Sky and find all these big burst damage on towards the backline here. So that is exactly what you're needing here. And Talent Gaming, they are in towards the face of an Angela here. And yesterday, we saw how Angela works. Once you have a singular target frontline like the Dude, Angela is like, bet, let me just burst you down with the Blazing Brilliance.
This one is a bit difficult for TTG, right? Like, who are you going to be left with? Oh, they're going to just do it. The Lupan, they're hoping for the best form of protection. TTG, you take out the Master Lupan, but Lupan number 7 is still a contention. But I'm really concerned. Number 1, this is a main hero for Snowy, sure. But AG's lineup is adept at number 1, tanking. Number 2, shredding. And number 3, having extra lives. How are they supposed to survive this on the side of TTG?
It makes sense, right? Because let's think about it. Because Luban number 7, what are the risks against it right now? Because no mobility, right? But the engage coming in from the side of all gamers relies on 2 players. It is either Shuai flashing engage on that Zenren or Ron finding that flash storm strike here. So those are very flash reliant spells here. That's number 1. And number 2, Arlie doesn't scale well against a Luban. And spell 2, the Maple Dance, doesn't block Luban's passive Gatling gun.
Okay, I like that, you know, you see the positives in this because I am seeing not so good results for TTG right now. I have to go with AG's draft here. I like the AG draft a little bit better. I think it's a risk because Talent Gaming, if they don't hit that financial advantage early on, then this game is going to be really hard to climb back from.
It will be very difficult to climb back from, especially when we talk about the Zenren and also the Liang matchup. The Liang will have to find a very smooth early game. That first level 4 ultimate will need to pay off dividends. If not, this Liang will get scaled off very hard.
For sure. I think we need to see the first blood needs to go into the hands of TTG, and this is a need to balance the game. It's not even about having an advantage. They need it to balance the game because the draft on the side of AG is very monstrous in my eyes.
It's very monstrous here. You have the tempo coming in from the side of the Arlie and also the Zenren to buff up all the gold into the pockets of this farm lane. But the good news that we can really talk about on the side of Talent Gaming is the Luban number 7's late game potential, right? Because you have so much front line here coming in for your side. You have the Yang Jian, you have the Dun to be this front end for you. So if you think about it, if this Luban number 7 scales towards the late game, that could be a winning factor for Talent Gaming.
Yes, because then you kind of remove the need to care about that initial setup by the side of Ran with the Flash Storm Strike. You also disregard the Chaos Cinders by the side of Sheng. So right now, the challenge for TTG is can you survive the initial burst compositions coming in from AG? And once you do, then you realize the late game potential on the side of TTG's composition. But of course, I'm curious about what the fans think. Let's hear them cheer.
Interesting enough, we get Qing in towards the mid lane as a Yang Jian mid rotation. So they are avoiding the lane against Yino's Arlie here. So a very interesting setup coming in from Talent Gaming's level 1.
But here's the pain point. AG have just taken a stroll on the top side of the jungle on the side of Talent Gaming. They now know what buffs are available and the timers on this. And this is something that AG are well known for. Having the information, you know they know exactly what to do with it. So nice steal here by the side of Joy. They get that first Spike Tail Beast on the bottom. A Fire Beak,
First Spike Tail Beast at its bottom, and then you get more of these resources being traded between these two teams, right? That's why you have the lane swap. You want Yinwo to be collecting all these resources on towards the Gorge. Make sure he farm multi-waves so he can scale into a strong mid-game power level, right? That's what you want to be seeing for this Arlie.
Crazy. 2.5 waves in the first 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's the value he has on the side of AG. And now, looking for a little bit more. He's going to get this third wave easily with the help of his teammates here.
Yep, they do clear out the wave here, and then they look for a big rotation towards the mid lane, and then you can see mid bot, and then they keep repeating it, go towards the top side, take the teleportation portal, share all these resources between all members of AG. That's how you maximize the gold for your entire team.
Yep. I love this. This has taught us so much. I've actually learned quite a lot in terms of gold sharing from the side of KPL, right? And this is something that is really valuable. But right now, the big question is, okay, so where is this advantage that TTG are looking for? Who are you putting the farm into?
Definitely into Snowy and Qing's pocket, because Qing will be one of the primary targets to look and assassinate Yinwo in those exchanges here. So that's definitely someone you need to be putting your eyes and focus onto.
Okay, so Qing manages to get a little bit of pressure on the top. This is going to open up the space sprite for congestion. He's not going to be able to wrestle through it for now, but let's take a look at the vision on the side of AG here. They don't really know where the rest of the members of TTG are at, so they're approaching with a little bit of caution.
A little bit of caution will always help out in these early skirmishes and engages here, as level 4 has been unlocked by Joy and Crane here, so they will be finding these big rotations here to catch out this potential Angela towards the bottom lane, but Shry does sniff it out, and Shry is here to aid his mid laner that is alone in towards the bottom side.
So smart, right? And right now, Talent Gaming, they cannot show Crane or Joy. I mean, they just did show Crane, but yeah, this is going to open up a lot of problems here.
Yeah, lots of problems here as Zoe here playing aggressive to get vision against the Liang here. So that's the thing, right? Liang cannot ulti anyone that's not Arlie or the Zenren here, because if you ulti anyone aside from Zenren, the ultimate is going to come in and he's going to get a free respawn.
Exactly, and that's a big trait in terms of ultimate. You don't care, right? So AG already has a draft composition. Small dub, it's not the be-all end-all, right? They definitely have an advantage in that sense.
Yeah, decent advantage, right? So we have to see how Talent Gaming really scales towards that late game here, because Luman number 7 does pretty good against the Arlie when you get like 3 to 4 items, when your Gatling gun starts hitting super hard and Arlie isn't able to block with that spell too.
Yeah, but right now they're trailing in terms of the goal. And now Ching wants to stop that initial rotation by the side of Ran. He's going to be able to achieve that result. But he still has to give away this space fight on the top. That's additional goal. So this pillow fight on the top, this is going to be the Clash Laners locked down there. Talent Gaming start off with the Tyrant.
Yeah, Tyrant's being started off right now as the first member to come in is Talent Gaming's Clash Lane here, as the Tyrant is going dangerously low. What is the toss?
Yep, they get the suppression, but this is the problem. They get the first blood, Joy is taken out, and right away the composition is spoiled. The dive on the backlines, Enor pushing away Snowy instantly, and with that, AG secure the first Tyrant of the game.
Big damage being dealt for the side of Talent Gaming here. They did find the initial engage onto a Zoe, but good flash re-engage and disengage by Ron to really secure the deal here. But look at the engager coming in for the side of Zenren.
Oh, they turn it around. They give the first life onto Enor. He's going to be frozen, and they finally get this pesky guy away on the side of AG. Talent Gaming, that's a great response, but it's not going to be enough at all. They need more. The T1, this needs to be taken by the side of TTG here.
Hang on a moment though, as Zenren goes in for the clear here. He does get frozen on by the frozen prison here. He flashes for it, but he doesn't get the stun here, but he still manages to escape towards safety here. He does get the return kill on towards the Dun.
What am I telling you? AG are so smart. Look at the byproduct, right? It's always the secondary things that they're doing that we don't really notice. In Talent Gaming, they pay for their aggression here. Sunrise, the jungler, falls.
What was the flash here coming in for Shry just now? He flashed for it, but there was no reactive here. Maybe he would dodge a spell that I didn't really notice here, but props to both teams here. But look at the gold sharing efficiency coming in from all gamers here. 2,000 gold already in favor of AG. And why is that? Because Zenren, which is Tiny Zenren, Shry's Roman hero, gives you 10 to 20% extra gold on every last hit.
Yep, and the biggest difference here is that Sheng now has that burst potential, right? He is close to 4,000, the itemizations are coming through. He already has the Venomous Staff as well. This is a pain point for the side of Talent Gaming. Oh, but nice catch attempt on the side of TTG. They will be punished instead though, maybe. As the jump comes in from Ching. You talk about him getting the gold. He's looking for that opening. Dodges the Chaos Cinders as well as the shots fired by the side of Sheng here. Now, it is all about Talent Gaming. They're looking for the 4-on-1 here. But here comes the backup. The freeze does come through. Can they do enough damage? Snowy, he's laying the pain. On the backline though, Ching is in a 1v5 situation. Has to make a run for it.
But so much damage being traded left and right here. So much healing as well here coming in from Ching and also Sunrise to actually be able to maneuver around these team fights here. More gold being shared towards the pockets of AG here. Looking very good here, utilizing the Zenren's passive for everyone in their team here as we pan over to the top Clash lane here. More focus being played around Snowy on this blue bond number 7.
Yep, and it's a very simple strategy for the side of AG. They get the Blazing Brilliance down as well. The suppression comes in from the side of Joy, but it's not going to be enough. Winter is here, going to be set up as a defensive measure. Deterrence with the freeze coming in, not going to be enough. Crane unable to find the target, and right now Talent Gaming, there is more options to explore, but on the backline, Zoe has found his eyes onto Crane.
Structure of Talent Gaming here, and that might just be a mid tower going free over to the hands of all gamers here. A very good macro rotation so far in this game number 5.
Yep, AG is so adept at this, right? They force you to take these unnecessary skirmishes. There is no result in the fights, but then Enor starts working on the structures and you suddenly have a very dark map.
You have a very dark map, but you do catch out Sheng in this very bad position here. Nice freeze by Crane. That was without the ultimate coming in from the Liang as well.
Okay, look, AG, I'm fully confident they don't really care about that. They can give the life of Sheng there because they're looking for the overall macro advantage. They already have a 2,000 gold advantage. They don't really have to care too much about giving away 1 or 2 kills.
It seems goes for the side of Talent Gamer here because this Luban number 7 needs to scale towards that 3 to 4 item spot, and that's how you really play. But right now, you do not have full members here, AG.
Yep, first life gone, second life immediately deleted. They want the T1 as well. But here comes Zoe. He's tanking it all, but he won't be able to tank much longer. They get rid of Zoe here. This might be the turnaround that TTG have been looking for all game. They take 2 members down, but Talent Gaming, they need to look for more. They start working on what may be a double objective. No, they will make a straight beeline towards a Tyrant as they look to force this down.
And this is the cause and effect here, Kin. Sheng died at that blue buff, and that resulted into a 4v5 on the front end here, sacrificing Zoe, sacrificing Shuai to really defend that mid turret here. As we see towards the replay here, it was a direct engage coming in from Shuai. It was a 4v5 angle, no side of run, no side of Sheng here, very punished by the side of Talent Gaming.
A very greedy move from the side of AG, if I have to say, because they actually walked into 2 very big AoE ultimates, right? The air support from the Luban, number 7, as well as the Winter is here. Now AG, they have managed to recoup some of the losses here, still maintaining a very healthy 1.5 thousand gold lead, as Ran is going to take the T1 at the bottom as well.
Ooh. This is starting to look good for South Talent Gaming, I gotta say, because I keep emphasizing the same thing. The reason why AG has such a big goal lead is because of the Zhenren, and once the Zhenren passive doesn't scale too well towards the late game, that's where the Luan number 7, the Yang Jin, comes into play here. These two are starting to look very monstrously strong in this 10th minute mark.
And you definitely need Sheng in the fights, right? If Sheng is not present, then you lose that shred potential, especially as a tank shredder. So right now, it seems like TTG, they found the formula. Can they execute it? That's the biggest question.
And the question is, Snowy getting engaged on by the Kaiser here, has to force away the flash.
Yep, they're trying to separate the team fight as well. Joy, they're trying to gum in, but with Crane getting a beautiful freeze to get rid of the Sunrise though, they need more damage. Where is Snowy? He is not going to be on time, and they lose the 3 members on the side of Talent Gaming. Snowy has to limp away along with Crane, and just AG dominating the map.
Beautiful catcher coming in from Zoe, forcing the biggest damage dealer coming in from Talent Gaming to crawl and flash away from that team fight. This allowing TTG to form that 5-man strong unit, allowing AG to comfortably secure this Shadow Tyrant.
I'm very sure AG has an inbuilt alarm in their systems. Every fight they take, look at the timing, immediately won a team fight straight away as the Shadow variants of the objectives show up.
This is exactly what you want here, right? Zoning away the Luban, forcing him to miss position, and then allowing Yino to just casually free hit everybody on the side of Talent Gaming. And then you can't really reach him because there's no DPS.
And it looks like a micro play where they're having like very good team fights. But then you take a look at it as an overview and suddenly, hey, AG is actually playing the macro game. They take another T1 on the top, and right now the map is just dark for the side of Talent Gaming.
And this is the AG tempo we talk about, right? 4.5k in the lead for all gamers here. They will do rinse and repeat. Get your neutral resources, get your buffs, get your towers, and then revisit back to that Shadow Overlord, and then get your tier 3s here. This is the exact game plan that we might just be seeing for the next 2 minutes.
Yep, AG is going to want to take a fight here because they have a wave pushing in at the bottom side and the mid side as well. And Talent Gaming, they choose to defend the mid lane instead and give away the T2 in the top. Now they just left the T2 at the bottom. Let's see how this is going to affect their gameplay right now.
We are seeing a bit of an approach here coming in for the side of all gamers. They are looking to clear out the minion wave first, settle all 3 waves, and then potentially look towards the Crimson Golem, and then we have a very smooth game plan coming in for the later stages of the game here. But so far, 6,000 in the lead, very comfortable for the side of AG.
Yo, he has a 1.3 gold difference against his counterpart laner. He's at 831 GPM. Goodness me.
Yeah, goodness gracious is the thing here for the side of Yino here. Playing the farm sharing to a perfection is the name of all gamers here. And right now, Yino does start off the Shadow Overlord in towards the top side river here, They just need to grab this here, but Hal has been propped. They want to be finding a singular member, but they don't find anyone.
Yep, Sunrise as well has been founded out, and with that, they have been caught completely blindsided. They have no idea where the rest of the members of the AG are at, and now they might be punished if they come into the bottom side of the jungle.
Yeah, much better wave control coming in from all gamers so far. Missing out that catch means they miss out a window to really decimate any singular members of all gamers. But look at the Yino damage here, chunking down Crane and forcing him to back away.
1.5 seconds. That's all it took for him to melt Crane to that level. And right now, with the minions as well coming in, oh, nice flash with the catch as well. Experimentation from the side of Shy. They're gonna clean up House. Snowy, the next one to fall. The first one to fall, in fact. And with that, they've taken away Ching. There is no more tankiness. There is no more damage. What more can they do? They're diving. The Shadow Vanguards and Shadow Overlord have touched the ground. T3 taken. And AG, they're looking to finish the game right here, right now.
It's a straight beeline here, riding that gold lead, riding that 5v3 advantage here. The Shadow Overlord has marched towards the base here. More damage on towards the members of Talon Gaming. The last one to fall is Joy, and the game, number 5, goes over to AG as they are currently 3-2 in terms of the series score.
All gamers, this is top tier quality that we're talking about. This is exactly why they are the champions of KPL. This is why they are continual champions in the KPL.
Wow, what a good showcase of the early Zunrin strat here, allowing so much resource to really fall into the pockets of this mobility pick. But the key change of pace was really the Kaiser finding that Luban number 7 in that mid lane. Zoe really found the biggest catch of the entire series, allowing a 4v5 up front in favor of AG, securing the game, securing the team fight. That's where everything fell into the hands of AG to control that game.
And it's rarely just about one player, right? Zoe gets the beautiful catch. Who comes in next? Shuai comes in with a 3-man experimentation plus the third hand catch. Multi-man stuns, AoE stuns, and then it was just simple cleanup on aisle bottom there.
Oh yeah, like when you lose out the main damage source, which is the Luban number 7, you can't be consistently taking down the likes of the Kaiser or the Byron here, and every play made by the Liang on towards the hands of Joy, it was really systematically disengaged by either the Byron or either the Zunrin coming in from the hands of Shuai.
Too many answers, right? And you know you'll never be able to catch Inwa because he takes about 1.5 seconds to come in, do damage, go out. Do you have the reactions time to be able to react within 1.5 seconds? Most people say yes, but when you're playing against Inwa, high intensity match, high stress, I don't think so.
It is a very difficult situation, especially when the final few moments was the Luban number 7 being forced down by either the Zunrin on the hands of Shuai or Ran on that Byron here. It was really difficult to pilot that Luban number 7. One small misstep and the entire game crumbles if you are Talon Gaming.
Exactly. Too much mobility, especially for Eno as well. And Eno wasn't even a problem there against Snowy, right? It was actually the Kaiser. Zoe was so adept at making the flanking rounds. And I think one of the mistakes that they made at the last portion of the map, which is by no fault of their own because they had no information, the how call, the movement, they expended everything. That could have been used to escape, in fact.
Well, those are the moments where you really need to find a singular catch to equalize the game and allow more farm time for the Luban number 7 here. So props to Talon Gaming for actually actively finding those moments instead of just waiting for the inevitable end game. But then that's game number 5, 3-2 in terms of scoreline, with AG leading in a best of 7 where you need 4 scores, 4 points in fact, in the series to win out the entire set.
Right, so let's take a look at the stats of the game itself. This one should be very clean cut. Let's start off with the signature hero and the main hero for here on the R League.
Yeah, main hero on towards the R League here, 3-1 and 4 here, capped out in all departments in that item build here. But 0-1-7 on the Kaiser from Zoe was also the key deciding factor in finding that Luban number 7 misposition, forcing away the flash.
I mean, let's consider the other option that they were looking for, the solution, which was Ching on that Yang Jian. What was supposed to happen on this Yang Jian?
Team fight wise, he was supposed to look for those spell 2 flash engage on towards Yino and then burst him down. Something similar like what a Fatih does in terms to counter the early here. But due to the fact that there was always no proper 5v5s, then there was no exact moment that Ching could really find Yino's punish.
I find it very cool that you say that because I feel like that was the game plan from AG all along, right? They never really truly wanted to play the micro game about team fights. It was actually all extended and subtle micro plays that you only realize after the fact that it happened, right? Suddenly, hey, your T2 is gone, suddenly your T3 is gone, and then you lose a team fight off of that.
Exactly the case here, and we see the discrepancy between the two mid laners here. It was all around damage department for the side of Sheng, and CC control in the hands of the mid lane coming from Talent Gaming, which is Crane.
Yes, and you take a look at the turret damage. Enor dealt 32,000 turret damage. That just tells you the game plan of AG from the get-go. It's not about the fights, it's about the map.
It's not about the fights, it's about the map. That's exactly well said on how a game of Honor of Kings is meant to be played out here. But the MVP coming in for the series is none other than Zoe. Without that key catch towards the mid lane, it wouldn't be so easy for the side of all gamers to punch that game number 5 win.
This Kaiser. Oh, hang on, guys. We need a bigger screen as well because this guy is also filling up the screen with the achievements. 0, 1, and 7. The KDA does not matter because this guy was on a tear with the Kaiser. Tanky, damaging, as well as a very good positioning, allowing AG to flourish in this game number 5.
So much pressure from this player here. Zoe really found the marker here. Like, what else can you do? You are a utility jungler, you're meant to tank, but you found that one key catch on towards the Luban, which really sealed the deal for your game, right? After the catch, it was just Shadow Tyrant, into buffs, into waves, into the entire map control. That is just the bland truth in this game number 5.
And I like that, everyone is recognizing this in the comments as well. The AG macro play is just on a different level. We'll take a look at the highlights of this game. Now, you will notice the big fights that are happening, but I want you to take notice of what's happening at the other sides of the map as well. Every single time they win a team fight, they convert it into something else. Turrets, buffs, neutral objectives.
And this was the one that was scratching my head, right? He flashed a wave towards the right side. He was trying to dodge away a certain skill shot here, which really allowed Sheng to find that kill here. And this was the key catch here. He spotted out Snowy with the edge of the vision here, immediately goes in with the Invisible Warrior, with the smite forcing the flash away from the Luban number 7. And if you pan towards the front side of the fight, it was too little too late for the side of TT. There was no consistent damage coming from the Luban. It was just the Zenren going in, finding multi-man stun, and the rest was just, just pummeling the backline here, going in with the Maple Dance, swapping, and then zoning the mid and farm away from Talent Gaming.
Yes, the big difference was the fact that Ching was supposed to turn this game around, right? But because of the growth and the lead that they had on the side of Enor, he was easily able to take down Ching. And when you have everyone focusing onto you as Sunrise, even as a Dun, there is no way.
There is no way, and this game fell in favor of the side of all gamers. That was a very clean game by them, pulling out the early strategy like they just used to. But if you were to think about it, drafting wise, these coaches are packing punches left and right for both of these two teams here. So coming into game number 6 here, we have 25 heroes default ban away. That's 5 heroes per role for each of the members.
Okay, so we will address the elephant in the room. Can TTG actually manage this comeback, right? Can they make it 3-3? Will we head into the ultimate battle? That is the biggest question that both sides will ask.
For viewers, for the fans, for the live audience, everyone would want to see an ultimate battle between all gamers and also TTG. But it's been a while. It's been a long while that any team managed to push all gamers to a Game 7. But for now, Game 6 is what TTG has to be putting their focus on, because this is now or never. If you lose this game, sure, you're not out of the tournament, you're going to the lower brackets, but still, lower bracket runs are not the most fun or most enthusiasts to play. You're playing under pressure, so securing this win puts you in the advantage or a chance to hit that semifinals upper bracket.
But now, let's talk about the difficulties on the side of TTG, right? As Snowy, we've already seen the very concentrated ban in game number 5. Now, game number 6, there's no way you allow any of the big picks coming in. There's no Soyue. Guaranteed they will ban that out. They're going to ban the Consort Yi from the side of AG as well. And now that you don't have... You're left with what? Long and Ho Yi? I'm very sure it's going to be like 4 or 5 bans on the marksman from the side of AG, and Snowy has no game.
Well, you definitely need to put more focus on towards your marksman pool, because if you do not come out in that first phase, you best believe, like what you mentioned, they will put double the focus on towards the Snowy department, right? That's where TTG really excels, and you need Snowy to be strong, you need Snowy to be well farmed. That's how you carry games. But so far, if you are an AG fan, they still have the likes of the Shield, like Dunshan and also Lady Sun combination here. So many things for the side of AG to really pilot this game number 6.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just stats-wise, maybe it looks a little bit favored for the side of AG, but you never count any team in KPL out. So TTG, the dream is still alive, the dream is still for them to grasp, but can they do it as we head into what may be the final game of the series, game number 6?
Game number 6 will be fairly interesting here, as this is the shot that TT will need to be holding on. If they want to force it to an ultimate battle for AG, this is like another stroll in the park for them. This is where they usually strive. They want to close games at 42 slots before going into that game 7 ultimate battle.
Okay, we're on the TTG side, right? Okay, this one is the AG side. When people say Tien, they wanted to go to the ultimate battle, TTG does want to go into the ultimate battle, but AG fans are, let's just end it right here, right now. Game number 6, take it home, boys.
Yep, game number 6 for AG fans, they just want no Tien, which is no ultimate battle. For TT gaming fans, they just want Tien, which is ultimate battle here. So both of these teams, they have very large audience base here. That's what you can see in the audience. Everybody is just chilling, just vibing, waiting for the final game to happen.
We too. I'm so curious what is left in the tank for the side of AG, but also for TTG, because maybe it's looking a little bit dicey here.
It's being a bit dicey here. Okay, I'm having a headache. I'm thinking about draft right now. Okay, Dun. No, Dunshan. We have like the Kongkonger still not available to be picked, and then the Master Luban will probably be banned away. But hang on, Master Luban. There's no more Luban number 7 here. So do they prioritize the Master Luban with the likes of the Garo and Ho Yi?
Oh yeah, that's a good question, man. Like Garo is still available, but are there any big picks? Like Zhang Fei is already used on the side of AG. That's the one that will have the most value. Byron already used by the side of AG as well. I don't think there's picks that are making Garo looking like a viable pick.
That makes a lot of sense. So before we go into the game 6 draft here, these are the picks that are default banned away from both of these teams here. 25 heroes locked away from both AG and also Talent Gaming's pool.
Okay. There is the potential of the Lady Sun Dunshan from the side of AG if they are on the blue side. Now, can they ban something else? In fact, I think you let Master Lupan out.
They will definitely ban out the Arlie first, because that's something that Talent Gaming would want to be playing here. And then Liang is locked away as well here. There's still the potential of Sheng going to his signature Princess Frost that really won them that spring season. So right off the bat, we see the Kong and Liang being locked away. That opens all gamers. Do you pick up the Lady Sun and Dunshan combination?
Just pick up the Lady Sun, but I'm pretty sure if you're in the shoes of Talent Gaming now, the first few picks has to be the farm laner, because if you don't secure it now, the second phase of the bench is going to be gone.
Well, you don't have to, right? Because Lady Sun, Dunshan, all these picks, they're not the highest of the priority here, because already Talent Gaming has expended those 2 picks here. So you pick what you need to really like form around here. So, okay, Lady Sun, Dunshan, what do we need here? We need a strong front line. And what is a strong front line? That it comes in the form of the Floorborn tank.
Okay, that's going to be a great answer against the potential Long here that Talent Gaming are looking at. But this is also a turret pushing strat coming in here from the side of Talent Gaming. They're going to pick up the Agudo here. So let's see what kind of macro plays they'll be going for the side of Talent Gaming. Because AG, they're just one game away from taking this entire series.
They could go for the Lady Sun, they could go for the Heino to really counter out, but Ma Chao being hovered and potentially locked in for Ron in that Clash lane pool. This is one of his signature, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh no. Now they have to ban out the Lady Sun, right? Like there's nothing else. So what is the answer for the Dunshan here?
Answer for the Dunshan here, we will have to find out. That is the coaching staff's responsibility on the side of all gamers here. They still have like the picks of the Ho Yi, Diren Jie, Lady Sun. All these are up and available to go toe-to-toe against Talent Gaming.
Okay, they're gonna go for the Lady Chun. That's a great answer, because a lot of close proximity battles will happen between the Ma Chao number 1, the Dunshan, and of course the Floorborn tank. But the big question here, okay, Talent Gaming, they knew it. They are going to ban out the ladies soon. But this still opens up quite a lot of doors for the side of all gamers.
Well, they can go for like Evan that we saw with the or the game. Potential picks that Yino could pull in with that Dunshan in towards the bottom lane.
There's Chicha as well, right? I believe AG have not played Chicha, and I feel like that is so scary. Imagine a Chicha with Dunshan. That is insane.
That is indeed very insane here, and you can see more farm lane bans on towards Yino here. This is the exact same treatment that was put on top of Snowy in that game number 5.
Yeah, okay, they ban out a Shi Kongzhen. I think that's great. Talent Gaming, I think that will benefit their draft greatly if they have, like, number 1, a massive tank in the front of the form of the Agudo, and then you have Shi Kong along with the Long, just raining pain. But now, Talent Gaming, let's see, Clash Laner, who would you want to pick up, man?
Ooh, there's a lot of things already banned up for the side of Talent Gaming's pool here. So 2 Clash Lane has been locked away here, Fuzi, and also the Sikong has been removed from the pool here. So let's take a breather and think, right? There's still the likes of the Sun Te, there's still the likes of the
Ambrosa, Mayin.
Yeah, Ambrosa,
I think these are
Mayin.
good picks.
Oh yeah, Mayin is a pretty decent pick against the Ma Chao. It's pretty good.
I would like that. I'm wondering if that's going to be the game plan for the side of Talent Gaming. Right now, with no ladies, so look, in fact, because they have a Dunshan, essentially you can pick any farm laner you want. That is the scary potential here.
Ooh, Master Luban with the combination of the Long here. So, for AG, do they go for the Aaron in with this Dunshan combination? So what is the plan here with this Dunshan and farming composition here? What are they looking to accomplish?
I feel like it has to be a Chicha, right? Because that is the one that gives you the most value. Even with the latch and the pull from the Master Luban, you get to go in. So I think Chicha is the right answer here. And I think AG, they're going to lock this in. But the question here is, mid laner, do you go for a tank shredder? Oh, they're going to play from range. No, AG. This is so disgusting.
It is disgusting because you are practically limiting the approach here coming in from the Long here. Long wants to go into close quarters, finding those big burst potential here. That is what makes it so good. But what if you are getting blocked by the Yingzhen? The Yingzhen is just going to be throwing all these daggers and just stabbing you from afar here, limiting your approach, limiting your movement towards the enemy team.
Okay, now for TTG, the composition here is we're going to look at a combination of Qing along with Joy, right? Qing is just going to dive like crazy, going to have Joy as a save mechanism. Hopefully they get enough poke damage from the side of Snowy as well as Sunrise. In the meantime, AG, it's really all about positioning. The value that they get out of Sheng's ultimate, that is what they're looking for, because that will provide space. At the same time, you get the potential setup with a dive from Ran, dive from Zoe. Yino is just going to be having the time of his life with the support of Shuai.
I'm very excited to see how Yino pilots this Chicha, for example, because he used to be a Clash laner, used to be a jungler, and right now transitioning to the recent farm lane role for a few years already. So he has that carry-on knowledge from the other roles that could really supplement his experience on this Chicha.
Goodness me, I like this draft from both sides, right? I can definitely see value of how the win conditions will be achieved, but I feel like I'm leaning a little bit more to all gamers. If they have that, if the game goes stable, no kills or even goal, then I feel like AG have a much stronger draft, because Talent Gaming, you have to take risky moves to get damage in.
But fortunately for Talent Gaming, right, they're still drafting a double marksman composition, whereby so far we see how Zoe played the Agudo. You go for the on-hit build with the Daybreaker as your core tree. So that's something for the side of Talent Gaming. That's like a good news, whereby 2 marksmen means 2 more consistent DPS, and you have strong front lines in the form of Master Luban and also the Meng Tian.
This game, I think they need to protect Qing like crazy. Qing needs to have the perfect farm. If he does not hit that financial mark, he's not going to be able to tank, and then there is no defense on the backline. You can get the infinite vastness, but that is a one-time shot. And with the long reaching arms of the skills on the side of AG, they can decimate them quickly.
Only time could tell here. Right now, the game number 6 draft for both teams has been locked in and has been solidified here, kid. Moments away until we head to the Gorge to find out whether AG closes off this series in a 4-2 fashion, or will Talent Gaming decide to push this game to a ultimate battle 7-game full for the audience and the fans.
Let's see. This one is a truly interesting one. Number one, with global ban picks, so little heroes left and they are viable in the composition. Right now we're getting into game number 6. Sagi, which one would you like to happen? Do you want to go ultimate battle or do you want AG to just finish this right here, right now?
Let's go to Ultimate Battle! Why wouldn't we want to go to Ultimate Battle? It is the blessing of the structure that we get the best format of Honor of Kings in the esports for mobile games, where you get the top level of hero pool and also the mental stress having to learn so much heroes. But let's hear it from the crowd, maybe the one last time before we head into the game.
Right away, we will have the aggression coming from AG. Look at the pressure in the mid lane though. This is the strength of the Sheng and Shuai combination here. There is very little that Crane can do straight away. Now AG, as long as they maintain status quo, they should have the advantage.
Status quo has been broken apart though, as Sunrise, he did have a much faster jungle clear compared to Zoe, where Zoe wanted to go for those engages, right? But he did miss out the steal here, as Yino here, finding a potential engager, has to back away here, as we see 4v4 early in towards this bottom side jungle.
Yep, they recognize they need that early advantage, they need the lead to keep pace. But right now, the flash comes in, they will be able to get the first blood. No, they will not be able to. A lot of damage has been laid down, but no kills just yet. They need to back off on the side of AG. Sheng needs to be really careful. The nice save coming in from the side of Joy. And right now, it is just even Stevens between both teams.
Attack speed boots as well being completed by Sheng in towards that mid lane. You know he's going to use all his auto attacks to clear out this minion wave and then go for those aggressive rotations and plays here. But so far in this early game, it's looking very 50-50 as both of these two teams, they are looking to fight whatever edge for their teams here. But in terms of laning, it's looking very AG favorite. Right off the bat here, we have much more of a comparison towards the bottom side here as the execution coming in from the Meng Tian here, but Ino striking back with 2 kills into his pockets as Sheng was the one to collect it. The damage coming in by Sheng and Ino marks the stamp for all gamers in this game number 5.
Yeah, it's a big trade for the side of AG, and this is exactly what they need. Look at the goal difference now. It's about 1,000 ahead for the side of AG. And with this 2.5 minute mark, we'll take a look at the flashes burn out. Crane will have flash for the next fight, but the more important thing is, how is Ching doing? Because he is definitely one of the big win conditions for the side of Talent Gaming.
So much damage coming in from the Chucha here, immediately sniping all the soldiers spawned by the Meng Tian. And then this lane swap that has been committed by Talent Gaming is back to a neutral here, but engage over to the Dunshan here, uses the ultimate to cancel out the crowd control here. Good reaction coming.
Yep, Joy had to commit his flash down there, which means Joy will not have a flash for that 4-minute Tyrant. And this means AG should have prio, but at the same time, if you take a look at it, Sheng did have to commit his flash. So I think that's a okay trade, but still in favor of AG.
Widening the 1.5k goal lead as well, right? As we go back to see the exchange towards the bottom side, it is the combat for the Fire Beak here. In power damage from the Dunshan spell 1 goes in favor, does drop down, but then when Yino goes into the range from, he does find the snipe, and the execution goes in favor of Sheng with that double kill.
And the big pain is, Yinhua and Sheng, both of them, they're very vital in this lineup, right? Sheng offers you the poke, Yinhua offers you the burst, and both of them have gotten an extra financial lead. Now, Qing did get that first blood, but he is now muted because there's 2 members that have monstrous growth on the side of AG.
Monstrous growth for AG is the mid and also the farm lane, top lane. I think they are looking at pretty good growth so far, like you mentioned here, Ken. But look at the laning phase, man. Shinsha does so well against the lone.
Yep, he definitely does. We've already seen this matchup days before, but here comes that TP down on the side of Qing. He needs to provide support for the team with the latch as well. They pull him away. So Joy, he's going to be responsible to save. And right now, interestingly enough, TTG have the advantage in terms of positioning here. They will look to make sure that this first tyrant of the game goes into their hands. Nice movement. They get the knockdown onto Sheng as well. Sheng is the first one to take his fall in this fight, as well as the securing of the tyrant. And right now, Talent Gaming, this is a great advantage to have.
One-upping all gamers in the jungle department right now. 4v5 for the next 5 seconds here. Sheng will need to walk back towards the lane here, but with that kill, with that tyrant, allows Talent Gaming to secure this bottom tower. Right now, they're setting their sight on that Crimson Golem.
Yep, there's a big moment here, looking for the jump. They get the catch onto Joy, but who's being caught? It is actually all gamers. They get the burst down onto Shy. He is a roam. It doesn't matter that much on the side of AG, but Talent Gaming, they can do a lot of damage now if they get the next few catches with the ultimate on the side of Sheng coming in. The poke damage is quite a lot, but there is another target on board, and that's going to be the free damage coming on the T2 on the bottom side of the map. Joy will pull Snowy back to safety, and Talent Gaming have a good hold of the map so far. They just need to do a little bit more.
They need to do a little bit more because right now, gold lead is still in favor of all gamers here. We always talk about this, even though you get all the miracle team fights in the early game, 10th minute is where AG really starts to shine. Their 10-minute mark in terms of the team fight setup and also the wave setup is what makes them so strong in this current KPL patch.
Yes, and right now I think Eno should be able to get this T1 at the bottom for free. Well, there is support coming from Ching. He's going to try and dive in, but this is a 2-on-1 setup. The rest of the team comes in unable to push the fight to happen, but they do save the T1 at the bottom.
So much safety provided by the Dunshan as well. Like you imagine like, okay, you know, you might be caught out here, but Shuai's like, okay, time to bring you out, buddy. Just carrying him and sending him towards safety here. Feels like a reverse Yari like we talk about.
No, exactly right. I think it's important to make sure that you don't take too much damage before the actual fights, which is, I think, one of the main concerns on the side of Talent Gaming, because they're not exactly super tanky. I mean, you have Ching and you have Joy, but that's about it. Sunrise is pretty vulnerable as well if you get the correct catches.
I'm very interested to see how this game really unfolds, especially on the likes of Chicha. So far, Chicha, we have seen very good performance yesterday on the side of Dragon Ranger Gaming. I hope that AG can really show us how strong this pick actually is, but hang on a moment as Boy has engaged onto Sheng.
Yep, they found it, but now the reset comes in, the damage, the pain point comes in. They will get that first life, maybe Joy. He manages to run away, but still taken down by Ran on the back lines. The flank is beautiful. A secondary kill, a double kill coming in, and with that, they're going to clean the house. 4 members down on the side of Talent Gaming. There is going to be more. No more ultimate for the side of Snowy. The chasers come in, and will they get the damage in? One more hit, and they will be able to finish the job here. It's an ace in the 7-minute mark, and AG are looking to dominate here.
Clean wipe here coming in for the side of all gamers. They find all remaining members coming in from Talent Gaming. It is Ron, it is Yino finding the marker in these team fights.
This Ma Chao pick so smart as well. I mean, look at the rotation, the flank coming in, right? Ching finds it really hard to deal with Ron in lane, but then in the team fights, that's where you truly struggle because the setup for lockdown on the side of Talent Gaming, not very strong. It needs a bit of time.
Wow. That was some crazy stuff here coming in from the side of the Matcha and Yino as well. And the entirety of AG played that fight to a perfection. Ace at 7 minutes. Let's break down what exactly happened in that team fight. Joy went in for the engage on towards Sheng here, but there was no follow-up here. But right now, towards the jungle, we see the members of AG colliding and cornering all the remaining members of Talent Gaming here. And as of this point, Ron was like, bet, you are in my territory. I'm just gonna be chopping and collecting all of these remaining kills into my pockets here. What a beautiful performance by that Machao.
And you start to see the issue that TTG are facing here, right? Because the combinations that are offered by their skill set, you need everyone on the side of AG to be locked in a very tight corner. And if you miss that particular setup, you lose the team fight because there is no comeback factor on that part. AG's draft is also very mobile. They're able to move around the map very fluidly. And TTG now has a very tough challenge here.
And as of this point, right, this is not 10 minutes, man. This is only like barely 9 minutes and already a 5,000 goal lead. Okay, almost 5,000 goal lead in favor of all gamers here. You could imagine, how can Talent Gaming really fight that tyrant? Because it's not going to be easy at the 10th minute mark.
It's definitely not going to be, right? Shuai also have NTCC properties. They will get the catch down onto the main jungler. Zoe here finds that opening for the team. They get the setup. Can they find the kill? Joy is very, very low, as well as Crane on the backlines, though. They have managed to put Ran down a little bit on his life and close to his the death of his death bait here. But on the T2, this is where the true value of all gamers have come through. A lot of structural damage across the map, a lot of map control.
They're losing so much control over their jungle here. The jungle for the hands of Sunrise and Talent Gaming is starting to falter, and it is not looking good for the Talent Gaming squad. As we approach to that 10th-minute mark, they will really need a miracle team fight to bring this 5,000 gold lead back into their hands.
I'm gonna just say it here, I think Sheng is not gonna allow that to happen, right? So Sheng's cooldown on his ultimate is pretty short, and he's just gonna keep raining damage down onto Talent Gaming. And while this is happening, they're taking free damage even before the fight actually starts. So Talent Gaming start the fight with a disadvantage.
Disadvantage is like a very big word as well, right? But so far, like we view and really saw in the game, you're right. It's all the arrows landing on towards their face here, but hang on. Objective started voluntarily by Talent Gaming here. So what is the approach here, all gamers?
They're trying to force the ultimates out. It's a tight corner and a lot of damage being done on the backlines as well. They couldn't find the ending on the side of Enor. Enor gets their first kill on the side. Sunrise, the main tank, is going to be down. They're looking for the chase in as well. The escape from Snowy is successful, but the chase as well available on the side. Zoe looking for an opening. Can they find the room? Set up by Ran as well. He's going to push them all the way back. This is going to open up the map for the side of AG. They're going to dominate the Gorge once again.
My, Zoe and also Yino doing so much work in that team fight. It all started out with Sheng using those blades, using those arrows landing on towards the backline to really disrupt their approach. And then what happened? Yino was single-handedly diving on top of Sunrise and Snowy, getting one kill and forcing Snowy's ultimate on towards that lone.
Right, they will try for the steal, unable to do so. So Zoe will get it for the team, and this is going to be the Shadow Overlord, which means map presence galore. 13 camps stolen by this Ran. He has taken a total of close to 1,000 gold, 916 to be exact. Now this is where majority of the gold difference is going to be coming in. Now Talent Gaming, this is a struggle because they can take this slow, they can take this on a flank as well. Be careful about Ran's position here.
Double objective here being started off like you mentioned here. We don't have the positioning coming in from Yino near this picture, so it is still a 4v5 up front for the side of all gamers here. For Yino, he's looking for the flank. He's hovering towards the bottom side right now, and Ran on the front here, having the javelins, they are going in.
Yep, they get the setup on the Sunrise. Here comes Enor from the backlines, looking for the opening as well. Puts a lot of damage in. Will he use his ultimate? Already using as well. He still has flash, doesn't have flash if you want to go in.
Whoa!
At this point, Talent Gaming, they are destroyed. Joy taken down. Sunrise, Crane, all of the damage in the world will not matter if you do not have the health. And left with the last lone member, that is Snowy. He's going to be taken down. A second ace for the side of all gamers. And this game looks like it is all but done. Series for the side of AG as they break the T3s on the top. They break the T3s in the middle as well, looking for the final crystal. AG have absolutely done it. Game number 6 for the 2. They are the champions of this series.
They are the champions and the victors of this series as AG clean up the series with a 4-2 fashion. They refuse to push it to an ultimate battle. They complete game number 6 with a dominating fashion.
Very dominant approach here. The way that Ran maneuvered around the entirety on the side of TTG, this was a big marker of success. And it's this flank by Enor, we have to mention that, right? Nobody knew on the side of TT Global that he was on the backlines because they had absolutely no vision. This is why you play the macro game first before you go for the team fights.
Team fights were the essence of game number 6, whereby it was AG finding those early leads, finding those early game team fights, really putting the stamp into the game-winning push here. Ran on that Machao was just so darn clean, going in and out, and then assassinating these key members of the side of TTG, and then
Yep, and this was also because of the draft, right? Because like we mentioned, Sheng is the first one to start the fight. Ran is also another option for them to open the fight. And this means you need to focus on, hey, there is a damage source coming in. We're taking a lot of unnecessary damage. What can we do? And while you're considering that thought process, it means you can't pay attention to Enor.
You can't pay attention because there's so much in your plate here if you're on the side of TTG. You have the Machao, uncontrollable, so much damage, just jabbing with the help of the Dunshan towards the backline of your entirety of the team here. And then Shichang finds the flank angle and then isolates one or two of your members, making the entire formation of Talent Gaming just a bag, like a box of sand. Everything is scattered.
Yeah, and they were, they picked up the Lady Chen in hopes that the Destructive Deluge was going to be useful in the tight corners. But this is one of the difficulties when you're playing against Ran, especially against a Ma Chao, right? He's able to change his direction, change the way in which the angle he approaches. And once you have thrown your Destructive Deluge, if it does not hit the mark, it does not hit the mark, and suddenly you are way exposed.
You're way exposed, you have nowhere to escape from a hyper-mobile Ma Chao on the hands of Ran, and then it was just a field day for this Ma Chao. I feel that Ran might be the MVP of this game with that monstrous of a performance.
I agree, but I also feel like Enoir was very spectacular in this game as well. This is the difficulty of AG, right? They play so well, you don't even know who the MVP is.
Exactly the case here, and today it was a 4-2 series coming in for the side of AG. They really made a very good mental reset after losing that heck of a comeback that was done by Sunrise in that game number 3. But all in all, it was a smooth sailing 4-2 finish for the side of AG.
Very convincing win. I think that's the biggest thing, right? You expected a very tight series going in. We expected a very tight series going in. Not as tight as it did happen today, because TTG were monsters in game number 2 and 3. But we'll take a look at the stats of this game, right? And maybe we reassess who we want to give our MVP to. So 1 and 10 for the side of Enoir did not drop a single time. Shuai performed phenomenally on this Toonshan as well. So once again, I cannot choose.
I cannot choose. Everybody on the side of AG played spectacularly, and they all had their key moments in this game number 6 here. And it was all a very systematic approach. Zoe and Shuai were the front men to really tank up the damage, bring in the fights, and start everything for the side of AG. And then you have Sheng utilizing his ultimate, throwing down those blades, zoning and poking the likes of Sunrise and also Snowy on those double marksmen, making sure that they were low already before the teamfight were to start. And then the cleanup crew comes in. Chicha on the hands of Enoir, Ma Chao on the hands of Ran, just cleans up every little kill on towards the map.
Insane. 9,000, close to 10,000 gold. We can ignore the numbers here. I'm going to round it up for you. The way that he was dealing damage, 16,000 worth of damage in the teamfights. Absolutely insane. At the same time, I think based on what was happening around the map, I think Zoe was playing so well. The target that everyone was so scared of on Talent Gaming, they forgot about the rest of the members on the side of AG.
Exactly the case, right? And more of these moments, we really need to look back to the replay later, because the first big fight that we had was, okay, 2 kills going to the favor of Sheng, and then Ran with that rotation in towards the jungle of the blue side, immediately collecting 4 straight kills. That was the crazy part on how AG really pushed that advantage to an infinite in this game 6.
And you can see the difference, right? So right here, the frigid charge, but we'll talk about the MVP. We all knew that it was going to be this guy. Ran on the Ma Chao, swinging in, zipping in and out and weaving in between the lines. That is TTG. This guy is on a tear. 7, 1, and 2, dealing 20% of the team's hero damage, and that is a lot because they did a lot of damage in this game.
A lot of damage, and a lot of it was from the double carry here, but we do have to give the MVP title towards Ran, because his highlight of the moment was so flashy, and his mobility mastery on towards the Ma Chao was just phenomenal to watch.
Oh, for sure. It was a thing of beauty because it's actually super hard to pilot this hero, and under a high intensity situation such as the potential series point, he made it look flawless.
Flawless is the name of the game here, as we take a look on to the final game of the series here, the replay of exactly what happened here. So the early game play coming in for the side of TTG, they finally got the kill on and the objective here, but Yino with the snipe and Sheng with the follow-up damage secured them 2 kills, and this was the big one from Ran. He was kiting, zoning the members of the side of TTG. Finally, when he goes in, he's starting to collect kill after another kill, and then when all else fails, he's looking for even more kills and keep on chasing it. And this is his POV that we're talking about. Okay, first release, first go in, and then taking 2 kills, and they take a chill, and he's continuing it, and then he sees the angle on towards the lone, getting that quadra kill.
Yeah, and I mean the fact that they recognize that, hey, this is a potential ace, we can finish the game and get a huge advantage here. Look at this movement here, baiting out the movements and skills by the side of Crane in the middle as well, making sure that they had enough protection to allow the space for Eno to get the damage in, but also more importantly, allowing that Ran has more options to explore across the map here.
Well, let's take a look at the mic check and we break it down on what exactly we have in this last game.
OK， 直接闪开他，再来吗？
哎，大师在上，大师在上。
哎，没，
大师在上，大师在上。
这个。我在先走，别给我站一块，
我帮你顶波上吧。
看一下，哎，死吧！哎，这个要死，哎，可以。
我能来，慢点兄弟，能打all in波，给我打all in，
看
打all in兄弟。
大师没打上，可以上。可以吗？
哎，打大叔兄弟。
你们打。
踩了，来慢的跟我往前冲，兄弟。
可以上。阿古的要死。可以上，
杀了，
去，
我带线去了，
进驻了，可以，
来，
去带线，
来，兄弟，我闪了，追他，追他，我扛了一下，
我再帮你扛，
追他，
你去范红，
我带下了，
冲马一定得推，
我跟马超冲吧，
接着摸，
吃他可以准备冲了，
来，看我兄弟，一丝血，来干，来，大师兄弟，大师，来干兄弟，6，越，来，
我再扛，你们上，
干了，
接我，
来，我接，
有队，没事，
杀了，
一波了，
看 all in，来了，我扫死了，
一波了，
来，
这也能扫死，
还敢出来兄弟，直接逮捕，
史诗级大翻盘，
可以，nice。
Very nice calls coming in from the players themselves. The main shot caller actually came from Zoe, right? He was the one making sure that everyone's looking at him. He was making the consistent call to look at me when I'm going into the battle. At the same time, the secondary comms that really shone through was actually Tashuai. Tashuai was actually consistently telling the team, I'm tanking the turret shots, I'm tanking the damage, you guys can go in. And this calm and composed communication coming in from side of AG was one of the reasons they were very successful in their team fights.
And one of the ones that I really want to highlight was that early 3v2. Sprite was like, hey guys, I'm done for. Don't stand near to me. And then they really just like immediately paved a way and found that 3v2. That was like, you know, Sprite, we love you because what? You're the epitome of how a Roman should play, sacrificing yourself for the greater good.
Yes. So don't blame a Roman if they take a fall in the game. It's meant to happen. You just need to make the trade.
Well, Kin, much can be said, but maybe your roam style doesn't really fit into this picture here. So that's right, and that's Kin. That's two different things that we're talking about here. But in terms of communication going into this game, we will definitely want to hear some interview coming in from TTG right now.
好的，欢迎来到采访席，我是主持人02。我们今天的赛后邀请到了广州 TTG 的青青，请青青和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是广州 TTG 青青。
今天其实对于 TTG 来说，虽然没能拿下大场的胜利，但我觉得今天 TTG 的表现同样值得大家的掌声，好吗？今天其实看了局内也有非常多很焦灼的地方，然后我也数了一下，其实今天也是今年算上 EWC 我们和 AG 的第6次交手了。那么从抽签到淘汰赛今天这场比赛开始之前，大家的备战的重点可能会放在哪些方面呢？小马？
重点的话就是更多的在提升我们自己吧。
那哪些方面是具体做的提升呢？你感觉？
就是一些局内的处理吧，然后英雄池吧。
那今天这6局打下来，你会感觉到在场上发挥了你们准备的多少呢？
感觉其实发挥的也挺多的吧。
对，因为今天我们确实看到局内大家有非常多很精彩的碰撞。那你今天这6局打下来，会感觉到队伍比较可惜的地方在哪里呢？青青？
比较可惜的地方就是总感觉在一些碰撞上面差一点吧。对，然后一些局内的处理啊什么的。
今天其实我们看到上下半场的话，会觉得上半场大家的状态会更加火热、更加在线一些。你自己会有一个上下半场的这种不一样的感觉吗？
其实我觉得我们就是可能在 BO7的经验上会差一些吧。
这个经验上的话，就还是需要时间的堆砌去慢慢积累了。然后其实我觉得今天在 BP 上 TTG 有蛮多地方值得去聊一下的，比如说像在第2局，当时我们在5楼是选出了一个东皇太一，对吧？当时大家是怎么去讨论的呢？
可能就会觉得东皇比较好打刺客阵容吧。
大家也说好像看起来不用杀死人，这个吓死人就行了。然后最精彩的第3局，现场观众沸腾的一局，我相信线上也都沸腾了，就是曹操摇摆去打野，这是你们研究的新阵容吗？
不太好说。
不
可
方便
能是吧。
可能是。那我们可以聊一下局内你的一个心情和你的一个感受啊，这个可以说。就是当时我们看到嘉兴曹操1打3，从空血到满血的时候，我们现场感觉真的是需要一个呼吸机了。你当时是什么样的心情呢？
当时其实我们就更尽可能的多报一些关键技能吧，多给嘉兴一点信息吧。
当时我听到你的语音沟通也很激烈，后面你说跟他，他很强。当时你希望给团队去传递一个什么样的信号？
因为当时曹操已经比较无敌了吧，所以说就跟着他打嘛。
那一局打完结束之后，大家下来有做关于这个嘉兴的曹操有做一些什么样的讨论吗？
就觉得旭旭他很强吧，然后旭旭就说打好后面的吧。
大家还是会去着眼到后面。还是要说回今天这场比赛的一个赛果，因为今天也就意味着我们要调到败者组了。下一场比赛的对手，我看了一下时间也非常的紧张，就在后天了，不到2天的时间要交手到杭州 LGD NBW， 会不会感觉到有一些压力？因为时间比较紧迫呢？
就打好每一场吧。
那有什么想和团队或者说想对对面说的吗？
就是继续加油吧，我们。
也希望广州 TTG 可以从败者组杀出奇迹。感谢青青接受我们的采访，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Alright, thank you, Ling who was the host for today's segment itself. The interview was with Ching as well, the clash for the side of TTG. Obviously, they had some talking points about the games, the losses. They will be going ahead to meet LGD MBW in the next phase of matches to try and continue their best performance. But I think we start off with the highlight, which was the call on Sunrise's epic carry in game number 3. What was the response for that particular segment from Ching?
I think Ching really just mentioned one thing, whereby they can't really expose why they did the Chow Chow or the Fatih pick in towards the jungle. Before that comeback moment alone, they were feeding a lot of information like cooldowns, like common spells, to Sunrise to better feed his judgment, right? So he definitely played to a perfection to really allow TTG to pull back from that deficit into a grand comeback against AG in that game number 3.
Yep. And of course, big moments. Obviously, they're not going to share with the audiences about the strats whether this was a prime pick for the side of TTG. But let's take a look at the responses from the winning team.
好的，欢迎来到采访席，我是主持人02。我们今天的赛后邀请到了成都 AG 超玩会的一诺，请一诺和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是成都 AG 超玩会一诺。
恭喜 AG， 恭喜一诺！今天也是4比2战胜了对手广州 TTG， 是你们非常熟悉的一个老朋友了。今天和他们打下来的感受怎么样呢？
感觉他们今天打的也非常好吧，非常有韧性，也给了我们很大的压力。
能看得出来，对手今天给予你们的尊重和做的准备也非常多。今天其实来到长沙嘛，来到我们淘汰赛，来到七彩盒子这个场馆，登阶而上的这个仪式，还有专属的这种出场啊、BGM 之类的，会让你感觉到有一些不一样的心情吗？
感觉思绪一下拉回到了去年吧。
就站在这里的时候，是不是？然后身旁的这个圣龙杯，是不是应该更熟悉了呢？
不可以亵渎它，等捧上了再说吧。
这就是我们一诺啊，一步一步稳扎稳打着来。包括今天一上来这场 BO7 第1局，我觉得你的状态就非常的火热啊，你的孙权 C 不 C？ 太 C 了，全场都看到你真的是 C 爆了。这个孙权，我看你今天就用了第2把呀，你是偷偷练习了一下吗？
这个英雄比较看阵容吧，私底下玩的还是挺多的。
今天怎么想到在第1局当时出孙权呢？
因为对面阵容没有控制，然后孙权比较好发挥。
包括孙权也比较好去打戈亚哈。然后看到你这个进场时机拿捏的也是比较精准的。你觉得自己今天第1把这个孙权找的画面怎么样？我们反正看的都是看嗨了。
给我也打嗨了吧，因为感觉自己在赛场上很久没有这种一个人站出来的高光了
我们说何为进攻射？今天真的一诺在第1局给我们诠释了一个最好的画面，包括今天一诺也拿到了2局的 MVP， 戈亚那一把也是最后那波游龙，我们给到你一个第1视角，那把你自己感觉发挥的怎么样？
还可以吧。
还可以啊，看来一诺对自己的标准都是孙权这种标准来的。好，那今天我们也看到了你们第2把当时拿出了父子，但是上野拿的也是比较偏发育的阵容。想问一下，你们拿出父子的时候，这个阵容的组建搭建是怎么去考虑的呢？
还需要精进一下吧，多学习一下 TG 的父子，他们玩得很好。然后对，也向狼队学习，还需要精进一下。
非常的谦虚啊，一诺。然后今天我看到最后一把你们选出的这个双人路的组合，盾山加上吃叉，哎，这个也是你们俩第一次拿哈，怎么说，也是最近新练的阵容。
这2个都是版本强势的英雄吧，就单拿出来。
非常的热门，然后你们确实拿出来之后，我觉得也会越来越有效果的。好，今天的话，其实一诺也达到了这个联赛的700个胜局。我看了一下，从400胜局到500胜局，你用了672天；从500胜局到600胜局用了280天，而从600胜局到700胜局只用了205天，平均2天就可以收获1个胜局。我想知道，对于一诺来说，包括刚刚你也说到了，对圣龙杯要有足够的尊重，这一届年总的冠军对你来说，是不是最有吸引力的一届呢？
对。
那么去鸟巢，我知道也是每一个职业选手的目标嘛，还需要2步。你有什么想和团队说的吗？
加油吧，大家！一步一个脚印相信大家一定可以去到那个地方。
你们相信吗？是的，我觉得 AG 的强大也是因为他们有谦虚的心态，也有成熟的心态，才让他们一步一个脚印走到了现在。再次感谢一诺接受我们的采访，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Very humble interview here coming in for the man of AG. So to break it down, the Linger definitely asked what was the thought process behind the Sun Quan pick in that game 1 success, whereby Eno had a phenomenal game and the MVP performance. Mainly the opinion and comment coming in from Eno was that mainly because the enemy had not much crowd control, which made Sun Quan a very good pick here because he excels in those moments whereby his ultimate is not stopped. And he did mention as well, he was high on adrenaline, so he went for very aggressive and flashy plays, which showed what a marksman could do in a solo carry environment.
Which is super crazy because that's not the only crazy stat we have today. During the interview, this is a newly released information. So with the win in this series today, this is the 700th win for the side of Eno as a player. That's incredible. 14 seasons in KPL, 700 wins, obviously not in a row, but this is a crazy stat nonetheless. Now, talking about the growth, he himself is believed that there is a respect to be paid. He did not want to touch the trophy. There is not going to be a curse because I think this is a tradition that all players practice. We do not touch or mention about winning or lifting the trophy until it is done.
And talking about the journey to the grand finals of the KPL Grandest of Events, Eno did mention they will take it 1 step at a time. Do wish them the best of luck as they will try to reach that stage at the National Stadium in Beijing.
Yes, so a lot of information to be had. Let's talk a little bit about what's going to happen tomorrow because we're going to wrap up today. Tomorrow, we're going to have JD Gaming against Kaiser Gaming, KSG. This is another monster matchup and this is going to be another best of 7. So we're going to do one best of 7 every day until the 30th of November to see who is going to make it all the way to the grand finals of the grand finals.
Exactly the case here, and tomorrow is one of the rare matchups whereby we have 2 master group teams elite group teams going head to head and no master group teams here. So very interesting enough, I want to see out of JD Gaming and also Kaiser Gaming who will go into the semifinals to face off AG Super Play here. But that is all for today here, kid. We have back-to-back matches, another 6-game series, intense from AG and TTG. So for today, it was action-packed, definitely very nice for us to cast and the viewers to watch as well.
That's right. It has been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today has been Sagi. It's been great, but tomorrow will be even better. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, a challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies, relentlessly.